Chapter 1968. You're neither a man nor a woman. Xiaohua resisted his disgust and pointed his finger. I don't want to lower myself to your level, and I don't want to get entangled with you. If you know what's good for you, quickly leave now. I'll pretend I didn't see you. That male cultivator still didn't get angry. He even stretched out his hand, made an orchid gesture, and pointed at Xiaohua. You're such an enemy. How did you know I like this kind of person who looks cultured and refined, but has a violent temper and actions? You're really a gift from the heavens. Soon after, he said to Shui with a smile, little girl, don't be jealous. I'll return your little husband to you. Moreover, eat. He laughed again and said, I can also serve you together with your little husband. Shameless, Shui couldn't bear it anymore. Her face flushed red. She clapped her hands, and the magic tool, Thunder Whip, appeared in her hands. Without hesitation, she circulated her magic power and swung it. The Thunder Whip produced traces of lightning, and it streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, lashing towards the male cultivator. Oh my, you actually didn't listen to my words. You're really a virgin. The male cultivator covered his mouth. His movements were very charming. He swiped his orchid fingers and took out a pink-colored magic tool from his storage pouch. He shook his hand and threw it. From the magic tool, a sky full of flying flowers flew out. They all turned pink, and like peach blossoms, they blocked the attack in midair. Puff, puff, puff. The Thunder Whip broke the numerous peach blossoms, turning them into bits of pink powder that floated in the air. The Thunder Whip was also blocked by the remaining peach blossoms, unable to descend. Seeing the pink powder drifting away with the wind and gradually disappearing, Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. He angrily cursed, damn it. His figure flew to Shui's side. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind came out of his sleeve. In an instant, the powder in the air, which was almost invisible, flew towards the male cultivator. Huh! The male cultivator was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Xiaohua to be able to discover his trick. Moreover, when he saw Xiaohua's profound cultivation base, his eyes lit up with joy. He smiled tenderly and said, Ayaya, I didn't expect that little Lang Jun, who looks like you've just built your foundation, would have such a profound cultivation base. This really makes me secretly happy. You can stay, I'll let you have a taste of my yin and yang dual cultivation. With that, the demon cultivator waved his hand. The other two burly male cultivators also clapped their hands and took out banner-shaped magic tools from their storage pouches. Each of them stood in a direction, surrounding Xiaohua and Shui. The female cultivator in their hands was also rudely thrown into the air. However, the female cultivator was still facing down, so they couldn't see her true appearance. Xiaohua hugged Shui, his gaze roamed over the three figures, and transmitted his voice. The demon's magic tool is a bit strange, there seems to be poison inside, don't let these filthy things touch your body. Shui's face was a bit red. Just now, she was angry and made a move. Indeed, she didn't think too much. After hearing Xiaohua's words, she was a bit scared. She immediately clapped her hands again. The butterfly orchid flew out and fluttered around her body, protecting her with butterflies. Huh! Good magic tool. The demon cultivator saw such a beautiful appearance of the butterfly orchid and his eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, this magic tool is really beautiful. Little Lang Jun, if you give this magic tool to me, I'll also let you feel comfortable. Your grandmother. Xiaohua was so angry that he laughed. If you have the ability, then come and take it yourself. I'll let you die right now. With that, he clapped his hands and took out the yang leaf fan. Good, it's a fire attribute physique, really wonderful. The demon cultivator clapped his hands again. I didn't expect to meet such a wonderful person along the way. Little Lang Jun is really a gift from the heavens. Of course, if it wasn't for you, how could I walk this path? Xiaohua slightly urged his magic power, and the yang leaf fan was suffused with a red brilliance. He, then let me and my 2 Langjuns have a taste of little Langjun. As the demon cultivator spoke, he threw 2 coquettish glances at the 2 strong men. When the 2 strong men received the coquettish glances, it was as if they had eaten 10 great tonics. No matter if it was their essence, energy, or spirit, they were overflowing. The 2 men waved their hands at the same time, and magic power flowed out. The 2 magic tools' banners were suffused with a pink color, and within the pink color, countless images of women appeared. Go, following the 2 strong men's light rebuke, the magic tools in their hands were waved, and the countless women actually flew out of the pink banners, fluttering around Xiaohua and Shui. Ah. There's this kind of magic tool. Xiaohua was a bit dumbfounded. Go. Seeing that Xiaohua was holding the yang leaf fan in his hand, and only the light was overflowing, but he didn't wave it, Shui couldn't help but become anxious. She waved her hand again, and the lightning whip flickered with lightning as it struck towards the woman. Pa pa pa, a burst of light sounds rang out, and the woman seemed to be hit by the lightning whip like a bubble. However, immediately after, one after another, vivid and lifelike women were born. Shui's whip didn't seem to have any effect. Immediately after, from the direction of the sound, the pink undergarments once again flew in. With a shake, peach blossoms entered the woman's body, and with every peach blossom that touched her body, the woman transformed into an incomparably strong and robust man. Well, was there even a need to say it? As for what would happen next, Xiaohua didn't even need to use his heels to know what was going to happen. How could he allow such a filthy thing to dirty Shui's eyes? Bang! A flame dragon that had been condensed and hadn't been unleashed finally rose up from Xiaohua's yang leaf fan. It was like a real dragon, and it roared, rolled, and coiled as it pounced towards those women formed from the banners. Ah! Although that demon was incomparably lascivious, he was also a person with discerning eyes. As soon as he saw Xiaohua's yang leaf fan move, that imposing manner, that masculine fire, he immediately knew that his and the other 2 cultivators' magic treasures were all restrained by it. All the hidden tricks inside were about to fail. However, looking at Shui's pure white skin and the radiance in Xiaohua's eyes, he was somewhat reluctant. He clenched his teeth, clapped his hands, and took out a similarly bright red medicinal pill. He swallowed it, and in an instant, his face flushed red. Rise! The demon's eyes were wide open, and his hands were like forks as they shot straight towards the sky. From his palms, a circle of magic power was released, but seeing Xiaohua's fire dragon fan, it was definitely several times more tyrannical than when it was used against Pu Jianyuan at Misty Mountain. The 2 people surrounding Xiaohua only saw a flash of fire in front of their eyes, and felt the blazing heat in the field. Their eyes slightly closed, and their divine sense swept out. At this instant, the illusions formed by the magic banners and the insidious medicine under the illusions were all swept away by the fire. But at this moment, the demon's attack arrived again. The bright red undergarment was suddenly torn apart, and bursts of blood flowed out from the undergarment. That blood was incomparably fishy, and faintly, there was a baby-like evil spirit that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Swoosh! The fire dragon that was incomparably powerful just a moment ago was immediately extinguished when it came in contact with the blood. Moreover, the blood covered Xiaohua and the others. Before it could sprinkle down, a strange dizzying smell rushed into Xiaohua and Shui's nostrils. This is menstrual water, and a purple placenta that hasn't given birth yet. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and his complexion greatly changed, immediately becoming gloomy. From Huang Yi's inheritance, he understood a lot of ghost cultivator techniques, and he understood a lot of extremely sinister tricks. Although he didn't know what this thing that the demon took out was, he was very clear about the things that were used to refine it. There was no need to talk about the menstrual water, but that purple placenta was something used to give birth to babies. If it was a simple purple placenta, how could it possibly have a sinister effect? How could there be a baby-like evil spirit? Needless to say, the demon must have taken out an unborn baby from a pregnant woman's body, and then used it to refine it. Only then could he have a method that even Xiaohua, who was at Foundation establishment, would find difficult to handle. Xiaohua knew how powerful this was, and he naturally also knew that magic artifacts like the Yang Leaf Fan, and even magic treasures like the cloud-suppressing seal couldn't be touched by this filth. Otherwise, the array within would definitely be corroded, and it would be completely useless. This young master originally didn't intend to take your lives. Since you're so sinister, the heavenly demon sect isn't any good either. Xiaohua sneered. This young master will transcend all of you. As Xiaohua spoke, he put away the Yang Leaf Fan, and with a wave of his hand, he took out the banner that he previously obtained from the heavenly demon sect. Ah. Profound Een banner? Why do you have the Profound Een banner? When the demon saw Xiaohua's banner, he was also stunned, but what happened next made him feel even more inconceivable. He saw Xiaohua toss the Profound Een banner into the air, and his left hand slightly stretched out, as if he was grabbing something from the void. Soon after, he waved his hand again, and the Profound Een banner suddenly opened up in the air, emitting a pitch-black brilliance. Ah. What? You're also a member of my devil sect? The demon was shocked, and anxiously asked. Why would Xiaohua pay attention to him? Activating the Profound Een banner, the banner swayed, and the ink-black brilliance not only blocked the blood spilled by the demon, but also produced a boundless suction force from the banner, sucking the fanged ghosts in the blood into the Profound Een banner. You. Which senior of my heavenly demon sect are you? The demon hurriedly activated his sinister magic artifact, wanting to take back the ghosts, but the suction force from the Profound Een banner was not something he could resist, so he could only cry out and ask. Go to hell. When Xiaohua saw that the Profound Een banner had sucked away the ghosts in the blood, he rubbed his hands together, and streaks of purple true samadhi fire appeared in his hands. Following Xiaohua's wall of fire technique, they immediately surged toward the three people from the heavenly demon sect. True samadhi fire. The demon was anxious, and he did not care about his other two companions. His feet moved slightly, and his entire body was about to fly away. You want to leave now? How is that possible? Xiaohua sneered, and with a wave of his big sleeve, the great confinement technique was cast at the three people at the same time. Immediately, a force that made them feel as if they were invincible was born, and it sucked away the heaven and earth spiritual energy around them. It was as if a large hand was squeezing them, and they were unable to move at all. Chapter 1969. Senior, please spare my life. Senior, please spare my life. This junior didn't know that Senior was a cultivator of my heavenly demon sect. This junior has offended you, this junior deserves to die. At this moment, not only the demon, but the other two cultivators were also anxious. They shouted and struggled with all their might. Xiaohua was not moved at all. Like a tidal wave, the wall of fire rushed into the air and ignited the three sinister magic tools. Then, something fell down and covered the three cultivators. Ah! At the same time, three miserable screams were heard. The true samadhi fire turned the three cultivators' bodies into ashes in an instant. Although this power could not be compared to the Vermilion Bird Great Formation of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, it was still extremely easy to kill a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Darling Xiao. Seeing the power of the true samadhi fire, Shui couldn't help but be stunned. Although you've been repairing Tianmen Mountain's formation these past 3 years, your cultivation seems to have not stopped. Especially this true samadhi fire, it's even more powerful than when you dealt with Senior Huang Yi that day. Hee, Xiaohua waved his hand and the three people's storage pouches flew into his hand. He casually looked at them and put them away. He said with a smile, Tianmen Mountain has the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird. They are also proficient in fire spells. Most of those formations are also related to fire. Even if your husband did not specifically cultivate, how could the control of the true samadhi fire be lacking after being immersed in the formation for 3 years? What is this Profound Een banner? Shui looked at the pitch-black Profound Een banner in the air with some confusion. Sigh, I obtained this banner by chance when I was training with senior sister Sun Shu and the others. I don't usually use it. Later, I saw how powerful the ghosts were and your husband had no way to deal with them. Only then did I remember this demonic item and casually refined it. Today, I used it to collect the ghosts. It's quite convenient. As Xiao Hua spoke, he pointed his finger and the profound Yin banner rolled up and flew into his hand. Yes, since you use ghosts to refine a magic treasure, it must be something that harms people. This kind of demon should be eliminated as soon as possible. Shui did not ask Xiao Hua how to deal with the ghosts and said hatefully. As for this female cultivator, I don't know where she came from. I'm afraid she was forcefully captured by the demon. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept and looked at the female cultivator who was facing down. I'll go take a look. Shui. Let your husband do it. Xiao Hua flung his sleeve, and that female cultivator was flipped over by a big hand. Shui smiled and said, Xiao Lang, what do you want me to say? Your magic has really risen with the tide, making it difficult for this lowly concubine to look up to you. Hee, you'll know once your magic power is refined. Xiao Hua smiled. He knew that his magic power was profound, but his magical techniques were shallow. Although he didn't have the time to truly organize the bags of holding of the gold core cultivators, he still had jade slips that he could use to gain enlightenment. Although it seemed easy to casually flip over the female cultivator's body, it was much more difficult to do so, as if he were actually moving a hand. Shui and Xiao Hua were chatting. When the female cultivator turned around and saw the female cultivator's face, Shui was somewhat surprised. What do you think? Previously, it was already said that those who could cultivate and enter the Tao all had outstanding aptitudes. They were the gathering of heavenly spirits, especially female cultivators. Which one of them wasn't abnormally beautiful? But this female cultivator in front of her was clearly an exception. Not only was her figure bloated, her face was like a pancake, with a sunken nose, a bloody mouth, and a few large pockmarks on her face that shone with oil. This is a female cultivator? Shui was somewhat surprised. If it wasn't for this female cultivator's good skin and her bulging chest, she would almost think that she was a male cultivator. Yes, she's definitely a female cultivator. Xiao Hua concluded based on his male intuition. I just don't know how a demon from the heavenly demonic sect would take a fancy to this kind of beauty. Are you a demon? Shui asked in all seriousness. Xiao Hua was stunned. Of course I'm not. Why? Then how do you know her hobbies? Speaking up to here, Shui's face reddened again, and she glared at Xiao Hua. You clearly could have used Yi Yang Fan to break the illusion from the beginning, so why didn't you do it? Could it be? As she spoke, she looked at the female cultivator's chest. I'm innocent. Xiao Hua raised his hand and said. I just want to see what other tricks they have, and see if they're worth killing. You want to kill even the demons from the heavenly demonic sect, don't blame me for not reminding you in the future. Shui put her hands on her hips and said angrily, but then she felt that she was too arrogant, so she put her hands down again. Seeing Shui's arrogance that hadn't been seen for a long time, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. I know. Yes, then wake this female cultivator up and ask about the situation. Shui immediately withdrew her arrogance, and said somewhat charmingly. Okay. Xiao Hua looked at the female cultivator, and his divine sense swept over her. He then took out the demon's storage pouch, took out a few jade slips, and looked at them for a long time before taking out a jade box. He shook his head and said, Dawn Rain Continent is really full of knowledge. If this storage pouch is gone, it'll be a bit difficult to wake this female cultivator up. Inside the jade box was a light green ointment that emitted a pungent fragrance of cosmetics. Xiao Hua raised his hand, and a piece of ointment flew up and landed under the female cultivator's nose. Achoo, achoo. The female cultivator sneezed dozens of times in a row, then immediately woke up. However, before she could open her eyes, she cursed angrily. Damn you, Fan Xian, you actually dared to plot against your mother? Don't tell me you forgot. When you were a loose cultivator, it was your mother who gave it to you. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and dozens of fireballs flew out from her hand, enveloping Xiaohua and Shui. Good gracious, it's actually a female cultivator who just entered foundation building. Xiaohua didn't expect that he would casually save a foundation building cultivator. Moreover, her temper was so fiery, attacking and injuring people without even opening her eyes and sweeping her divine sense. Unfortunately, this female cultivator's angry attack was still not enough for Xiaohua to see. Xiaohua swung his sleeve, and a surge of magic power caught all the fireballs like a large hand, and threw them far away. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A burst of chaotic sounds. Only at this moment did that bloated female cultivator open her eyes. Her divine sense swept over, and she said in shock, "Sleeve Cosmos technique? You're a disciple of Blood Ray Island? Fan Qian? Where's that guy Fan Qian? Fellow Daoist." Xiaohua frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased in his heart. This technique was something he learned from a jade slip, and he was called out just as he used it. "I'm not a disciple of Blood Ray Island, and there's no one called Fan Qian here. May I know where you're from? You were actually captured by 3 heavenly demonic sect cultivators?" "Heavenly demonic sect?" The female cultivator sneered. "That androgynous fellow is called Fan Qian. Previously, he was just a loose cultivator. Damn you, I haven't seen him for more than 10 years, and he actually entered foundation building. When he met me, he actually used a secret technique to knock me out. Damn you, he entered heavenly demonic sect? What kind of sect is heavenly demonic sect? How come I don't know about it?" Chapter 1970. I am Xiaohua, and this is my junior sister. Today, we came out to gain experience and just so happened to run into those 3 people. This Xiao saw that the young lady was unconscious and was held by someone at the waist. It seemed like she had been poisoned, so I stopped them and questioned them. Xiaohua coughed. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Who would have thought that the 3 of them would attack me without saying anything? With the help of my junior sister, I was lucky enough to kill them." Saying this, Xiaohua pointed at the place where the fire burned and took out the demon storage pouch. "Ah. Is that so? So you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You're really well known." The female cultivator heard this and slightly relaxed her vigilance. She cupped her hands and said, "I'm a disciple of the ardent fire mountain called Huafurong. Thank you for saving my life, fellow Daoists. If I hadn't met you, I would have been a virgin." Saying this, a shy expression appeared on her face and she bowed. "Hee, Senior Hua, you don't have to be like this. It was just a coincidence. Moreover, the Ardent Fire Mountain is also a famous cultivation sect in the Dawn Rain continent. It's not inferior to my Imperial Thunder sect." Shui quickly helped her up and said, "Ardent Fire Mountain?" Xiaohua revealed a thoughtful expression. He naturally remembered that when he was at the 2nd layer of the Qi refinement realm, he was mistaken for a disciple of the Ardent Fire Mountain when he was refining and selling fireball talismans in Jianghu City. Now, many years had passed and he actually met a real disciple of the Ardent Fire Mountain. Moreover, they even helped him. This was really karma. Perhaps it's because this Huafurong has a pure fire constitution that she was chosen by the demon of the heavenly demon sect. Xiaohua thought to himself. "Hee, no need to call me senior." Huafurong pulled Shui's hand and said with a smile, "Just call me sister. I've never put on the airs of a foundation establishment senior. Moreover, little sister Shui is my savior, so I can't call you senior." Little sister Shui's name has Shui, and sister's surname is Hua. It's really fate. Although Huafurong's appearance was unsightly, when she spoke, her personality was very straightforward. It was so much so that she seemed to not have any shrewdness. In just a few sentences, she told Xiaohua all the things that he wanted to know. As it turned out, Hua Hibiscus had followed the Grandmaster of the Ardent Fire Mountain to Haoming City to participate in an auction. However, because there was still a long time before the start of the auction, she sneaked out to relieve her boredom. It was in Xiaotang town not far from here that she met the androgynous Fan Qian as soon as she stepped out of the teleportation array. Fan Qian was also very happy to see Fire Furong. He shouted that he wanted to repay Fire Furong's kindness in the past and lured her into the trap set up by the three of them to capture her. Little sister Shui, Xiaohua, there's nothing good in this servant's storage pouch. It's still on this servant's waist. That demon won't take it. Hua Furong smiled. I wonder where the two of you are going to train. If you have time, follow me to Haoming City and let my old ancestor thank you properly. Although Shui knew that they were going to Haoming City this time, she still looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. We're also going to Haoming City. We're going together. Huh, very good. Hua Furong clapped her hands and said, I heard that the scale of this auction in Haoming City is very large, and only golden core cultivators can participate. Follow me and I'll let you see the world. Okay. Xiaohua smiled. However, I still have something to do, so I can't go with you for the time being. Ah. Is that so? Hua Furong was a little disappointed. However, I'll send you to the teleportation array in Xiaotang town and entrust my junior sister to you. How about you take her to Haoming City first? Xiaohua suddenly said. Senior brother Xiao. Shui was stunned and asked curiously, where are you going? Hee, I naturally have something to do. It's a little inconvenient to take you with me. Since fellow Daoist Hua is here, she can also escort you to Haoming City. No problem. Just watch me. Hua Furong patted her chest, and her breasts surged. Senior brother. Shui was a little resentful, but when she thought about her cultivation, she could only be a burden to Xiaohua. She said sadly, be careful. Go early and come back early. Don't worry. Xiaohua blinked at her. When have I ever suffered a loss? Moreover, I'll give you a surprise when I return. Shui didn't look happy at all and only nodded slightly. This lowly concubine doesn't want any surprises. I only hope you come back safely. I will. Don't worry. Xiaohua nodded. Seeing Shui and Xiaohua talking like this, how could Hua Furong not know their relationship? She looked at them enviously. Xiaohua sent Shui and Hua Furong to Xiaotang town and watched them enter the teleportation array. Only then did he reluctantly part with Shui. Xiaohua knew that the reason why Hua Furong was captured by Fan Qian was partly because she was careless, and partly because the teleportation array was too far. Even if she resisted, there wouldn't be any cultivators helping her. After this lesson, she would definitely be vigilant. From Xiaotang town to Haoming City, she would definitely use the teleportation array. Even if there were some places where she had to fly, as long as Hua Furong showed the sign of being the direct disciple of the three old monsters of Blazing Fire Mountain, who wouldn't help her? Besides, only people like Fan Qian with ulterior motives would covet Hua Furong. Other people probably wouldn't be interested, right? Therefore, it should be appropriate for Shui to follow Hua Furong. Afterwards, Xiaohua didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he hid in a hidden place and released his Buddhist awareness. He observed the teleportation array of Xiaotang town for a long time until he felt that there were no conspicuous cultivators or cultivators related to the heavenly demon sect. Only then did he feel relieved and leave. After all, this was related to Shui's safety, so no amount of caution was excessive. Xiaohua came out of his hiding place and didn't look around. He just randomly chose a direction and flew away. After flying for half a day, he stopped and scanned the area with his divine sense. He found another cave and cleaned it a bit. Then, he waved his hand and took out 100 or so shiny jade talismans. He placed them in various parts of the cave in an orderly manner. Then, he made a grabbing motion in the air and several dozen flashes of light appeared as the rabbit formation was set up. During the 3 years in Tianmen Mountain, Xiaohua mainly focused on repairing the array. While he was comprehending the array of Tianmen Mountain, he also refined a lot of rabbit spirit talismans. It had to be said that the Huang family was indeed a prominent family from tens of thousands of years ago. Although it had declined, its foundation was still there. The materials used to refine the spirit talismans were all given to him by Huang Mingxiang without hesitation. Of course, as Xiao Hua's assistant, Huang Mingxiang had to stay by Xiao Hua's side almost every day. In addition to the usual cultivation and comprehending the rare and painful traces left behind by Huang Yi, Xiao Hua didn't have much time to organize his gains. Even the heaven and earth in the sleeve that he used before was something that Xiao Hua occasionally obtained when he was busy. Of course, Xiao Hua's current spiritual power was comparable to the gold core realm. Although he had just practiced the heaven and earth in the sleeve, it was still more than enough to deal with Fan Xian and the others who were in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. However, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged and didn't hurry to organize. Instead, he shook his body and released the Phoenix Dharma body. In these 3 years, he didn't cultivate at all and didn't make any progress. It was still about 200 feet tall. It flapped its wings and floated above Xiao Hua's head. Alas, I don't know if it's right to change the Great Strength Guardian Dharma body to the Phoenix Dharma body. Xiao Hua's divine thought swept over and sighed. The Great Strength Guardian Dharma body can still be tempered with a cultivation method, but I don't know how to cultivate the Phoenix Dharma body. Although I previously swallowed the Fire Ape's soul essence and Chao Wu's soul essence and went through the tempering of the Fire Essence Flame Crystal, Earth Crystal Ya Milk, and the Origin of Fire, I didn't see any special progress. I can't just rely on swallowing soul essences, right? Moreover, I was beaten to the point where I couldn't even fight back when I met some 5 Suns evil ghost. It's really sad. It's so difficult. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and kept the Dharma body back into his body. However, he smiled again. Damn it, I have such good fortune. How can I blame the heavens and others? I don't have any true spirit bloodline. I was really lucky to be able to produce this Dharma body. Moreover, if I didn't have this Phoenix Dharma body, could I save Fairy Hongxia? Could I dual cultivate with her? Hee hee. Thinking of Fairy Hongxia, a smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. It was a happy smile, a smile of reminiscence. Then, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and spat out the execution dream from his mouth. As soon as the execution dream appeared, it immediately turned into 32 sword lights and flew in all directions of the cave. Seeing the cold sword lights in the sword array and the tight defense, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "This sword array is now a great weapon of mine. It's a pity that this is still sword light. It's fundamentally different from a real flying sword. It shouldn't be a problem to kill cultivators below the golden core stage. However, if it really encounters a golden core stage cultivator, it's not bad if it can trap them. Sigh, sword spirit, oh sword spirit. Does a flying sword without a sword spirit really have no spiritual energy? Can't it be used at will and its power can be multiplied? The other 8 sword balls have been nurtured for such a long time, but there are still no signs of flying swords. I really want to see if the 10,000 swords of the world can be compared to the sword array of a sword cultivator." Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to keep the sword array. Instead, he spent another 2 hours practicing the sword array until he was familiar with it. Only then did he keep it. After practicing the sword formation, Xiao Hua once again circulated the exquisite leaf sutra and revealed the 2-foot-long Buddha Sarira. Immediately, the entire cave was filled with Buddhist light. The Buddhist light was golden and dazzling, extremely gentle. Coupled with the Buddha Sarira's abnormally benevolent expression, it really showed the divine ability of Buddhism. This Buddha Sarira is also strange. Previously, it was 1 foot tall, but now it's 2 feet tall. Coupled with the 2nd-grade golden lotus under its feet, it should be 2 feet tall. Xiao Hua looked at the Sarira, similarly benevolent expression in his eyes. However, this Sarira is completely different from before. The previous Sarira was an empty shell, just like the Phoenix Dharma body. Now, because of Senior Huang Yi's lightning tribulation, not only did it fill the 2nd-grade golden lotus under the Sarira's feet, it also filled the Sarira quite a bit. Of course, it's probably because my cultivation technique is not complete. There are still many places in the Sarira that are blurry. Sigh, to be merciful and deliver all living beings from torment, Senior Huang, these words are easy to say, but who knows how difficult it is to put them into practice. Although this little one has promised you, you still have to let this little one do it slowly. Only when one's cultivation base and divine abilities are profound will one have greater power and greater mercy. Chapter 1971. Putting away the Buddha Saraira, Xiaohua opened his mouth again and 2 balls of flames flew out. One was a scarlet-red spiritual flame and the other was a 5-colored spiritual flame. At this time, the spiritual flame was already the size of a fist. As soon as it appeared, it immediately gave off heat, while the scarlet spiritual flame was the opposite. It quietly floated in the air without any heat. The fire can already refine tools now. Wait until I collect all the materials to repair the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal is an earth-type magic treasure, so it should be something I can use when I'm in the foundation establishment stage. Xiaohua frowned and thought, however, this spiritual fire isn't as powerful as I thought. Senior Huang Yi's 7-eyed amorous passion fire can actually resist it. Of course, Senior Huang had the body of an evil spirit. Her 7-eyed alluring flame had the characteristics of both the netherworld and the vermilion bird primordial flame. It was used to resist the heavenly tribulation. Compared to such a wondrous item, young Master Huang's spirit fire was not bad at all. It's a pity that the ancient fire control method is also incomplete. Now I can only cultivate the spiritual fire without any progress. I don't know what level it can reach in the end. Putting away the spirit fire and frigid Zhu fire, Xiaohua checked his Buddha's heart again. Above the Buddha's fire was the sword pill and the shabby small dough. Xiaohua had long turned a blind eye to the small dough, so when he took it out to take a look, he still couldn't see any abnormalities. Immediately after, Xiaohua checked his basic cultivation base, and his divine sense fell on his meridians. Is this dragonization ability useful or not? This young master had used the blood shadow technique to cultivate his meridians on their own. He had been cultivating it almost all the time without stopping at all. If it were any other divine ability, after cultivating it for so long, there would at least be some signs of improvement. But this brat, even though the lightning tribulation had come, he had been torn apart and restored, and then continued tearing apart. This young master had already tasted countless sufferings, but he had not changed at all. Isn't this a blow to my confidence? However, although he thought this, Xiaohua still faintly felt that the dragonization art was very powerful. It was impossible for him not to cultivate it. He didn't need to worry about it. He could cultivate as long as he wanted. After checking his cultivation, Xiaohua somewhat sighed. Master said I was greedy, and sure enough, it's like that. If I take out any of these things, Master will scold me. Alas, fortunately, I'm already in the foundation building realm, so I can still cope, for several decades. Immediately, Xiaohua began to sort out the storage bags. There were a lot of spirit stones, pills, spirit grasses, materials, and other things inside the storage bags. Xiaohua didn't know much about them, so he put the things he knew together into categories, and the things he didn't know were simply separated. He didn't put everything together like before. This simple tidying up took Xiaohua nearly half a day's time. Looking at the dream mirage butterfly egg that hadn't changed in the past 3 years, Xiaohua was still the same as before. Before he could find a way to restrain the dream mirage butterfly's incomparably powerful innate talent, he didn't dare to have the slightest idea of moving it. In the end, Xiaohua's gaze fell on a pile of magic tools and magic treasures. Looking left and right, Xiaohua couldn't find anything suitable. Forget it, I'll put them all away first. Isn't there going to be an auction? If it doesn't work, then I'll exchange it for other things, like spirit stones. Hey, eldest senior brother is really generous, giving these spirit stones to me. That's right, according to the records in Huang Yi's imprint, a great divine ability is a great magical technique. Where do I have a great magical technique right now? How can I teach it to little Xiangji? Damn it, that's an exaggeration. However, fortunately, great divine abilities are only possessed by nascent soul stage cultivators. Perhaps I'll be able to find one in the future. Xiaohua finally understood what a great divine ability was. Alas! In the end, what was left was a pile of jade slips. There were too many things recorded in them, including cultivation methods, secret techniques, secret stories, and so on. Xiaohua used nearly 3 days to roughly look through them. From them, he picked out 2 earth attribute magical techniques and prepared to practice them. One was called Earth Congealing Technique, similar to the Great Confinement Technique. However, it used earth attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth to confine and pressure the enemy from all sides. It was even more powerful than the Great Confinement Technique. The other one was Earth Shield Technique, a defensive technique. It could form an earth attribute shield around Xiaohua. The sturdiness of the shield was related to Xiaohua's magic power. After recording the chants of the 2 magical techniques on a separate jade slip, Xiaohua thought of the talisman technique. However, Huang Yi's talisman technique was performed using the soul body. If Xiaohua wanted to use it, he must first practice the 9th heavens of spirit origin cultivation method to the great perfection stage and cultivate the power of the soul. After taking out the simple soul cultivation method, Xiaohua thought of the Confucian cultivator's tortoise shell and core. After pondering for a long time, Xiaohua still didn't take out the tortoise shell. Instead, he first recorded the memories of the Confucian cultivator's scarlet imprint on a jade slip. After finishing this, Xiaohua thought of God guidance, lightning evasion, jade talisman technique, and the soul thorn in the scarlet imprint. Alas, there are too many magical techniques to practice. There's not enough time. Xiaohua immediately wailed. If I could use the blood shadow technique to practice, that would be great. Yes, Xiaohua now had magical techniques and many magical techniques. Compared to the time when he was a loose cultivator, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. But now, there was another problem. He didn't have enough time. Unfortunately, these magical techniques couldn't be cultivated by the spiritual dragon vein like the dragon transformation art. He could only practice them bit by bit. For the first time, Xiaohua longed to go into seclusion. A long seclusion where he could practice all the magical techniques. I'll accompany Shui to see the sea. First, I'll help her build her foundation. After returning to the Imperial Thunder sect, I'll casually find a place in the Myriad Thunder Valley to open an immortal's cave. I'll immediately go into seclusion. Damn it, this young master did not know which expert he had offended, to actually seal this young master's Naiwan palace. No matter how I think about it these 3 years, I can't remember anything. Presumably, my memory loss is related to this guy. Is it necessary? I used to be a mortal who didn't know how to cultivate qi. Even if my Naiwan palace was sealed, what effect would it have on me? What good would it do that guy? Xiaohua secretly clenched his teeth. He put the matter of dual cultivation with Shui after building his foundation to the back of his mind. If I don't hurry up and raise my cultivation level, won't I still be at his mercy? Even when Senior Huang Yi was at his peak, he couldn't open it. Then, what kind of cultivation level is that? That's right, when I met the Empress that year, she seemed to have checked it too. Why didn't she say anything? Xiaohua thought again. I'm afraid it's because the Empress cultivation level isn't high enough to open this seal. She didn't want to offend him, or maybe she didn't want to alarm that person again and put me in danger. At this time, Xiaohua took out the token that the Empress had given him. Chapter 1972. At this time, Xiaohua took out the token the Empress gave him and looked it over. At that time, the Empress said that if I built my foundation, I could help her with something. Now that I've built my foundation, I should repay her kindness. However, I have to bring Shui along and help her build her foundation, so it's not too convenient. Let's wait until after this experience. Oh, also, the space at the back of my head is different from a storage bag. It actually isolates the information from the tokens, communication talismans, tokens and other items. Even if I meet the queen in the vicinity, the tokens and other items will not have any reaction. It is better for me to place these useful items in a separate storage bag. If I am really able to meet her, it will be fate. Soon after, Xiaohua organized all the things he needed, put them in the storage pouch, and tied it to his waist. Only then did he decide to practice the 2 spells first. Then, he would study the characters of Confucian cultivators. The other spells could only be put aside for later. After finishing his arrangements, Xiaohua calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense into the jade slip. He silently read the earth condensation technique's formula word by word. 10 days later, Xiaohua's figure flew out of the cave. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, raised his head to identify the direction, and used the bright thunder escape to fly towards a certain place. He flew for another 10 days. When his divine sense saw a flourishing place, he unconsciously frowned and stopped. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out a jade slip. He immersed his divine sense into it and carefully looked at it. He looked around and muttered to himself, according to the message left by Xia Zhiqian from the Immortal Ascension sect, it should be here. However, this place is obviously a paradise on earth. How could there be such a rare spiritual herb like the heavenly een grass? Could it be that someone planted the heavenly een grass here? However, since the heavenly een grass is a miraculous alchemy item that can work together with thunder attribute materials, how could it be planted here? Since this place is still in the country of Shi, my Imperial Thunder sect is famous for thunder attribute spells. It's impossible that we don't know about this place, right? Xia Zhiqian also couldn't have used this thing to invite martial Uncle Zhenyi, right? Maybe. Xia Zhiqian and the others have already left? Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. When he saw Xia Zhiqian in Flame Forest Marsh, he promised to bring the jade slip to Zhenyi. However, Zhenyi had already died, so the jade slip naturally couldn't be delivered to Zhenyi. Xiaohua had only inadvertently seen the contents when he used a secret technique to break the blood-colored seal. However, since it was something planned by a Jindan cultivator, Xiaohua absolutely didn't participate in it out of curiosity. Wasn't the miserable situation at that time an absolutely good lesson? However, just as Shui helplessly handed over the jade slip containing the Ling Lei pill to Xiaohua, Xiaohua suddenly thought of this matter. Since the heavenly een grass was useful for Shui's foundation establishment, Xiaohua had no choice but to brace himself and come over to take a look to see if there were any opportunities. Of course, Xiaohua's heart was also perturbed at this moment. Cooperating with a golden core cultivator, he was definitely at a disadvantage. Last time, he had Zhenyi, a golden core cultivator, as his backing, so he dared to bargain with others. But this time, he was alone, so he was definitely asking a tiger for its skin. However, that jade slip was given to Xiaohua by Xia Zhiqian 4 years ago. Who knew if this matter had already passed? Let's go over and take a look first. If a senior has the opportunity to obtain the heavenly een grass, I also have to see what price I can pay to exchange for it, right? Xiaohua didn't want to let go of this rare clue, so he released his divine sense and carefully and slowly flew forward. After flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, there was still a field of flowers and plants in front of him. A light breeze blew past, and bursts of floral fragrance brushed against his face, making Xiaohua feel slightly tipsy. This place. Xiaohua's divine sense swept past a few swaying flower branches, and he suddenly discovered some fluctuations of spiritual power. This seems to be a formation. Xiaohua had immersed himself in the Tao of formations these past few years, and his cultivation in the field of formations had greatly increased. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't have been able to discover it, but now, he could easily detect it. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, he had come up with several possible ways to break it. This is strange. Why would there be a formation here? Xiaohua's divine sense locked onto the location of the formation, and he pondered. Xia Zhiqian didn't say much, he only told me to come here to find him. With his unfamiliar friendship with martial Uncle Zhenyi, he wouldn't easily divulge the location of where he was going. This is probably the place where they gathered in advance. Thinking of this, Xiaohua seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He stood in midair and respectfully waited, and he didn't hurry to use his divine sense to search around. Sure enough, after the time it took to eat a meal, a hurricane seemed to blow up where Xiaohua stood, stirring up the flowers and plants in the vicinity of 100 feet. However, those flowers and plants didn't fly into the air, but instead strangely sucked into the ground. Waves of tearing force appeared all over Xiaohua's body, as if they wanted to tear his body into pieces. However, Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to them and didn't pay any attention to them. He knew that as long as he left this position, these forces would immediately become real. If he stood still and didn't move, these forces would become illusions. Just as Xiaohua expected, although all kinds of forces appeared, as soon as they came into contact with his Daoist robe, they all turned into nothingness like a breeze blowing through the flowers and plants. Immediately after, from the place where the hurricane was sucked in, 2 rays of brilliance appeared like blooming spring flowers. 2 female cultivators dressed in beautiful clothes appeared on the left and right. These 2 female cultivators were both in their 40s, and their appearances were quite beautiful. Each of them held a flower branch in their hands, but the flowers on the branches were different. "Hey, which sect are you a disciple of? Why are you so rash as to wander in front of my burial flower manor?" The female cultivator beside Xiaohua, dressed in blue clothes and holding a plum blossom in her hand, scolded without any trace of politeness. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over them, and he knew that they were both in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He didn't dare to be negligent, and he immediately cupped his hands and said, "I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and my name is Xiaohua." "Huh? A disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect? What are you doing here?" The female cultivator on the right was dressed in blue clothes and held a begonia flower branch in her hand. She looked at the female cultivator on the left and asked curiously. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with an apologetic smile, "Let me tell you, fellow Daoists. I came here to find Senior Xia Zhiqian from the Immortal Ascension sect." Immortal Ascension sect? The female cultivator on the left was very eloquent, and she immediately asked, "If you are looking for the Immortal Ascension sect, you will naturally go to Meng country. Why did fellow Daoist Xiao come to my burial flower manor?" This. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then slapped his hand and took out the jade slip from his storage pouch. He explained, "I have Senior Xia's jade slip," he said. "I can find him here, so I came." The female cultivator shook her head and replied, "There is only burial flower manor here, and there is no Xia Zhiqian. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please go back." "So it's like that." Xiaohua's face showed disappointment, and he sighed, cupped his hands, and said, "Many thanks, fellow Daoist. I have disturbed you." With that, Xiaohua turned around and was about to leave, but the eyes of the female cultivator on the right lit up, and her face showed respect, as if she had heard an order, and she said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment, when did you get this jade slip?" Xiaohua was happy and quickly said, "I saw Senior Xia 4 years ago in Flame Forest Swamp." The female cultivator nodded and said, "Okay, let me see the jade slip." Xiaohua waved his hand, and the jade slip flew to the female cultivator. The female cultivator took it, and she used her divine sense to check it. After looking for a moment, she said strangely, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, this jade slip should be for Senior Zhenyi, right? Why are you here?" Xiaohua's face showed a sad expression, and he said, "Alas, Martial Uncle Zhenyi died in Flame Forest Swamp, so I can't give this jade slip to Martial Uncle." "Okay, since it is like this, I will thank fellow Daoist Xiao on behalf of Senior Xia. This jade slip. I will give it to Senior." The female cultivator waved her hand and put the jade slip into her storage bag. She said with a smile, "The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect are indeed extraordinary. You specially came to report this matter, which surprised me." Seeing that the female cultivator took the jade slip without saying anything and said some words of admiration, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said awkwardly, "Since fellow Daoist can give this jade slip to Senior Xia, then Senior Xia must be in Burial Flower Manor, right? Can I personally give it to Senior Xia?" "You little brat," the female cultivator on the left sneered, "I already told you that Senior Xia isn't here. Even if Big Sister is willing to give you the jade slip, it won't happen today. If you want to personally give it to Senior Xia, then you should take the jade slip to Meng Country's Immortal Ascension Gate." The female cultivator on the right was obviously more gentle. She stared at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Does fellow Daoist Xiao have something to say to Senior Xie?" "Yes." Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I came here today for the thing in the jade slip." "Oh?" The female cultivator on the right raised her eyebrows and looked Xiaohua up and down again. She said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you've just entered the Foundation establishment realm, so you should consolidate your realm. There are many useless good things, so you shouldn't covet them too much." "Alas, I'll let fellow Daoist know." Xiaohua smiled apologetically. "That thing is useful for Thunder Attribute disciples, but I have no use for it. I came here to ask for this thing for my dual cultivation partner to help her reach the Foundation establishment realm." "Hee," the female cultivator on the left laughed and said while covering her mouth, "What an affectionate person. Presumably, you two were already familiar with each other when you were in the aura refinement realm, right? Now that you've reached the Foundation establishment realm, you still want to look for an opportunity to reach the Foundation establishment realm for her and plan for a beautiful future? Fellow Daoist, you're wise." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "My master wants to find a female Foundation establishment realm disciple to dual cultivate with, but I'm still thinking about my former junior sister. I can't forget the oath of eternal love, right? That's why I came here." "Good. Not bad." The female cultivator on the right didn't say anything, but the female cultivator on the left gave him a thumbs up. Once other people reach the Foundation establishment realm, they either consolidate their realm or set their sights on female Foundation establishment realm disciples. They're all thinking about their own future. There really aren't many people like you, who don't forget your old love. If senior sister doesn't help you, I won't. However, before she finished speaking, the female cultivator on the right immediately berated her. "Junior sister." Chapter 1973. That's right, she didn't even ask what Xiaohua wanted and just said she would help him. This female cultivator on the left was really straightforward. "Senior sister." The female cultivator on the left smiled and said, "Little sister just wants to." At this moment, a voice as clear as an aureole and as gentle as jade sounded. "You two don't quarrel. Haitang, let him come in and talk." "Yes, Manor Lord." The two people's faces became serious, and they bowed and said in unison. Soon after, the female cultivator on the right who was holding a begonia branch waved the begonia branch. The many begonia flowers on the branch emitted a bright brilliance. Each begonia flower seemed to bloom. They separated from the branch and hovered in front of the female cultivator for a moment. As the female cultivator made a hand seal, they turned into several strange diagrams. Finally, as the female cultivator made a hand seal, they flew to her feet. Rumble. Like a hot spring, waves of flowers gushed out from the place where the begonia flowers flew to. These waves of flowers directly divided into 3 groups and flew to the feet of Xiaohua and the 2 female cultivators respectively. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please follow me inside." The female cultivator named Haitang stepped on the waves of flowers. At this moment, Xiaohua saw that Haitang was barefoot. On her white and delicate bare feet, her 10 toes were painted pink. "Please," Xiaohua retracted his gaze, slightly cupped his hands, and also stepped onto the wave of flowers. Then, the wave of flowers suddenly enveloped upwards, and thousands of spinning flowers surrounded Xiaohua, hugging Xiaohua as they fell towards the flowers and plants. And in the middle of the rotating waves of flowers, a strange brilliance flashed very faintly, and a flower that didn't exist suddenly appeared. Xiaohua, Haitang, and the others didn't notice it at all. In just a moment, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. The surrounding gorgeous flowers all disappeared, and a rather spectacular manor appeared in front of him. The manor was built on a plain and surrounded by hills that weren't high. As far as his eyes could see, it was dozens of miles in size. There were many pavilions and galleries inside, and there were also many rockery and lakes. However, Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't leave his body. It was probably restricted by a large formation. Xiaohua slightly raised his head again, only to see floating clouds in the azure sky above his head. Occasionally, a few birds would fly through the air, and the chirping sounds could be clearly heard. This formation is not inferior to the Sky Gate Mountain's water-cutting formation. Xiaohua thought to himself in awe as he slowly descended. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Haitang and another female cultivator landed beside Xiaohua and pointed at the several zhang tall gate of the villa not far away. Please, Xiaohua returned the courtesy and followed Haitang to the villa. The gate of this villa was different from what Xiaohua usually saw. It was a semicircle about 10 zhang in size, like a semicircle formed by twisting some kind of strange vine. On top of the semicircle, there were all kinds of colorful flowers. Some were round, some were star-shaped, some were flat, and there were even strings of sparks. The two sides of the manor's gate were even more bizarre. Large trees were lined up side by side, like guards protecting the manor behind them. Although the gaps between these trees were large enough, Xiaohua knew that there was definitely an extremely powerful restriction in the middle. Buried Flower Manor. When Xiaohua walked closer, on the gate of the villa surrounded by vines, 4 big words composed of flowers of different colors suddenly flashed. It was very conspicuous. Buried Flower Manor? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly. Whether it was the ancient records of the Imperial Thunder sect or Huang Yi's imprint, there was no trace of this place. Moreover, Huang Yi didn't mention the name of the place on the jade slip. He really didn't expect that there would be such a strange villa not far from Haoming City. The female cultivator named Haitang is already a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Their villa master should at least be a cultivator in the early stage of gold core, and even a cultivator in the late stage of gold core wouldn't be surprising. This kind of cultivation, this kind of power, I'm afraid it's second only to the 7 major cities. It's more powerful than any cultivation family. I'm afraid that the Lingpei villa I encountered before isn't even worthy of carrying their shoes. While Xiaohua was pondering, he had already followed the two into the villa. What he saw inside the villa was somewhat different from what he saw when he descended from the sky. After walking along the gallery formed by petals and vines for half a cup of tea's time, they arrived in front of an azure lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a faint white mist in the air. In the white mist, there was a small bridge that led directly to the lake. When they arrived at the small bridge by the lake, Haitang stopped and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I can't accompany you. Please go to Linlang Pavilion alone." "Many thanks, fellow Daoists." After Xiaohua cupped his hands and bowed to the two, he slowly stepped onto the small bridge. Soon after, he was in no hurry and slowly walked along the small bridge into the white mist. This small foundation establishment cultivator is somewhat interesting. The female cultivator on the left looked at Xiaohua's appearance and said somewhat strangely. Haitang tilted her head and seemed to be thinking about something. She asked, "Plum Blossom, do you think this cultivator called Xiaohua is too calm?" "Hee, probably. It can't be called calm. To be able to cultivate to the early stage of foundation establishment, his temperament must be calm. Although he doesn't look old, he must have used a youth-preserving spirit pill. He can't be too young." Plum Blossom said with a smile, "Elder sister, don't you think the way he walked to Linlang Pavilion is too strange? In my impression, apart from Daoist Master Yan Hong who walked step by step, all the other cultivators, including some qi refining cultivators, as long as they find that there is no restriction on the small bridge, they will use magic, fly, or shrink to show off in front of Villa Lord. This, perhaps." Haitang didn't agree with Plum Blossom's idea too much. She said noncommittally, "Perhaps he feels that there is a restriction on the small bridge, or he is afraid that using magic will trigger the restriction. Forget it, in the end, this is a small cultivator who is affectionate and righteous. If Villa Lord can help him, that would be the best. We will wait here." While they were talking, a flower basket flew out from the white mist and quickly flew in front of Haitang. Haitang extended her hand and took out the jade slip Xiaohua gave her. She placed it in the flower basket, and the flower basket quickly flew back. Xiaohua stepped on the small bridge and looked around while walking. Under his feet was the azure lake. Countless fish swam back and forth while swinging their tails. There were also some aquatic plants around the fish. When the breeze blew, faint ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. The aquatic plants also slowly swayed along with the ripples. The small bridge under his feet was also made of rattan bamboo-like plants. It was somewhat slippery and even had some moss. It looked like it had been there for a long time. It is really strange. Xiaohua criticized inwardly. This is obviously a cultivator's villa, but whether it is the villa's gate, walls, or this small bridge, they are all no different from those in the mortal world. There doesn't seem to be any restriction on this small bridge. While he was thinking, Xiaohua walked in front of the white mist. Inside the white mist, nothing could be seen clearly. He could only vaguely see that the small bridge was still extending into the distance. Xiaohua's footsteps were still steady. Without the slightest hesitation, he plunged into the white mist. Chapter 1974. However, as soon as his figure entered the white fog, he immediately walked out of it. Not only was the rich heaven and earth spiritual chi rushing towards him, but there was also a group of pavilions on the water in front of him. Rows upon rows of picturesque pavilions were lined up on the water's surface. Countless emerald green round leaves covered the water's surface, and thumb-thick rhombus stems were raised high into the air. Pink, light green, light blue, pink-white, vermilion, golden yellow, and other flowers of different sizes were floating around the galleries and pavilions, making Xiaohua feel a little dizzy. Before Xiaohua could even look around, a burst of ding-dong, like the sound of clear spring water, flowed into his ears. A wave of refreshing feeling instantly emerged from Xiaohua's mind, and actually flowed down along his meridians. Soon, the Jinyuan in his meridians completed a large circulation, and the amount of earth crystal ya milk was actually more than twice as much as the one he had refined before. Excellent. Xiaohua was overjoyed and thought, this manor lord's cultivation is probably even higher than martial uncle Zhen Qing's. Unfortunately, it was only a single cycle. Although the zither music was pleasing to the ear and incomparably comfortable to listen to, it no longer had the effect of refining the earth crystal ya milk. Senior, this way please, a beautiful female cultivator walked out of the pavilion in front of Xiaohua and said with a smile while bowing. Thank you for your trouble, Xiaohua nodded and took a few steps forward. The pavilion before his eyes was actually changing like a kaleidoscope. Numerous beautiful and young female cultivators wore clothes that were embroidered with gold and jade, and they either held jade plates, spirit fruits, or feathered fans made from the wings of spirit beasts in their hands as they shuttled back and forth in the pavilion. Giggles and whispers instantly filled Xiaohua's eyes. The only thing that didn't change was the melodious zither sound that resounded from somewhere in the distance, yet as far as his eyes could see, there was no trace of it. Xiaohua followed the female cultivator all the way forward. The female cultivators he met all avoided him and bowed respectfully, calling him senior. The female cultivators each had their own merits. Xiaohua was dazzled, but he still smiled and nodded slightly. He couldn't see anything in his eyes. If he forced himself to say something, it would be envy in his eyes. Needless to say, with the formation of the Burial Flower Manor, the middle stage foundation establishment cultivator who went out to greet Xiaohua, and the beautiful female cultivators in the pavilion, Xiaohua knew that the manor lord of the Burial Flower Manor not only had an extraordinary cultivation, but also had an extraordinary background. He had cultivated for many years, but he didn't know when he would be able to reach such a height. But after thinking about it, it wasn't as if he didn't have such an opportunity. Let's take Tianmen Mountain as an example. Huang Tianla seemed to be entrusting him with all the arrays of Tianmen Mountain to him so that he could repair them. It was as if he was putting Tianmen Mountain in front of him. Even if he was really just an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he could easily take over the Heavenly Gate Mountain. Well, taking a step back, he wasn't so shameless as to use the ambiguous relationship he had with Huang Mingxiang in his dream to take control of the Heavenly Gate Mountain, right? However, not only did he not act according to Huang Tianla's plan and Huang Mingxiang's dream, he instead helped Huang Mang and Huang Mingxiang reach the foundation establishment stage. He taught all of the formation repair techniques to Huang Mingxiang and left with a flick of his sleeves. Xiaohua didn't think of himself as a saint, and he was greedy for a lot of small favors. But to be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in controlling a sect or a family. He felt that it was a burden, a burden. It was far from being alone, or traveling the world with the person he loved, free and unfettered. Forget it, I guess this young master isn't that kind of person who is obsessed with fame and craves for luxury. Xiaohua thought clearly, and some of the admiration in his eyes disappeared. He only smiled and nodded, and his eyes were full of interest as he admired the scenery of the water. Xiaohua followed the female cultivator around who knows how many bends and walked past who knows how many unique pavilions. But from beginning to end, the elegant sound of the zither continued to linger in his ears, neither high nor low. Just as Xiaohua felt a little strange and wanted to raise his eyes to look ahead, a huge water screen appeared in front of him. On the water screen, he saw a school of unknown colorful fish leisurely swimming back and forth, as if they were in midair. "Senior, please," the female cultivator walked in front of the water curtain and didn't move forward. She smiled and said, "Senior, after passing through here, the Linlang Pavilion is in front. Forgive this junior for not being able to accompany you." "Hee, thank you, fellow Daoist." He cupped his hands and stepped into the water curtain without hesitation. Whoosh. The sound of water echoed, as if he was walking in the lake. Xiaohua even felt the pressure of the water around him, but his Daoist robe didn't have the slightest trace of water. Apart from an illusion, what else could it be? The water curtain wasn't short. Xiaohua walked no less than 10 steps before he came out of the water curtain. What greeted him made him stunned. Previously, he was used to seeing gorgeous waterside pavilions of different styles. He originally thought that the manor master's place would be even more dazzling, but the waterside pavilion in front of him was completely woven out of emerald green bamboo that was as thick as a thumb. However, when his gaze once again fell on the emerald green bamboo that was like amber, sparkling and translucent like jasper, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise in his heart, "Waterside orchid bamboo?" Xiaohua obviously didn't recognize waterside orchid bamboo. The reason why he was able to call out the name of this bamboo was because he had the inherited memories of the fire ape and Chaoli from the distant past era in his mind, as well as the inheritance of ghost cultivators from Huang Yi. How could a name that came from these places be easy to recognize? Damn it, this kind of distant past era variant is the best material to refine wood-type magic tools. Unexpectedly, someone used it to make a pavilion. If I didn't see it with my own eyes. Xiaohua sighed. It seems that compared to this burial flower manor, Tianmen Mountain's Huang clan is like comparing a country bumpkin to generations of scholars. Xiaohua knew that this waterside orchid bamboo was not a simple bamboo. This bamboo contained rich wood-type spiritual energy that attracted a type of spiritual insect called waterside orchid. The waterside orchid was only the size of a baby's pinky nail and was emerald green in color. It liked the aura of waterside orchid bamboo the most and also liked to attach itself to this bamboo. From the time a waterside orchid bamboo was born, it was unknown how many waterside orchids would attach themselves to it. And after these waterside orchids attached themselves to the bamboo, they would no longer move. Even after they died, their bodies would crystallize and become one with the waterside orchid bamboo. Therefore, waterside orchid bamboo was the best material to refine magic tools. In the distant past era, there were many famous wood-type magic tools that were refined from waterside orchid bamboo. It was also because of this that many almighty people used their various magical abilities to obtain these waterside orchid bamboo. This thing was like the mirage butterfly. It had long since disappeared from the Dawn Rain continent. If Xiaohua didn't obtain some memories from the distant past era, he would have definitely treated this strange-looking bamboo as an ordinary object. Since he knew the rarity of waterside orchid bamboo, Xiaohua had a bit of expectation towards the manor master of Burial Flower Manor. Presumably, he would be able to obtain the sky-een grass from this person. Unfortunately, although the Linlang Pavilion was right in front of him, the situation inside was blurry. Only as Xiaohua approached step by step, did his field of vision gradually become clear. This was a pavilion that faced the lake on all 4 sides. It didn't look any different from what he usually saw. At the end of the pavilion, there was a female cultivator wearing plain clothes who was bending over and playing the 9-string zither. Because her head was lowered, he couldn't see her face clearly. However, her beautiful, pitch-black hair that was like a cloud was coiled up high on top of her head. Along with the sound of the zither, her hair slightly trembled. Just like this, it was as if that trembling had grabbed onto Xiaohua's heart, attracting all of his attention to the female cultivator's body. The sound of "tsi" only lasted for a moment before Xiaohua realized that he had forgotten himself. He used God's guidance and felt a burst of coolness in his heart. He sucked in a breath of cold air and promptly shifted his gaze away, looking all around. There were only a few people in the pavilion. In addition to the female cultivator sitting cross-legged on a praying mat and playing the zither, there were 4 female cultivators who were slightly older. These 4 female cultivators were dressed differently. The colors of their clothes were also completely different. Some were light green, some were fiery red, some were azure, and some were snow white. It seemed to be somewhat in line with the colors of the 4 seasons. These 4 female cultivators all had smiles on their faces. Their gazes were fixed on the female cultivator in the seat of honor, as if they didn't notice Xiaohua's arrival at all. Late Foundation Establishment Realm. Xiaohua's gaze caught sight of them. His divine sense very naturally swept out. To his surprise, he discovered that the 4 female cultivators all had an astonishing cultivation base of Late Foundation Establishment Realm. Thus, in his shock, he promptly withdrew his divine sense and very cleverly stood with his hands by his side. He lowered his head and opened his ears, carefully listening. Xiaohua didn't know anything about music. The only bit of knowledge he had was that he had heard of Zhen Qing's flute. However, this female cultivator's zither sound was the same as Zhen Qing's flute. They were both extremely pure. Xiaohua could hear the high mountains and flowing water, the chirping of birds and the hissing of insects from the zither sound. Even Xiaohua could almost see the scene of a cheerful yet distressed young girl washing her muslin at the head of the stream in the spring. Zheng, a light sound, like a sharp sword cutting through the spring sun, broke the tranquility and gentleness. The zither sound was unexpectedly cut off. Xiaohua raised his head in astonishment. He saw the female cultivator's slender and white fingers trembling in the air. Below her fingers, a zither string was like a frozen snake that had withered to the side. Villa Master. The maid closest to the female cultivator was also astonished and said in a low voice. Sigh, hearing the female cultivator's light sigh, that sound was so heartbreaking. Xiaohua almost wanted to turn into a zither string and let the female cultivator continue to play. Don't be so heartbroken. Following the female cultivator's light sigh, the female cultivator raised her head. Xiaohua's gaze very naturally swept upwards. The moment he swept his gaze, the corner of his eyes unconsciously twitched. This female cultivator seemed to only be in her 20s, but her appearance was truly pure and lovely. Xiaohua only saw her once and felt that she was like a celestial being. Xiaohua had previously seen many female cultivators, such as Sun Shu, Xue Xue, Hongxia Fairy, Huang Mingxiang, and so on. He originally thought that Hongxia Fairy's beauty was the only one in the entire Dawn Rain continent. However, after seeing this female cultivator's beauty, he realized that the so-called Snow White Plum Blossom really had their own strengths. Chapter 1975. However, when he scanned her with his divine sense, he was even more astonished. This young female cultivator was actually at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Chun Kuei, take the zither. The female cultivator waved her hand and said in a clear voice. Yes, Villa Lord. The female cultivator in light blue clothes on the left nodded and walked forward. She reached out and took the 9-string zither. She hugged it in a very natural manner and returned to her original position. Qiuzan, light the incense. The female cultivator ordered in a low voice. Yes. A blue-clothed female cultivator on the right answered and walked to the side of the table where the zither was placed. She reached out and put down the fist-sized incense burner. Then, she carefully took out a light green incense burner and placed it in the incense burner. Then, she reached out and a true samadhi fire appeared in her palm. With a flick of her finger, she ignited the incense burner. Immediately, a wisp of faint green smoke rushed straight to the top of the pavilion. Then, like a small snake, it swam around the entire pavilion. A refreshing fragrance entered Xiao Hua's nose like a blooming epiphyllum. Good. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. Although Qiuzhan's Samadhi true fire wasn't as pure as Xiao Hua's, it was still Samadhi true fire. She actually used it to light incense. You're called Xiao Hua? The female cultivator asked softly. Her voice was as clear as pearls falling on a jade plate. Reporting to senior, this junior is Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Greetings, Villa Lord. Xiao Hua's heart trembled and he quickly bowed. From what you said, you're looking for heavenly een grass. The female cultivator went straight to the point. What's the name of your dual cultivation partner? Junior's junior sister is called Xue Xue. She's a disciple of Sun Lei Palace. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. Junior sister Xue comes from Misty Mountain. She has a hidden lightning attribute constitution and needs heavenly een grass to stimulate her bloodline and build her foundation. And so she's a descendant of Misty Mountain. The female cultivator said thoughtfully. Misty Mountain has been very active recently. I heard that they've already taken Phoenix Ridge into their pocket. Ling Feiyun is very outstanding. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. How can Misty Mountain compare to Burial Flower Manor? I didn't expect the Manor Lord to take them seriously. Oh. Is that so? A trace of a smile flashed in the female cultivator's eyes. Tell me, how can my Burial Flower Manor look down on Misty Mountain? This. Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss for words. He could only brace himself and say, I've also been to the Misty Mountain, but it seems I don't have enough foundation. Senior Ling Feiyun only has a foundation building cultivation base. Looking at the four sisters standing in front of the Manor Lord, all of them were in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Even if any one of them went to the Misty Mountain, they would be able to cover the sky with one hand. Manor Lord, how could the Misty Mountain compare to the Burial Flower Manor? Besides, the Misty Mountains are two barren mountains, and there's nothing good there. Just the ice orchid bamboo under your feet is comparable to the entire Misty Mountains, right? Hee hee, you sure know how to quibble. You even know about the Yulon bamboo. The female cultivator smiled and covered her mouth with her hand, looking extremely adorable. However, Misty Mountain has such a great reputation in the Daybreak continent. Have you heard of my Burial Flower Manor? What do you know about Burial Flower Manor? Xiao Hua said with a smile, of course I didn't know before today, but after today, I'll definitely know. And I also know about the Misty Mountain because of junior sister Xue. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. The female cultivator nodded slightly. If you don't know about my Burial Flower Manor, why did you come here? My Burial Flower Manor doesn't like guests. If you weren't a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect, I would have already killed you and used you as fertilizer. No way, Xiao Hua said in a slightly exaggerated manner. Manor Lord looks very kind. How could you treat a junior like this? You think I won't? Seeing Xiao Hua like this, the female cultivator's expression suddenly changed. Her clothes slightly fluttered, and a force came from all directions of Xiao Hua, directly smashing towards him. Senior. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. The true essence in his body quickly circulated, and his magic power surged. He continuously rubbed his hands and used the Earth Shield technique. As expected of a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect. You have some skills. The female cultivator looked at Xiao Hua's body that was instantly covered with a sturdy yellow-brown shield, and her eyes unconsciously flashed with surprise. However, relying on this alone, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to escape from my Burial Flower sect. Along with the female cultivator's mocking voice, the shield around Xiao Hua's body broke inch by inch, turning into thick spiritual energy that scattered in the air. However, just as the female cultivator was about to cast another spell, a faint brilliance appeared around Xiao Hua's body, firmly blocking the female cultivator's magic power outside the brilliance. A protective magic treasure? The female cultivator suddenly understood, and immediately used a bit of strength to withdraw her magic power. As expected of the rich and imposing thunder-controlling sect. A disciple who has just entered the Foundation establishment realm can have a protective magic treasure. I'm afraid ordinary disciples won't be able to. Many thanks for Manor Lord's mercy. Xiao Hua slightly frowned, not understanding the Manor Lord's actions. He smiled apologetically and said, Junior is naturally a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect. I have an identity token to prove it. Take out the token and let me see. The female cultivator said without any trace of politeness. When Xiao Hua took out the token, the female cultivator only waved her hand. A force that Xiao Hua felt was irresistible appeared in front of him, and the token flew into the female cultivator's hand. You're indeed from the thunder-controlling sect. Moreover, you're Xiao Hua from the thunder-shocking palace. The female cultivator waved her hand, and the token flew back to Xiao Hua. Forget it. Let me ask you, what did Xia Zhiqian say to you? Did he mention anything else about the heavenly Yin grass? Xiao Hua took the token. He understood that the female cultivator was probing him, and he carefully said, Senior Xia didn't say anything. That day, Junior was only following Martial Uncle Zhenyi to gain experience in the Flame Forest Swamp. Because Martial Uncle Zhenyi was chasing a spirit beast, Junior's cultivation was shallow, so Martial Uncle left me in a place to wait for news. However, Junior waited for a long time, but Martial Uncle Zhenyi didn't return. Junior followed the direction of the summoning talisman to look for him and then met Senior Xia. Junior is only a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, so why would Senior Xia say anything? What did he say? Say it word by word. The female cultivator didn't give up and continued to interrogate him. Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He didn't dare to be negligent and said Xia Zhiqian's words word by word. In the end, he said with a bitter smile, Junior knows that this matter has already passed for 4 years. However, because Martial Uncle Zhenyi died at that time, Junior's senior martial brother Xiang Yang brought his things back to the lightning-controlling sect. Junior didn't directly return. Therefore, it wasn't until a few days ago when Junior Martial's sister told Junior about the difficulties of Foundation establishment that Junior remembered Senior Xia's jade slip. As he said this, a faint blush appeared on Xiao Hua's face. You came out with your Junior Martial sister to gain experience in the Foundation establishment realm? The female cultivator asked with interest. That's right. Xiao Hua nodded. Master always tells Junior who and what in the lightning-changing palace. Junior was annoyed by it, so Junior found an opportunity to come out with Junior Martial's sister to gain experience. Lightning-changing palace. When the female cultivator heard this, her eyes slightly narrowed. However, she immediately smiled and said, You're quite bold, actually eloping with Junior Martial's sister. Chapter 1976. I'm innocent, Senior. Junior only wants to help Junior Martial's sister build her foundation. If she builds her foundation, Master will have nothing to say and won't use this to threaten Junior. Xiao Hua shouted, when Junior entered the Imperial Thunder sect, Junior Martial's sister Shui took good care of me. If I don't dual cultivate with Junior Martial's sister Shui, not to mention Junior's heart, even the heavens won't be happy, right? What a good, even the heavens won't be happy. The female cultivator was stunned, then clapped her hands and said, This sentence is actually from the bottom of my heart. Then the female cultivator asked, Who is your master? Senior, please no. It's the helplessness of Thunder Palace and myriad Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua didn't hide it at all. Helplessness? The female cultivator slightly frowned and thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, I've never heard of this name. He's an early gold core stage cultivator? Senior, please no. Master is only in the late Foundation establishment stage. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and said, Presumably, Senior doesn't know. The female cultivator obviously wasn't interested in the late Foundation establishment stage. After thinking for a moment, she asked again, Since you know that 4 years have passed, Xia Zhiqian definitely won't be here, and he won't use your Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. And, even if he does use your Imperial Thunder sex methods, you, a Foundation establishment disciple, are useless. What are you doing here? Xiaohua felt a bit strange and secretly said, do you still need to ask this question? However, he was still respectful and smiled apologetically and said, Junior naturally knows that Senior Xia's scheme has already passed. However, Junior still hopes to get lucky and came to take a look. If I can meet Senior Xia, or a senior related to Senior Xia, Junior wants to ask, if there really is the heavenly Yin grass that Senior Xia spoke of. Your tone isn't small. Even if someone has it, would they be willing to exchange it with you? What do you have that would tempt them? The female cultivator sneered. Everything in the world depends on action. If Junior didn't come because he knew there were difficulties, how could I be worthy of Junior Marshall's sister? Xiaohua said without hesitation, even if there's a sliver of a chance, Junior will come and try. After saying that, Xiaohua formed several hand seals on his body. A brilliant light flashed, and the protective magic weapon on Xiaohua's body flew out and fell into Xiaohua's hand. Junior is willing to use his most precious protective magic treasure to exchange for the heavenly Yin grass. Not bad. The quality of your magic treasure is indeed not bad. The female cultivator looked at it and asked, if you don't have it here, are you going to Meng Country's Immortal Ascension Gate? Exactly. Even if I have to go through Mo Black Forest, I still want to go to Meng Country to take a look. Xiaohua said resolutely. Not bad, you really are a hot-blooded youngster. The female cultivator sighed. She looked at Xiaohua and asked, have you taken a face-retaining spirit pill? Which aristocratic family is he from? Seeing that the female cultivator wanted to get to the bottom of things, Xiaohua had no choice but to answer. He smiled apologetically and said, Junior isn't a descendant of an aristocratic family. Before I entered the Imperial Thunder sect, I was an itinerant cultivator. Junior definitely hasn't taken a face-retaining spirit pill. I'm afraid it's because I was fated to take a face-retaining spirit grass when I was young that I took a face-retaining spirit grass. Childhood? The female cultivator chuckled. You mean when you were 17 or 18 years old? Junior doesn't know. Junior used to be a rogue cultivator, so I don't know much. Therefore, whenever I come across something useful, I will try every possible means to take it. That year, it was because of Junior Marshall's sister Shue's help that I sent people to Imperial Thunder sect. Junior doesn't dare to let Junior Marshall's sister Shue down. Xiaohua quickly repeated his previous words. Sure enough, the female cultivator nodded and said, it's good to know how to repay kindness with kindness. However, you came to the wrong place. Not only is Xia Zhiqian not here, the heavenly Yin grass is also not here. Xiaohua already had a premonition, but he was still disappointed. He looked at the female cultivator and said pitifully, I don't know which senior has the heavenly Yin grass. If Fairy can tell Junior, Junior will be endlessly grateful. You didn't know my burial flower manor before, right? The female cultivator didn't answer his question. Xiaohua braced himself and said with an apologetic smile, Junior's knowledge is shallow, I really don't know. The female cultivator raised her eyes and looked at Chen Kuei. Chen Kuei said with a smile, Xiaohua, listen well. My manor lord's name is Chen Yi. If you receive benefits from my manor lord, don't forget this name. You little girl, who told you to speak so much? Chen Yi rebuked, but her face didn't show any anger. Chen Kuei giggled and didn't speak anymore. You all can leave first. Chen Yi waved her hand and said. Yes. Chen Kuei and the others were a bit shocked. They all glanced at Xiaohua and slowly walked past Xiaohua from both sides and left Linlang Pavilion. Xiaohua was also a bit stunned. It was only the first time he saw Chen Yi. Moreover, she was a young and beautiful gold core cultivator. Chen Yi's actions made him very puzzled. Linlang Pavilion was abnormally quiet for a while. Although there was a cool breeze blowing from time to time, the incense was still straight up, not affected by the cool breeze at all. The faint fragrance didn't become stronger because the incense had been burning for a long time. It seemed to always be faint, just like Chen Yi's faint eyebrows. Xiaohua, have you always been in Thunderclap Palace? After a long while, Chen Yi seemed to be hesitating about something. Then, she asked, according to what I know, when your Thunderclap sect's disciples have just entered the sect, they all have to cultivate in Thunderclap Palace, right? Xiaohua blinked and nodded. Just as Manor Lord said, it's exactly so. However, this junior is a loose cultivator and is quite ostracized by others. Therefore, when I entered the Thunderclap sect, I went to a remote place to find a medicine garden and didn't listen to lectures in Thunderclap Palace. Oh, so it's like that. Chen Yi was obviously a bit disappointed. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but stopped. After a long while, she seemed to be unwilling to give up and asked, Xiaohua, how many times have you been to Thunderclap Palace? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly. Looking at Chen Yi's appearance, it was obvious that she wanted to inquire about something. However, thinking about his pitiful understanding of the Thunderclap sect, even if Chen Yi searched his soul, he couldn't possibly say anything, right? Therefore, Xiaohua calmly said, if Fairy Chen has something to ask, there's no harm in saying it. This junior is only a foundation-building disciple of Thunderclap Palace. As long as it doesn't involve the sect's secrets, this junior can answer anything. Actually, if it really is a secret, does Fairy Chen think that this junior, a loose cultivator, would know? TCH, Chen Yi rolled her eyes at him and said with obvious shyness, if I want to know the Thunderclap sect's secrets, would I still need to ask you? AI, forget it, Chen Yi sighed. Her bright eyes looked at the misty lake and said, tell me everything you've seen and heard in the Thunderclap sect. If you accept my goodwill, I'll tell you the whereabouts of the heavenly Een grass. So simple? Xiaohua was stunned. You don't care about anything? You only need to say it. Just treat it as relieving my boredom. Chen Yi turned her neck and said indifferently. If it was someone else, they would definitely be happy. It was just a trivial matter, so he could just say it. However, Xiaohua was different from others. Most of the matters in the Thunderclap sect were secrets. He didn't dare to casually say anything, even if it was something slightly related. Many intelligent people might be able to see through it. What if Chen Yi continued to ask? Wouldn't Xiaohua have to tell even more lies to cover it up? However, with the current situation, Xiaohua couldn't not say it. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua smiled and said, if Manor Lord likes it, this junior will tell you everything about how I entered the Thunderclap sect. Speak. Chen Yi's voice was still indifferent. Thus, Xiaohua vividly described how he and Xue Xue entered the Thunderclap sect together. Naturally, Xue Xue became the main character who saved him. She was incomparably brave. At this moment, Chen Yi didn't show any reaction. She only listened quietly. Xiaohua panicked when he saw that Chen Yi wasn't interested. He pondered for a moment before he began to talk about the Feather Immortal Gathering. When Xiaohua mentioned that ancestor Zhen Qin was leading a team to the Feather Immortal Gathering, Chen Yi's eyes lit up and the corners of her eyes twitched. However, her body was still lazy and Xiaohua didn't notice it. Soon after, Chen Yi's ears started to listen to Xiaohua. When Xiaohua saw that Chen Yi was interested in the Feather Immortal Gathering, he naturally didn't hide anything. He explained everything that had nothing to do with him. It took him an hour to finish speaking. When Xiaohua was done, his mouth was dry. He looked at Chen Yi anxiously. Chen Yi's face was filled with joy. She waved her hand and said, Dong Jin, bring a cup of spiritual tea over. Not long after, Dong Jin came over with a jade plate with a cup of spiritual tea on it. Many thanks, fellow Daoist Dong Jin. Xiaohua smiled. He took the cup of spiritual tea and drank it in one gulp. Then, he placed it back on the jade plate. Dong Jin wasn't like Chun Kuei. He didn't give Xiaohua any face. He took the jade plate and left. The spiritual tea turned into a strand of refreshing spiritual energy and merged into Xiaohua's meridians. The previous irritation disappeared. Hee, that ancestor Zhen Qing of yours is quite interesting, Chen Yi said with a smile. He's already in the early stage of the Golden Core realm? Seeing that Chen Yi had a question, Xiaohua hurriedly smiled and said, yes, ancestor Zhen Qing was already in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. I haven't seen him in all these years. I think he's already in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. I hope so. Chen Yi shook her head slightly. You're only in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. There's still some distance between you and the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. How would you know how difficult it is to cultivate the Golden Core realm? We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Zhen Qing might not have made any progress. Ancestor Zhen Qing is such a good person. He's naturally protected by the heavenly Tao, Xiaohua said with a smile. I was able to advance to the Foundation Establishment realm. Is it also thanks to ancestor Zhen Qing? Is it? Zhen Qing is a Golden Core realm cultivator. Why would he guide an aura refining disciple like you? Chen Yi asked curiously. Could it be because of your outstanding performance at the Feather Immortal Gathering? Or... I know. You saved that female cultivator called Sun Shu. Manor Lord is indeed wise, Xiaohua praised. Ancestor Zhen Qing felt that I had helped him. Not long after I returned to the Imperial Thunder sect, he gave me some of the insights he had when he was condensing his golden core. Meddlesome. Chen Yi sneered. How can the insights of a Golden Core realm cultivator be compared to the insights of a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? This Zhen Qing only wants to return the favor. I'm afraid he'll make a mistake. Chapter 1977. Fortunately, I'm safe and sound, Xiaohua said with a smile. I'm very grateful to Martial Uncle Zhen Qing from the bottom of my heart. And, let me see the jade slip, Chen Yi said without any trace of politeness. Xiaohua hesitated. This Manor Lord, the jade slip is with me, but there are some secrets of my Imperial Thunder sect inside. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for Senior to look at it. Erase the secrets of your Imperial Thunder sect, Chen Yi said without hesitation. I just want to see the core condensation heart of your Imperial Thunder sect's Golden Core cultivator. This Xiaohua hesitated. That day, Zhen Qing told him not to spread it. Although he didn't make him swear, how could he take it out so easily? You only need to take out the jade slip. I won't look at your so-called Imperial Thunder sect's secrets, and I'll tell you the whereabouts of the heavenly Yin grass, Chen Yi said coldly. I'm also a Golden Core cultivator. Your martial uncle Zhen Qing is also a junior in front of me. What's there to be afraid of? Manor Lord, you're really forcing me. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He was really at his wit's end. I promise I'll only look at it myself. I won't let anyone else see it. And I won't spread it, Chen Yi said with a smile. Won't spread it? How could it be that easy? Xiaohua thought about his solemn vow that day. Now, he knew that it was easy to make a promise, but it was really difficult to do it. Sometimes, a hard oath was a good method. Martial Uncle, Jr. is untalented. I'll return to the Imperial Thunder sect and ask Martial Uncle for forgiveness. Xiaohua said in his heart, Manor Lord, can you swear a hard oath? And you won't spread it? Of course not. Chen Yi refused without any trace of politeness. This is a condition for you. What does it have to do with me? Forget it. Xiaohua thought about it and really didn't want to give up such an opportunity. Even if he went to the Immortal Ascension sect, whether Xie Zhiqian would see him or not was two different matters. Xiaohua felt that he should be flexible now. With that, Xiaohua took out the jade slip and erased everything related to Daoist Master Lu Peng, leaving only Zhen Qing's pill condensation experience. Only then did he pass it to Chen Yi. You're a tactful person. Chen Yi laughed. However, you've gone back on your promise to your martial uncle. Sigh, there's no other way. Xiaohua spread out his hands. For the sake of Junior Martial Sisters Foundation building, I'm willing to bear the punishment of breaking my promise. Once I return to the Imperial Thunder Sect, I'll ask Martial Uncle Zhen Qing for forgiveness. Chen Yi no longer paid attention to him. She only immersed her divine sense into the jade slip. In such a short period of time, she actually spent the time it took to eat a meal. If Xiaohua didn't know that she was a middle-stage gold core cultivator, he would definitely think that she was comprehending the secret method in front of him. However, right when Chen Yi withdrew her divine sense and raised her hand with the intention of returning the jade slip to Xiaohua, Chen Yi rolled her eyes and took out another jade slip with a flip of her hand. She closed her eyes for a moment before tossing the jade slip to Xiaohua and said, "This experience of core condensation is beneficial to my cultivation, so I'll take it for now. Take this jade slip, it'll be of use to you when you condense your core." "Ah. Villa Master." Xiaohua took the jade slip and said in surprise, "This. What is this?" Chen Yi unceremoniously took the jade slip and said, "Since you've already shown it to me, why can't I keep the jade slip? It's just the difference between 90 steps and 100 steps." Seeing Chen Yi put the jade slip away, what could Xiaohua say? He could only put away his own jade slip with a crying face. In his heart, he was thinking about how he should explain it to Zhen Qing. However, Chen Yi's actions naturally caused Xiaohua to be suspicious. But before he could think too much, Chen Yi said again, "Xiaohua, actually, I also don't know the whereabouts of the heavenly Yin grass." "Ah." Xiaohua was shocked. "Senior, what do you mean?" Junior took the jade slip and... Cough cough, Chen Yi revealed a displeased expression and said indifferently, "Wait for me to finish speaking." Xiaohua was indeed angry and could only smile apologetically. Junior was impatient. "Senior, please don't blame me." Chen Yi nodded. "Actually, even if you went to the Immortal Ascension sect and Xia Zhiqian was willing to see you, he wouldn't tell you the whereabouts of the heavenly Yin grass. Because they... or rather, we didn't even go." "Ah. It can't be." Xiaohua was flabbergasted, but then his face revealed a hint of joy. He said, "This was something that happened 4 years ago?" This junior thought that seniors had already returned. "Who knew that? You still hadn't gone." "Humph, what do you know?" Chen Yi said coldly. "It's only been 4 years. When we went to look for spiritual herbs, it took more than 10 years just to prepare. Don't talk about this. The location is. Moreover, it's a very important matter." "What is 4 years?" Chen Yi's words were vague and she didn't say the location. "Ah. You've already prepared for 4 years and it's still not ready?" Xiaohua was surprised. Although he had prepared for several adventures, it definitely didn't take this long. Chen Yi looked up at Xiaohua as if she was thinking about something. She said casually, "This matter has been prepared for many years. Xia Zhiqian went to the Flame Forest Swamp to look for the last item. It should have been prepared 4 years ago. But why hasn't there been any news for 4 years?" "It's because I'm not the person in charge, so I don't know." Xiaohua frowned when he heard this. Seeing this, Chen Yi said with a smile, "Don't worry. Although it's just a guess, it might be inside. If it's really there, I'll take it out. You can use your protective treasure to exchange it with me. I won't let you down." Thank you, Senior." Xiaohua bowed and said, "Everything depends on Senior's guidance." No need." Chen Yi waved her hand. "Your protective treasure is also not bad. It's the same value as the heavenly Yin grass. I still have to tell you in advance. If it's not there or I can't take it out, our deal can't be done." "Yes, this junior understands." Xiaohua looked at Chen Yi's young face. He knew that she was an old woman who was hundreds of years old. She couldn't be like him and recklessly stand up for some inexplicable matter. Then Junior will take his leave. When there's news about the heavenly Yin grass, I ask Senior to send a message to the Imperial Thunder sect. Or Junior will come here to find Senior after training. Xiaohua bowed and said. Hee, wait for my message. Chen Yi said with a smile. Xiaohua felt uneasy in his heart. However, seeing that Chen Yi didn't welcome him to Buried Flower Manor, he could only reluctantly nod and say, I hope Senior will remember this matter. You brat. Chen Yi immediately heard Xiaohua's tone. She sneered and said, how can a golden core cultivator's words not count? If you're willing, you can come here to find my Buried Flower Manor after training. Chapter 1978. Junior doesn't dare. Junior has offended Senior. Xiaohua panicked and hurriedly apologized. Chen Yi waved her sleeves and ordered, Dong Jin, bring 3 cups of snow wine and invite Xiaohua to drink. When Xiaohua heard it was spiritual wine again, he hurriedly waved his hand. Senior, thank you for your kindness. Junior doesn't like the taste of spiritual wine. How could I take advantage of you? When Chen Yi called him old, Xiaohua felt awkward. However, he understood that Chen Yi took Zhen Qing's jade strip and felt burdened, so she used the spiritual wine to repay him. As she spoke, Dong Jin, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, held a jade tray in her hand. There were 3 jade cups the size of fists on the tray, and they were filled with spirit wine that was almost transparent. She had yet to drink it, but a cold and intoxicating fragrance wafted into her nose. This snow wine is one of the 4 great spiritual wines of my Burial Flower Manor. If female cultivators drink it, they'll always be youthful. What about male cultivators? I don't know its effects. However, it definitely won't intoxicate people. Chen Yi said with a smile. She looked as cute as a little junior sister. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He smiled apologetically and said, can Junior bring this spiritual wine to Junior sister? No. Chen Yi waved her sleeves. It's for you to drink. All right. Xiaohua was helpless. He could only reach out and pick up the jade cup. When his fingers touched the jade cup, a cold sensation pierced his finger bones. Good heavens. It's so cold, but the spiritual wine didn't freeze? Moreover, if it enters the stomach, won't the 5 viscera and 6 bowels all turn to ice? Although Xiaohua thought so, he didn't dare to be negligent. He raised his head and poured the spiritual wine into his mouth. Then, he wrapped it with his true essence. Xiaohua felt an incomparably cold stream enter his stomach. Then, it turned into countless streams that flowed to his limbs and veins. In an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used earth expansion to slowly refine the ice-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the spiritual wine. When the spiritual energy was completely refined, a feeling of breaking out of a cocoon and seeing spring and winter appeared in his meridians. It continuously spread to his limbs and bones. After several breaths, it stopped. Then, a lively feeling rose in his lower dantian. How is it? Chen Yi asked with a smile. Is it comparable to your jade slip? Xiaohua looked inside his body for a moment, and with a smile on his face, he said apologetically, this is indeed the famous wine of Burial Flower Manor. Junior will be exempted from half a month of bitter cultivation. It's good that you know. Chen Yi snorted. Why aren't you drinking it? Yes, Xiaohua replied and drank the 2 cups of wine separately. At this moment, Chun Kuei hurriedly walked in and said somewhat fearfully, reporting to Manor Lord, this servant has bad news. Okay, go ahead. Chen Yi was obviously in a good mood. She raised her eyebrows and said. This. Spring Kuei hesitated a little, the youth-retaining grass in the spring garden, ah? What's wrong with the youth-retaining grass? Chen Yi's eyes widened when she heard this. She said angrily, hurry up and tell me why you're stuttering. Plop. Chun Kuei knelt down on the ground and said loudly with her head on the ground, Manor Lord, please understand. It's all because this servant was not strict enough. That youth-retaining grass seems to have been contaminated by poisonous saliva. I'm afraid it won't work. What? Useless thing. Chen Yi was furious. She stood up and waved her hand. Pa pa. She slapped Chen Kuei's face twice. When did this happen? Why did you only come to report now? I've always treated you well and you're also the head of the 4 servants. Isn't it because the youth retaining grass is in the spring garden? If anything happens to the youth retaining grass, I'll immediately take your life. Manor Lord, please understand. It's about what happened just now. Chen Kuei, who was only in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, didn't dare to resist. With a bitter face, she said in a low voice, this servant also just received a report from a servant. Moreover, my burial flower manor hasn't opened the restriction for a full 5 years. Qin Yi's cold and angry gaze swept over Xiaohua. Xiaohua, who had just finished drinking the spirit wine, felt Qin Yi's gaze. With a helpless expression, he said with a bitter smile, Junior can swear that I absolutely have nothing to do with this matter. Junior also doesn't dare to leave the manor right now. Let's wait until Senior's matter comes to light. Humph. Qin Yi coldly snorted and said, you better have nothing to do with this matter. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret going against me. Seeing Qin Yi's face change in an instant, Xiaohua's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. There was only panic on his face. Xiaolan. Qin Yi slowly walked out and ordered, take Xiaohua away and arrange a place to rest. Have someone take good care of him. Yes, this servant understands. Xiaolan, who was dressed in red, no longer had the previous smile on her face. She replied very fearfully. After Qin Yi quickly left Linlang Pavilion, Xiaolan turned her head and said, come with me. Yes, Xiaohua responded and also followed Xiaolan out of Linlang Pavilion. There were many waterside pavilions around Linlang Pavilion. They all seemed to be places to rest. However, Xiaolan didn't stop. She only took Xiaohua out of the restriction and went along the small bridge to the lake. On the shore, Haitang and Plum Blossom weren't there. Xiaolan also didn't send any communication talismans. She only stood there for a moment. Immediately, 2 female cultivators in the early stage of Foundation establishment quickly walked over and bowed, greetings, milord. And, this is the Manor Master's honored guest. You must treat him well. You are not allowed to walk around the manor as you please. Xiaolan coldly ordered. Yes, this servant understands. The 2 female cultivators' faces were slightly shocked. They both bowed and answered. Afterwards, Xiaolan ignored Xiaohua. She turned around and walked towards the other side of the lake. Xiaohua, on the other hand, followed the 2 female cultivators in another direction. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, they arrived in front of an exquisite pavilion. The female cultivator didn't open any restriction, but just pushed the door open. She raised her hand and said, fellow Daoist, please. Thank you, fellow Daoists. Xiaohua naturally knew that Burial Flower Manor was within a formation. This small pavilion was destined to set up another restriction. After Xiaohua entered the pavilion, the 2 female cultivators didn't leave. They stood on both sides of the pavilion in silence. Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the entire pavilion. He didn't find anything strange, so he sighed and sat down. He was clear in his heart that he wasn't in a cage right now. It was better for him to obediently follow Qin Yi's arrangements. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape suspicion and might even lose his life here. First, it was eldest senior apprentice brother's Thunder Beast inner core. I had no choice but to seek out Uncle Master Jianghu. I risked being killed by a golden core cultivator at any time to fight for it. Fortunately, I had Uncle Master Jianghu as my backer, so others gave me some face. At that time, I was only a little chi refinement cultivator, so I was able to get some scraps. An eldest senior brother can be considered to be lucky. In the end, this Xiao picked up a loophole and helped eldest senior brother obtain the inner core. This time, for Shui, I had no choice but to come to this Burial Flower Manor that I've never heard of. This female cultivator named Chen Yi is actually at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Even Xie Zhiqian is willing to be her lackey. I'm afraid I won't be as lucky as last time. I have to be careful about everything. Once Chen Yi finds out who the culprit is, I'll leave as soon as possible. Once they find the heavenly Een grass, I'll just exchange my protective magic treasure with them. However, those who can tamper with Burial Flower Manor are certainly not ordinary people. How could Chen Yi find the culprit so easily? I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to leave. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if Xue Xue has already arrived at Haoming City. I'll just consider myself unlucky and cultivate. I'm afraid there won't be any results even after 8 to 10 days. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, just an hour later, the two female cultivators guarding the door pushed open the door and entered. They faintly said, "Fellow Daoist, please follow me to Mujing Garden. The manor lord has something to ask you." This is bad. When Xiaohua heard Chen Yi call him over, he naturally knew it wasn't good. The youth retaining grass tainted by the poisonous saliva must have something to do with him. If it wasn't related, Chen Yi definitely wouldn't have thought of him. Sure enough, after the two female cultivators left the pavilion, walked across the lake, and arrived at a bamboo garden surrounded by a gurgling stream protected by layers upon layers of great formations. Xiaohua saw many female cultivators of varying cultivation levels standing around the bamboo garden. Most of them were at the aura refining realm, and each of them held their breaths and condensed their qi. Without waiting for Xiaohua to approach, an early-stage foundation establishment female cultivator blocked the three of them and said in a low voice, "Junior Martial Sisters, who is this? How can he approach Mujing Garden?" One of the female cultivators took out a command tablet and answered in a low voice, reporting to Senior Martial Sister Tao Hua, "This is a cultivator who entered my Burial Flower Manor today. The manor lord sent a message asking him to come in for questioning." Oh, Tao Hua took the command tablet, looked at it for a moment, and handed it back to the female cultivator. She nodded and said, "Wait a moment." After she finished speaking, she clapped her hands, and a flower branch appeared in her hand. On it, thumb-sized peach blossoms were about to bloom. Tao Hua urged her magic power, and the peach blossoms on the flower branch broke free from the branch. They spiraled in the air and gradually converged into a large peach blossom. Soon after, they flew back into the bamboo forest behind Tao Hua. With a whoosh, a burst of fragrance, the bamboo in the bamboo forest slowly separated, and a small path appeared in the crisscrossing light and shadow. Tao Hua looked at Xiao Hua and coldly said, "Fellow Daoist, please follow me." "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist." Xiao Hua's expression didn't look good. Tao Hua raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiao Hua with some astonishment. However, she didn't say anything and turned around and stepped into the small path in the bamboo forest. The small path in the bamboo forest was actually very long, and there were many forks in the path. After walking for a while, Xiaohua came to realize that this bamboo forest was definitely a maze. It seemed that Chen Yi really treasured the beauty-retaining grass. This treasure of hers had a problem, and it was because of Xiaohua's arrival. The deeper Xiaohua went into the bamboo forest, the colder his heart became. After walking for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, in front of a thin bamboo that didn't seem to have an exit, the peach blossom swayed, and his figure rushed into the thin bamboo, disappearing. Xiaohua sighed. He could only brace himself and walk in. Chapter 1979. Xiaohua only felt a slight blur in front of his eyes as if he had passed through a restriction. When he raised his head to look again, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Originally, Xiaohua had already felt that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was abundant in Burial Flower Manor. It was the first time he had seen something like this in his life. However, when he set foot in Mujing Garden, he knew that he was wrong. Not to mention the refreshing air that assaulted his face, the abundant spiritual qi of heaven and earth was abnormally lively. His eyes were filled with the brilliant spring scenery, the joyous cries of birds, the flowing water of a small stream, the lush flowers, the emerald green, and the hundreds of flowers competing in beauty. It made him feel as if he had walked into another world. Damn it, the spring flower is named after spring. The Mujing garden that she is in charge of is naturally dominated by spring. This place uses great magic power and illusions to create a spring scene. Then, summer, autumn, and winter, aren't they all different places? This burial flower manor. How many secular people are envious of this place? Xiaohua didn't dare to use his divine sense too much. He only used his bright eyes to look around. In Xiaohua's eyes, all kinds of spirit grasses were divided into two categories. One was those that existed in the space, and the other was naturally those that didn't exist in the space. Although Taohua didn't turn her head to look at him, her divine sense had always been paying attention to the back. Seeing Xiaohua's astonishment, she had long despised him in her heart. She slightly swayed her hips and brought Xiaohua through a field of spiritual flowers that looked like morning glories. They arrived at a place where a small stream crossed. She stopped and bowed, saying, "Manor Lord, this servant has brought this fellow Daoist here." Humph! A sharp cold snort sounded from the other side of the stream. Then, on the other side of the stream, where the space was, there was a slight distortion. It was as if a layer of gauze was lifted, revealing a jade-like medicinal field. "Xiaohua, come in." Qin Yi's voice sounded. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly walked into the medicinal field and saw that it was about 1 mu of land. The ground was emerald green, and it was filled with the best quality water-type spiritual stones. Around the water-type spiritual stones, there were several piles of yellow soil. In the soil, there were several thin and weak-looking spiritual herbs. The spirit grass was not even as tall as a palm. When it pulled out a few slender stems from its roots, it looked no different from ordinary grass. However, at this moment, the green slender stems of the spirit grass were covered with pitch-black fine lines, as if it was stained with ink. Beside the spiritual grass, Qin Yi's face was ashen. Her eyes seemed to be about to spit fire as she stared at Xiaohua. Beside Qin Yi, Chun Kuei was kneeling on the ground. Her eyes were red and her face was pale. Xiaolan and the others were also standing behind Chun Kuei, their eyes flashing with fear. They did not have the calmness of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. There were also 3 or 4 older female cultivators beside him. They were all at the late stage of foundation establishment. At this moment, they were all frowning as they looked at the spirit herb. Occasionally, they would whisper to each other, but their eyes were filled with confusion. Not far from the spirit herb, a female cultivator dressed in pink robes was lying on the ground. Her limbs were curled up, and she was clearly lifeless. Bitter. Xiaohua quickly withdrew his gaze and obediently walked in front of Qin Yi. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Manor Lord." I wonder why Manor Lord called this little one over. Qin Yi's gaze coldly swept over Xiaohua, as if she wanted to see through him. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she asked, "Xiaohua, do you know Sun Qian?" Sun Qian? Xiaohua was stunned. He blankly shook his head and said, "Junior does not know Sun Qian. I have never heard of such a name." "Swear a hard oath." Qin Yi said without any trace of politeness. It was as if she would immediately search Xiaohua's soul if he did not swear a hard oath. How could Xiaohua dare to be negligent? He hurriedly swore a vicious hard oath. Only then did he smile apologetically and said, "Manor Lord, Junior really has nothing to do with this matter. This is the first time Junior has heard of Burial Flower Manor, and I am also a small foundation establishment cultivator. How could I dare to covet this beauty-retaining grass?" Qin Yi's heart stirred. She asked, "When you were a loose cultivator, did you take this kind of spirit grass? Do you have any impression of it? Where did you take it?" "Good, let Manor Lord know, this Junior really doesn't have any impression of it. If Manor Lord didn't remind me, how would this Junior know that this is the beauty-retaining grass?" Xiaohua bitterly smiled. This beauty-retaining grass is no different from ordinary grass. Manor Lord. At this moment, the whispering old women stopped talking. One of them walked forward and said, "Forgive us for being incompetent. This is a mixture of several kinds of beast poisons. It was originally a mixture of poisonous saliva that was specially used to deal with cultivators. I don't know what it was mixed with, but it actually had an effect on the beauty-retaining grass. Moreover, this poisonous saliva seems to have no effect on other spirit grasses. It seems that someone has been plotting for a long time. Although we can detoxify the poison, those detoxification methods may not work on this mixture of beast poisons. If there is an accident, the beauty-retaining grass will definitely not survive. Elder Mu, how confident are you? Qin Yi's expression became even more gloomy as she whispered. This. Elder Mu turned his head and exchanged glances with the others. He bitterly smiled and said, I'm afraid there is not even a 10% chance. You wait. Qin Yi was obviously anxious. She was about to get angry, but when the words came out, she restrained herself. We have failed Manor Lord's trust. Elder Mu's tone became gloomy again. We study the spirit grass technique, mostly on how to grow and how to reproduce. Even when we detoxify, it is only wood attribute poison. Beast poisons are really rare. Therefore, we did not dare to try. Promise. Forget it. That bitch has been dealing with me for many years. She already knew that this beauty-retaining grass is the root of Zhanghua Manor. She deliberately wanted to destroy this spirit grass. Her methods are not inferior to yours, so I don't blame you. Qin Yi looked around and saw the 5 beauty-retaining grasses in the medicine garden. She waved her hand and said, I still need to rely on you to detoxify the poison. You all should study it carefully first. In the end, if there is really no way, then try again. Yes, we will continue to look. Elder Mu bowed and said. But when she turned around and looked at the female cultivators who were also elders, she still had a helpless expression on her face. In fact, there was even a hint of excitement in her helplessness. Xiao Hua listened on the side and his heart unconsciously moved. His eyes turned a few times and he was a little hesitant. He naturally thought of the secret detoxification method that he occasionally learned from Tianmen Mountain's Huang family a few years ago. However, he had only used it on people and had never used it on spirit grass. Moreover, if he spoke now, Qin Yi would probably be suspicious, right? However, if he did not speak now, when the poisonous saliva penetrated even deeper into the beauty-retaining grass, even the method of fighting poison with poison would not work, right? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Qin Yi coldly say, Come, take away this bitch's corpse. She has no reason to put it here and dirty my eyes. Yes. Dong Jin responded. With a wave of her hand, she took the female cultivator's corpse lying on the ground and quickly walked out of the medicine garden. Qin Yi's gaze fell on Chun Kuei again. Chapter 1980. Lowly servant. You can't even do such a small thing properly. How dare I treat you so well? Chun Kuei hurriedly kowtowed and cried, It's all my fault. I was careless. I only thought that nothing would happen in the past few decades, so. As she spoke, she was already choking with sobs. Her forehead was already bleeding from the hard spirit stone. Humph, you only regret after something happened. Qin Yi said angrily, What were you doing earlier? If the beauty-retaining grass can't save her, you lowly servants of the Spring Division will die. Yes, I know. Chun Kuei kowtowed again, blood flowing down her face, It's all my fault. The other sisters have nothing to do with the beauty-retaining grass. Please spare their lives. How many spirit stones are their lives worth? Even if they die 10,000 times, they can't be compared to my 5 stalks of beauty-retaining grass. Qin Yi said coldly. Chun Kuei still didn't dare to stop kowtowing. More blood flowed down her face. Villa Master. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and bowed. Junior has something to say. Is it possible? Hee, what? What did you think of? Do you have an impression of that slut? Qin Yi coldly glanced at Xiao Hua. Her gaze almost pierced through Xiao Hua's body. All right, Villa Master knows. Junior really doesn't know Sun Qian, let alone have seen her before. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. However, Junior knows a secret method to cure poison with poison. What? You can cure the poison of the beauty-retaining grass? Chen Yi said unexpectedly. The 5 elders of my burial flower manor didn't dare to say anything. Yes, Junior also doesn't dare to confirm. Xiaohua said embarrassedly. Moreover, this secret method has only been used on cultivators. It has never been used on spirit herbs. However, since it's a secret method, it can be tried. It's better than being helpless. But what? Chen Yi frowned. But Junior has scruples in his heart. I'm afraid Senior will misunderstand Junior. It's already premeditated. Xiaohua really couldn't escape, so he could only calmly say. It's good that you didn't say it. Now that you say it, there's really such a possibility. Chen Yi sneered and said, if you didn't come to my burial flower manor, my 5 beauty-retaining grass would be fine. But when you came, they were tainted by the poisonous saliva. Moreover, you have a ready-made antidote. How can you not make me think this way? Sigh, that's right. This Junior knows as well. Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, but if I don't detoxify the poison now, after a long time, there won't be any medicine that can cure it. Junior should also, that's right. Chen Yi sneered, since even Chen Kuei couldn't survive, how could you? That would be a joke. Xiaohua didn't have the time to resent his bad luck. He cupped his hands and said, then this Junior was also forced into a corner. I can only force myself to try. How confident are you? Chen Yi looked at Xiaohua from head to toe and asked. Junior is not as knowledgeable as the elders. I only have a rough understanding of spiritual herbs. Xiaohua shook his head and said, moreover, I'm not good at using poison or detoxification. I'm just trying my luck with that secret technique. I don't have any confidence at all. Then you should stand aside first. Chen Yi sneered, how could my burial flower manor's beauty-retaining grass be the grass that you tried? Xiaohua didn't expect Chen Yi to flatly refuse, and his face was very embarrassed. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Chen Yi looked at the elders who were whispering and asked, Elders, how is it going? In my opinion, if we don't make a move now, I'm afraid the beauty-retaining grass will be hopeless. Yes, we will make a move now. Elder Mu slowly nodded and said, this little friend's method of fighting poison with poison is quite novel. However, I don't dare to try it. That method is really dangerous. Either it succeeds, or it fails miserably. After saying that, Elder Mu clapped her hand and took out a thumb-sized jade bottle from her storage bag. She grabbed it with her hand, and a ball of light red jade liquid flew out from the jade bottle. Then, with a flick of her hand, the jade liquid flew above the beauty-retaining grass. Sisters. Elder Mu lightly reprimanded, just do as I said just now and follow the steps. Yes. We will listen to fellow Mu's instructions. The 4 of them softly responded. Fellow Xue and fellow Chen, go first. Elder Mu instructed. 2 of the female cultivators stepped forward, each extended their left palm, and their hands slowly formed an extremely complicated seal. When their hands became extremely heavy, they opened their mouths and a trace of dark red blood essence flew into the air. Go! The 2 female cultivators flipped their hands, and the seal was precisely on the blood essence. The blood essence turned into 2 small nets and fell on top of the jade liquid. The jade liquid trembled for a while, and 30% of it separated from the jade liquid and fell on top of the blood essence net towards the beauty-retaining grass. See, a light sound, like hot water falling on snow, actually produced a burst of pitch-black smoke. Good, fellow Mo, fellow Min, quickly. Elder Mu was overjoyed when she saw this and immediately urged. The other 2 female cultivators also didn't dare to be negligent, and did the same thing. Sure enough, a layer of smoke flew up, but this time it was clearly much less. Seeing that there was still 30% of the jade liquid left, Elder Mu had already formed a seal and hid it on top of the jade liquid. However, before the jade liquid fell on the beauty-retaining grass, the beauty-retaining grass trembled for a while. The pitch-black veins that had faded just now suddenly became darker, and there were a few strands of yellow in the pitch-black veins. "Bad," Elder Mu blurted out. She rubbed her hands again, and waves of magic power hit the jade liquid. Unfortunately, when the jade liquid landed on the beauty-retaining grass this time, not only did it not create a layer of smoke, but the black color of the beauty-retaining grass became even darker. It was even worse than before. The leaves of the beauty-retaining grass slowly drooped down, gradually turning yellow and black. It was obvious that it could no longer live. Villa Master. Seeing this, Elder Mu was a little dumbfounded and explained, "I and the others. I'm afraid it's beyond our power. This mixed poison is too strange. The detoxification method can only remove one layer, but it can't remove the other layer, and it may even add fuel to the fire of the other layer. I say no more." Qin Yi's face was extremely ugly. She stared at the dying beauty-retaining grass, and her eyes flashed with malice, as if she was about to lose control of her emotions. "Xiao Hua." Almost at the same time, Qin Yi opened her mouth, "You go and try." But Xiao Hua hesitated. He was afraid that if he couldn't detoxify it, Qin Yi's anger would be all over him, and he would lose his life in an instant. "Hurry up," Qin Yi said fiercely, "unless you don't want to live now." Looking at Qin Yi's fierceness that was stronger than her pressure, Xiao Hua shrunk his neck and didn't dare to say anything. He quickly walked to the same beauty-retaining grass in the distance, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a bottle of green python's venom from the space. "What is this?" Qin Yi's voice followed. "Green python's venom," Xiao Hua didn't dare to hide and quickly answered. Qin Yi snorted and didn't comment. Seeing that Qin Yi didn't speak, Xiao Hua closed his eyes and calmed his heart. He grabbed a drop of venom from the jade bottle, and then, just like how he detoxified the cultivators on Tianmen Mountain, he divided it into 9 drops and used a secret technique to put them into the beauty-retaining grass. Although Xiao Hua couldn't use his divine sense to observe it like how he detoxified the cultivator's poison, he had detoxified so many cultivators' poisons, and he also saw Elder Mu and the others' detoxification just now, so he had some idea in his heart. He stared at the appearance of the beauty-retaining grass, and his divine sense also wrapped around the beauty-retaining grass, carefully observing the changes of the beauty-retaining grass. As expected, the poisonous saliva was really complicated. Just as Elder Mu had predicted, one poison was within another, and one poison was a counter to the other. If he were to use antidotes, he would end up in the same situation as Elder Mu. The antidote would always rush towards the incendiary material of the other poison. However, Xiao Hua's method of using poison to restrain poison was just right. No matter what poison it was restrained by the green python's venom. In addition, the secret technique was indeed somewhat mysterious, and the results could be seen in minute details. The cereal poison in the beauty-retaining grass could be said to have been detoxified in Xiao Hua's hands. On the surface of the beauty-retaining grass, the pitch-black color was constantly changing, and every time it changed, the pitch-black color was reduced by a bit. When the 9 drops of the green python's venom were used up, the pitch-black color on the beauty-retaining grass was already cleared. Although it was still slightly gloomy, it was obvious that the beauty-retaining grass was alive. "Great!" Qin Yi couldn't help but clap her hands and say, "Xiao Hua, you've done a great service." Alas, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, straightened up, and said with an apologetic smile, "As long as Manor Master spares this junior's life. Don't doubt this junior's intentions." "Ha ha ha," Qin Yi laughed, "You're just a little foundation establishment, what intentions can you have? Why would this old one be afraid of your intentions?" "Yes, as long as senior understands." Xiao Hua somewhat understood, this junior will continue to work hard and detoxify the remaining 3 stalks. "Good. If you succeed in one try, I will reward you handsomely." Qin Yi nodded, and the faces of Chun Kuei and the others were also filled with joy. Needless to say, their lives were saved. Xiaohua wiped the sweat on his forehead with his hand. He wasn't tired, but he was afraid that there would be an accident. Xiaohua's heart tightened. Soon after, in less than 2 hours, the poison of the other 3 stalks of beauty-retaining grass was detoxified by Xiaohua. When all of the poisonous saliva was cleared, Xiaohua let out a long breath, bowed and said, "Manner Master, this junior was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." "Good." Chen Yi waved her hand, and said to Elder Mu and the others, "Wait and see, how is this beauty-retaining grass?" "Good, Manner Master will know." Elder Mu's face was slightly red, and she said in a low voice, "Previously, fellow Daoist Xiao was the first to detoxify the beauty-retaining grass. This old one and the others have already seen it. Although it hasn't returned to normal, it's no longer a big problem. Now, this old one and the others don't dare to do anything more. After a few days, let the beauty-retaining grass recover by itself, and use some methods to imbue it with spiritual energy. It should be able to completely recover." "Good." Chen Yi looked at Xiaohua, and said with a smile, "Your merits make up for your faults. It can be considered as complementing each other. Many thanks for Manner Master's kindness in not pursuing this matter." Xiaohua let out a long breath. "Chun Kuei, clean up the dead beauty-retaining grass. I want to reactivate the array here. In the future, without my Dharma tablet, no one can come in at will." Chen Yi waved her hand, and ordered Chun Kuei. To be continued. Chapter 1981. "Yes, this servant will do it right away." Chun Kuei's face showed joy as she immediately got up from the ground and said. Xiaohua's heart moved as he cupped his hands and said, "Villa Master, since this face-retaining grass is already dead, can you give it to this junior? This junior also wants to see what the poisonous saliva is." "This." Chen Yi was somewhat hesitant as she glanced at Elder Mu. Elder Mu slightly nodded, indicating that the face-retaining grass had already lost its vitality. Even if Xiaohua took it, it would be useless. It's rare for you to have such thoughts. How can this old one not satisfy you?" Chen Yi waved her hand and said with a smile, "Chun Kuei, give the face-retaining grass to Xiaohua." "Yes." Chun Kuei knew what Chen Yi was thinking. She took out the beauty-retaining grass from the yellow soil and didn't give it to Xiaohua. Instead, with a wave of her hand, she cut off the part that wasn't in the soil and gave it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua saw that Chen Yi was so vigilant, he bitterly smiled as he took it and put it into his space. "All of you, leave." Chen Yi's divine sense swept through the medicine garden as she coldly ordered. "Yes." Everyone didn't dare to be negligent as they all retreated from the medicine garden. Xiaohua stood in front of the bamboo forest as he watched the bamboo in the bamboo forest continuously change. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth also changed a lot along with the movement of the formation. However, Xiaohua currently had a deep understanding of formations. Just from the changes of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could already faintly perceive the power of the formation and some traces of it. After a meal, Chen Yi came out of the bamboo forest. Her face had already recovered the innocence that Xiaohua had when he first saw her, and even a little shy. "Let's go. If I'm not wrong, if Sun Xian comes to Mujing Garden again, she will definitely be discovered by me, hee." Chen Yi said as she waved her hand, "Xiaohua, you also come." "Yes." Xiaohua didn't dare to disobey and followed Chen Yi and the others to Linlang Pavilion. "Come, Xiaohua," Chen Yi waved her hand and said, "This time, you were able to save my buried flower villa's face-retaining grass, so I can't not toast you 3 times." As she spoke, Chun Kuei and Dong Jin also took out 3 fist-sized jade cups and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, this matter is all thanks to you. Let me toast you 3 times on behalf of the Villa Master." Xiaohua extended his hand to receive it, then bowed towards Chen Yi. "Many thanks for Manor Lord's generous gift. This junior was also taking a risk, but I was actually breaking out in a cold sweat earlier." "Hee hee." Chen Yi smiled faintly. She looked very pure and lovely, far less terrifying than when she was angry earlier. After Xiaohua finished drinking the 3 cups of spirit wine, which was quite different from the Snow Jean spirit wine from before, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "It must be because the heavens have taken care of Manor Lord's usual benevolence. Knowing that something would happen in the manor today, this junior was specially sent here." "Hee, you really know how to talk." Chen Yi covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Since the youth retaining grass is fine, it can be considered that Junior's grievance has been washed away. Xiaohua continued, "Junior still has some matters to attend to. When I have the whereabouts of the heavenly Een grass, please send me a message. And don't worry about the heavenly Een grass. I will definitely keep an eye out for you." Chen Yi said with a smile, "However, that protective magic treasure of yours. Speaking of which, I don't really like it." "Oh. Didn't senior previously?" Xiaohua was somewhat flabbergasted. He didn't know why Chen Yi went back on her words. "Hee, I suddenly want to make a deal with you," Chen Yi said with a smile. Xiaohua frowned, and a bad feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, Chen Yi quickly uncovered the mystery. "Your secret technique of fighting poison with poison is pretty good. I feel that it's more suitable than any protective magic treasure. You might as well use that secret technique to exchange for the heavenly Een grass." Xiaohua thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. As long as senior can find the heavenly Een grass, this junior can use this secret technique to exchange with senior. Hee, I want to get the jade slip of the secret technique right now," Chen Yi said with a smile, "or you can stay in my burial flower manor and wait for me to find the heavenly Een grass. Otherwise, without this secret technique, I don't have any confidence." This. Xiaohua was really in a difficult position. Firstly, he was somewhat afraid of this female cultivator whose mood was fickle and unpredictable. Secondly, this female cultivator seemed to be somewhat greedy. He had a lot of secrets, and this secret technique of fighting poison with poison was nothing. If she discovered something, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to leave Burial Flower Manor. However, if he were to take out the secret technique for nothing, it would make Xiaohua's heart ache. Moreover, Chen Yi didn't have full confidence in getting the heavenly Een grass. If she couldn't get the heavenly Een grass in the future, how could he get back the value of the secret technique? Forget it. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua sighed cautiously. "Lord Manor is a golden core stage senior, so this junior definitely believes in you. This secret technique. Junior will give it to senior in advance. I hope senior can gather the heavenly Een grass as much as possible." As Xiaohua expected, Chen Yi beamed with joy and waved her hand. "Look at what you're saying. Why would a golden core stage cultivator like me care about your secret technique? How about this, you can stay in my burial flower manor for the time being. When I find the heavenly Een grass, I'll trade with you." "There's no need." Xiaohua hurriedly and sincerely said, "This junior sincerely wants to give this secret technique to senior. If I didn't give this secret technique to senior in advance, I'm afraid senior won't do your best." "Nonsense." Chen Yi's small nose slightly wrinkled, and she scolded with a smile, "Just based on that jade slip of yours, I won't do my best." At this moment, Chen Yi frowned slightly, and her eyes slightly raised, looking to the right of Xiaohua. "Huh? Could it be?" Xiaohua was shocked, thinking that Sun Qian, who Chen Yi mentioned, had appeared in Glittering Jewel's pavilion. However, soon after, a gust of wind blew past, as if Chen Yi had used some secret technique, and the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered. "Invite fellow Daoist Zhu in," Chen Yi said softly. Soon after, Chen Yi waved her hand, and a brilliance flew out from her sleeve, dispersing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. She smiled at Xiaohua and said, "Your luck has come." "What do you mean?" Xiaohua didn't understand, but he had a premonition in his heart. Fellow Daoist Zhu Qinghe of Meng Country's Su Yan faction is also one of the participants of this operation. He suddenly came to my burial flower manor this time, and I'm afraid it's related to this operation. Chen Yi explained with a smile, "You can leave first, don't be in a hurry to leave. Wait for me to welcome fellow Daoist Zhu, and see if it's time for the operation. If so, you can leave after I get the heavenly een grass. Oh, that's great, thank you senior. Xiaohua was overjoyed, and he bowed to thank her. You're welcome, Chen Yi said with a wave of her sleeve. However, just as Xiaohua was about to leave Glittering Jewel's pavilion, Chen Yi shouted, Xiaohua, you are leaving just like that? Oh. Xiaohua was stunned, and then he smiled bitterly in his heart. This Chen Yi, where does she have the bearing of a Golden Core Realm senior? The heavenly een grass. I'm afraid it's hard to count on it. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1982. Soon after, Xiaohua pretended to come to a sudden realization as he slapped his forehead and said, Look at this junior's memory. I was just thinking about taking out the jade slip, but I was immediately overjoyed when I heard the good news. I've embarrassed myself in front of senior. Then, he took out a jade slip, recorded the secret technique, and handed it to Chen Yi. Chen Yi's divine sense swept over and nodded. Not bad, I appreciate your kind intentions. After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Xiaohua. He stood up and walked away. Presumably, he was going to welcome Su Yan faction's Zhu Qinghe. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please follow me. Seeing that Xiaohua was somewhat in a daze, Chen Kuei reminded him. Many thanks, fellow Daoist. Xiaohua laughed bitterly. In front of a core formation cultivator, how could initial stage foundation establishment possibly be taken seriously? In the future, unless I have no other choice, I will never trade with any golden core or nascent soul cultivators again. Xiaohua secretly made up his mind. This is simply asking a tiger for its skin. If I'm not careful, my life will be taken. Soon after, Xiaohua followed Chen Kuei out of the Linlang pavilion and returned to the pavilion where he previously sat in meditation. At this time, the two female cultivators who were originally guarding the pavilion had either not returned or were no longer guarding him. They were no longer beside the pavilion. Xiaohua pushed open the door and entered. Just as he was about to close the door, he heard Chen Kuei say in a low voice behind him, This concubine thanks fellow Daoist Xiao for saving my life today. Oh. Xiaohua turned his head to take a look. Chen Kuei was standing there with a bow. He smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Daoist Chen Kuei, I was just trying to protect myself. It can't be considered as special assistance. You don't have to take it to heart. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you may think so, but I wouldn't dare. Although Spring Kuei stood up, she still said respectfully, if it weren't for Dao Friend's help, the lives of over 100 servants of the Buried Flower Manor Spring Division would have been lost. Hee, that's because the Manor Lord was angry. He wouldn't be so heartless. Xiaohua laughed. Spring Kuei didn't comment. After thinking for a while, she patted her hand and took out a few spiritual herbs from her storage bag. She smiled apologetically and said, I don't have anything good, but these are the spiritual herbs unique to my Burial Flower Manor. Please accept them, fellow cultivator Xiao. No need. Xiaohua waved his hand. If the Manor Lord were to find out about these things, I'm afraid it wouldn't be good. It doesn't matter. This was obtained by this concubine. It can't be considered as something particularly precious. Chen Kuei insisted on giving it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, if fellow Daoist has the heart to thank me, then, pick up the abandoned spirit grass seeds of Burial Flower Manor, or the withered seeds that won't germinate, and give them to me. In short, Burial Flower Manor can treat them as trash. Spring Sunflower was stunned. She didn't know how to withdraw her outstretched hand. She asked in surprise, what does fellow Daoist Xiao want those useless things for? My Burial Flower Manor casually discards those things. Hee, that's good. Xiaohua says with a smile, this Xiao likes to collect rare things, even if it's a dead spirit grass, it's still good. I understand. Spring Sunflower said with a smile, fellow Daoist Xiao, you wanted the beauty-retaining grass to be poisoned to death, right? Yes, Xiaohua nods and says with a smile, that's right. Although this Xiao didn't obtain the Real Beauty Retaining Grass, the Poison Beauty Retaining Grass is still Beauty Retaining Grass after all. This Xiao not only broadens his knowledge, but also can show off. What's wrong with that? Alright, those things are easy. This concubine originally thought that fellow Daoist Xiao wanted to refuse this concubine's thanks. Since you have such a request, then this concubine will thank fellow Daoist. Spring Sunflower says with a smile, fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait a few days. This concubine will pack them up and give them to fellow Daoist. Hee, I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist. Xiaohua enters the pavilion with a smile and casually closes the door. Spring Sunflower's gaze is complicated. She looks at the half-closed door of the pavilion and turns around to leave. At night, still inside Linlang Pavilion. At this time, a crescent moon hangs in the sky. The silver moonlight sprinkles on the rippling blue lake water. Sitting on the railing of Linlang Pavilion, one can be intoxicated by the night scenery before one's eyes without using any magic. Spring Sunflower. Do you blame me for being ruthless to you during the day? A clear and melodious voice echoes. Matched with such a beautiful moon, it is very pleasant to listen to. This servant doesn't dare. Spring Sunflower answers without hesitation, it was all this servant's carelessness that made a mistake. This servant deserves to be punished however Manor Lord wants to punish me. Sigh, now that I think about it, I was also angry at that time. Chen Yi says with some embarrassment, even if you want to punish me, there is no need to make you take the blame. Even more so, you shouldn't be considered as guilty as Spring's sect. This servant understands. This servant knows that Manor Lord won't be so ruthless. Spring Sunflower says with a smile, it's just that the situation during the day was too dangerous. If it wasn't for Xiaohua, oh, that's right. What did Xiaohua want to do with the poisoned youth-retaining grass? Did you find out clearly? Chen Yi nods and asks. Hee, of course this servant knows. Spring Sunflower says with a smile, this guy actually has a hobby of collecting strange spirit herbs or seeds. During the day when this servant sent him back to the pavilion, I wanted to thank him with spirit herbs first. He actually didn't want them and only wanted some rare seeds. Even if they are dead and won't germinate, it's fine. This is actually a strange hobby. He wouldn't have any ulterior motives, right? Chen Yi is also surprised. She seems to have never heard of a cultivator with this hobby. This servant also doesn't know. That's why I didn't dare to casually agree to his request. Spring Sunflower smiles apologetically. I understand. Chen Yi claps her hands and says, you all shouldn't forget his origin. Origin? Spring Sunflower is surprised. She turns to look at Xia Lan and the others, not understanding. Sigh, Xiaohua was born as a loose cultivator. Although he is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect and can be considered a famous sect, he can't change the habit of cultivating since young. Chen Yi's face is full of disdain. Didn't you hear what he said? The youth-retaining grass was eaten by him. He is afraid of being poor. He wants to take anything good he sees, even if it is some withered seeds. And, the spirit herbs you gave him aren't rare, right? Of course, how can this servant give him rare spirit herbs? Spring Sunflower quickly says with a smile. That's right. Chen Yi curls her lips, he would rather have some seeds that he has never seen before than these ordinary spirit herbs. Isn't this a strange hobby? Manor Lord is wise. Spring Sunflower says with a smile, then, how should this servant deal with him? Just give him useless things. Chen Yi impatiently waves her hand, can he grow flowers out of the seeds? No matter what, he is your savior. Manor Lord is this servant's savior. This servant knows clearly. Spring Sunflower says with a smile, this servant is just saying it to him. As long as you know. Chen Yi waves her hand, looks at the sky, and says to Qiuzhan, go and invite fellow Daoist Zhu for a chat. Yes, this servant knows. Spring Sunflower and Qiuzhan both nods. After looking at each other, Qiuzhan quickly walks away. Not long after, a tall, dignified middle-stage gold core cultivator follows Qiuzhan to Linlang Pavilion. Manor Lord Chen is in such a good mood. Zhu Qinghe seems to be very familiar with Chen Yi. He looks around without any trace of politeness and says, "Today's beautiful scenery, if not for Qiu Lai's mouth, it would be inferior. Hee, fellow Daoist Zhu, this kind of lake in moonlight should be drunk in spring sleep. Why do you need Qiu Lai's mouth? It's not appropriate, it's not appropriate." Chen Yi shook her head without any trace of politeness. Zhu Qinghe is a cultivator around 60 years old, looks like Chen Yi's father. He waves his hand and says with a smile, "That's because you female cultivators are sentimental. You are different from common men like me. Without Qiu Lai's spiciness, how can you taste the taste of a battlefield call? What does a battlefield call have to do with this moonlight and lake scenery?" Chen Yi is curious. Zhu Qinghe says with a smile, "I don't have soldiers in front of me, but I have soldiers in my heart. Can't it work?" "Yes. Of course it works." Chen Yi claps her hands and says, "If fellow Daoist Zhu didn't have soldiers in his heart, we..." "Hee, Qiuzhan, bring wine for fellow Daoist Zhu." "Yes, Manor Lord." Qiuzhan smiles and takes out 3 fist-sized jade cups. Fellow Daoist Chen is really stingy. Zhu Qinghe glances at them and points with his hand. "It's not that I'm stingy, it's just that fellow Daoist Zhu doesn't need to come." Chen Yi says with a smile, "Even Qiuzhan is shy with strangers." "Yes, I understand." Qiuzhan hurriedly takes out a jade bottle from her storage bag and puts it on the jade plate with a smile. "Good wine." Zhu Qinghe doesn't care. He points with his hand and a yellow spiritual wine flies out from the jade bottle and into his mouth. "Give me some spring slumber wine." Chen Yi says to Chen Kuei, "You all can leave as well." "Yes." Chen Kuei takes out the jade bottle and puts it next to Chen Yi's hand. She salutes with Xiaolan and the others and leaves together. "Fellow Daoist Zhu, let me toast you." Chen Yi raises her jade cup and says with a smile, "Thank you, Manor Lord Chen." Zhu Qinghe raises his jade bottle and says with a smile. The two drink for a while and chat. Chen Yi asks, "Fellow Daoist Zhu, a few years ago, I listened to your arrangement and placed Buried Flower Manor here. You said it would only take a few months, but in the blink of an eye, a few years have passed. Why haven't I heard anything from you? Could it be that there's something wrong with that place? Or maybe we didn't prepare enough?" "Hee, Manor Lord Chen, if there's no news, would I dare to come here?" Zhu Qinghe says with a smile, "The last thing was found by fellow Daoist Xia in the Flame Forest Swamp 4 years ago. Although we didn't prepare enough, it was enough for us to go there. If I didn't have some trivial matters to attend to, I could have gone there 4 years ago." That's strange." Chen Yi says curiously, "Fellow Daoist Zhu is the mastermind of this trip. The things there are mainly useful to you. We're just accompanying you to take a look. Fellow Daoist Zhu doesn't want the things there. What kind of trivial matters do you have to attend to?" "Hee, forgive me for not telling you. But when we get there, Manor Lord Chen will know." Zhu Qinghe shakes his head and says, "Even if others don't tell you, Manor Lord Chen will know." That's strange, that's strange." Chen Yi puts one hand on her forehead and seems to be drunk. "I'm flattered. Fellow Daoist Zhu, can you tell me in advance?" Zhu Qinghe shakes his head slightly. "Manor Lord Chen, you'd better not be curious. It's good for both of us." "Hee, then I won't ask any more questions." Chen Yi raises her cup and says, "Let's hope that this trip will be successful." "Do you still need to say it? We've prepared for more than 10 years. If we don't succeed, how can we show our faces?" Zhu Qinghe laughs and raises his cup. Chapter 1983. Meanwhile, Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged inside the pavilion, his mind entering the space. The beauty-retaining grass that he had previously thrown in was placed on the ground by itself. At this time, it seemed that although the poisonous saliva did not further deteriorate, because the beauty-retaining grass only had a stem and no roots, it was simply impossible for it to survive. Xiaohua's illusion of a good thing simply did not work. Yes, with the increase of my cultivation base and realm, the range of this space has increased a lot. Now it seems to be almost 100 li. Moreover, with the increase of my realm, my mind seems to be able to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the space. Of course, this is just a feeling. How to control it needs to be carefully comprehended. Xiaohua's mind flew to a high place in the space, and he thought rather proudly. Moreover, although this heavenly starry sky seems to be within 100 li of space, the specific range seems to be endless, far beyond the space, and the mind cannot reach it. The karma hand under the heavenly starry sky is a little clearer. It should be because Senior Huang Yi's suffering greatly affected me. However, this karma hand is definitely not that simple. Now that I look at this blurry karma hand, I have a feeling of worship, as if everything is under its control. In the future, if I have a great opportunity to comprehend it, then, how great will my divine ability be? Xiaohua somewhat looked forward to the future when his cultivation base reached large success. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua's heart was full of hope, and he laughed in a low voice. This young master's space is so wonderful, can it still be a small fish in the Xiaoyu continent? Although the person who sealed this young master's Naiwan palace has great divine ability, he definitely can't think of this young master's space's foundation. This young master should still quietly cultivate. When my wings are full, it won't be too late to find someone to settle accounts. Yes, at that time, this young master's origin will also be revealed. Immediately, Xiaohua's heart was moved again, and his body slightly trembled. Damn, this young master has too many good things. There is no one to guide me properly. When Senior Huang Yi entered the ghost path, wasn't he forced to divide his soul into thousands of pieces because of the Immortal Alliance's experts? My mind is in space. Not only do I have to comprehend the way of heaven, but I also have to comprehend the hand of karma. I even have to go out of space to deal with it. Why can't I split my mind? Not to mention the blood shadow art, wouldn't Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, and even ghost cultivators be able to cultivate all Dharma spells? When Xiaohua thought of this, he was abnormally excited. He released his Buddhist sense and looked around the pavilion again and again. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he sent his Buddhist sense into the mark left behind by Huang Yi and carefully searched. However, after he found it and finished reading the so-called doppelganger technique of the ghost cultivator, his expression became somewhat uncertain. This technique was called inextricably linked. It divided the body of the ghost into thousands of parts, but these thousands of parts were exactly the same as the core of the ghost. It could be said that each doppelganger was the original ghost, and each doppelganger could cultivate and even devour other doppelganger. In other words, tens of thousands of years ago, every fish in the cold river with Huang Yi's doppelganger in its body was Huang Yi himself. Huang Yi didn't explain clearly which fish's soul escaped from the Immortal Alliance's hands in the end, or if it was her hidden main soul that escaped the Immortal Alliance's pursuit. However, the hardships involved were inevitable. Huang Yi was already in the realm of 10,000 deaths, which was why he took the risk to use this technique and luckily escaped a so-called path of survival. Moreover, this technique was a ghost cultivator's secret inheritance, and was also a technique used exclusively by ghost cultivators. It couldn't be used in other cultivation paths. Even if Xiaohua thoroughly comprehended this technique and didn't use it on his soul, he would only split his mind. That would be too Xiaohus, and in the future, he would have to deal with the problem of how to merge them. Although there was a description of devouring in the technique, was the mind the same as the soul? What about the effect on the two minds after devouring? This was all unknown. Xiaohua was a normal mortal realm cultivator, so it was unlikely that he would take this strange risk. Forget it, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with a bitter smile, I was too whimsical. Although I can't slow down my cultivation, I can't advance too rashly either. Although I have the auspicious talisman to protect me, if I take this kind of risk, there will always be an accident, and then I will be consigned to eternal damnation. Let's take a look at the specific technique first. It won't be too late to take the risk in the future if I can't do it. Immediately, Xiaohua withdrew his Buddhist consciousness, closed his eyes, and recalled the countless threads technique word by word, carefully comprehending it. After an unknown amount of time, he heard footsteps outside the pavilion. Xiaohua slightly opened his eyes, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he stood up and walked out of the pavilion. He smiled and said to Chen Kuei, who was slowly walking over, "Fellow Daoist, do you have any good news?" "Hee, I wonder what fellow Daoist Xiao is referring to by good news?" Chen Kuei also said with a smile. "Naturally, it's the Manor Lord. When will you bring the thing I want?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said in a low voice. "Then fellow Daoist will be disappointed." Chen Kuei pursed her lips and said, "In the past few days, other than Senior Zhu who came to my burial flower manor, no other seniors came, and the Manor Lord also didn't seem to have done anything. So it's like that." Xiaohua didn't seem disappointed and asked, "Fellow Daoist came, could it be that I can leave the manor?" "That's strange, fellow Daoist Xiao." Chen Kuei said curiously, "I promised to reward fellow Daoist Xiao. How could fellow Daoist Xiao forget this matter?" With that said, Chen Kuei took out a storage bag from her waist and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, "This is what I promised fellow Daoist Xiao a few days ago. Now, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I brought all the trash of my burial flower manor over these years and gave it to fellow Daoist Xiao." "All these years? Everything?" Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "I thought that these things would be kept secret in burial flower manor, so I didn't dare to have too much hope, so I didn't think of it. Fellow Daoist, please forgive me. Hee, it's just some trash. Since fellow Daoist has taken it, we don't need to destroy it." Chen Kuei saw Xiaohua take the storage bag, and her face was a bit strange. She replied with a smile, "Since fellow Daoist Xiao wants it and I can return the favor, why not? Thank you, fellow Daoist." Xiaohua didn't look and cupped his hands. "No need to thank me. You and I are even." Chen Kuei let out a sigh of relief and returned the greeting. "Fellow Daoist Xiao still needs to keep this matter a secret and can't mention it to a third person. I'll leave now. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait here. Presumably, the Manor Lord will have arrangements. If fellow Daoist has any other matters, you can tell the servants to call me over." "Okay." Xiaohua replied and watched Chen Kuei leave. Xiaohua waited until Chen Kuei left before closing the door. He thought that Burial Flower Manor would be on guard against him, but he didn't expect that Chen Kuei would really deliver these things. However, when he opened the storage bag and scanned it with his divine sense, he was even more delighted. Chapter 1984. It turned out that there were not only a lot of seeds in the storage bag, but also a few withered and broken jade orchid bamboos. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that the roots of the beauty-retaining grass that he had always wanted were also in front of him. Thinking of what Chen Kuei had said, Xiaohua secretly nodded and said in his heart, "Giving people immortal grass leaves a lingering fragrance." Sure enough. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't hesitate. His mind entered the space and woke up all the puppets. On a piece of wasteland, he leveled the medicinal field and prepared to plant all the abandoned seeds. The jade orchid bamboos were inserted into the pool of water where the water-patterned butterfly was. As for the lifeless roots of the beauty-retaining grass, Xiaohua thought for a moment and threw them far away at the edge of the space. He didn't want to do anything at this time to avoid any accidents. It seems that I have to properly understand the control of space. Xiaohua thought, now there are more and more things in the space. Little Silver and Little Yellow are obedient, but if the dream mirage butterfly hatches from the egg, I may not be able to control it. I have to separate these things. Xiaohua already understood the cultivation method of countless threads. It was very strange, so he didn't dare to try it at this time. Thinking for a moment, he used earth amplification to slowly refine the earth crystal ya milk. At the same time, he began to comprehend the mystery of soul stab in his heart. Far to the north of the country of Shi, in a place where there were few people, the wind whistled and yellow sand filled the air. The sand and dust that covered the sky constantly fluttered in the air, making the whole world look like a dim yellow. A dim yellow brilliance flew across the distant sky, and then a powerful divine sense swept through the yellow sand. When the brilliance fell and the brilliance slightly dissipated, a young cultivator appeared. This cultivator's face was thin, his body was slender, and under a pair of sword-like eyebrows, his eyes were bright and full of expression. The most peculiar thing was that the cultivator was carrying a long sword on his back. This cultivator was none other than the sect master of Seven Skills sect, Reverend Lu Ni, a late nascent soul stage cultivator. Reverend Lu Ni showed his figure, patted his hand and took out a jade slip from his storage bag. He scanned it with his divine sense, then looked up at the surroundings and said in a low voice, "It's here." However, to create such a vicious scene, that fellow is quite thoughtful. Then, Immortal Yoshu waved his hand, and the long sword behind his back instantly turned into a rainbow, splitting into four and flying away in different directions. After 10 minutes, the 4 swords flew back. As expected, there's no one around. The corners of Reverend Lu Su's mouth curved into a smile. He was just about to take back his sword when suddenly, a slight buzzing sound came out from under his feet. Reverend Lu Ni was slightly startled. He had already checked this place before, otherwise, he would not have missed it. How could it be ordinary if he, a late nascent soul cultivator, could not find it? Indeed, after the faint cry, a few palm-sized, yellowish desert scorpions slowly crawled out of the sand not far away from Reverend Lu Yun. Ah! Desert scorpion. Reverend Lu Ni was somewhat surprised, but now that he had seen the desert scorpions, he felt slightly relieved. This is the edge of the northern desert. Although there are few people around, it's not as harsh as the northern desert. The desert scorpions should not have come here. Reverend Lu Ni knew that the desert scorpions were born with the nature of earth, and mixed together with the sand of the northern desert. Ordinary divine sense could not separate them at all. Therefore, it was not surprising that he could not find them. However, what happened next made him frown deeply. According to the ancient records, the desert scorpion was usually docile and good at attacking groups of people, and would never attack unless it was disturbed. But now, it had actually circled above the yellow sand for a while, then wielded its large, sharp pincers and flew straight towards Reverend Lu Ming. This. Reverend Lu Ni scanned them with his divine sense and could not help laughing. Although the desert scorpions were terrifying, there were tens of thousands of them. Moreover, in the depth of the northern desert, once they appeared, there would definitely be hundreds of thousands or even millions of them. These few desert scorpions, not to mention Reverend Lu Ni, a late Yuanying stage cultivator, even gold core stage cultivators or foundation establishment stage cultivators could definitely kill them with their own magical abilities. Swish! Reverend Lu Ni casually waved his flying sword. A sword light flashed, and unexpectedly, several desert scorpions were killed at the same time from different directions. Looking at the remains of the desert scorpions falling on the sand and then being blown away by the wind, Reverend Lu Ni slightly shook his head. Cultivation is always the theme of eternity. As strong as Yuanying stage cultivators, as weak as desert scorpions, in front of an existence with a profound cultivation, they can only be, unfortunately. Before Reverend Lu Ni could finish his words, a swish swish sound was heard from under his feet. The clear cry became more and more ear-piercing. This is bad. No wonder Reverend Lu Ni could not express his feelings. His face slightly changed, and he hurriedly flew up from the sand and floated in midair. Underneath his feet, within the range of tens of miles, desert scorpions emerged from the yellow waves one after another like surging tadpoles. What surprised Reverend Lu Ni the most was that not only were the clear cries mixed with each other, faintly having the effect of seizing one's soul, but also, one after another, weak divine wills, mixed with emotionlessness, excitement, anger and other emotions, swept across his body. Oh my! Reverend Lu Ni was slightly startled. Although he was not afraid of these little things, being surrounded by tens of thousands of desert scorpions was also an extremely annoying thing. Moreover, there might be other spiritual creatures among these desert scorpions. Buzz. While Reverend Lu and I was hesitating, hundreds and thousands of desert scorpions had already flown up and swarmed towards him from all directions. Sun Yunzi. This is not a trick of this guy, is it? A thought suddenly came to Reverend Lu Ni's mind. He had come here at Sun Yunzi's invitation, but he immediately denied it. It was definitely not an easy thing to plot against a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and this simple northern desert was simply not a good place to do so. Go. Reverend Lu and I waved his hand, and the long sword in his hand flashed with several beams of light, killing all the desert scorpions within 1,000 feet of him. At the same time, his body also flew up and was about to fly into the distance. However, when Reverend Lu Ni's body had just flown up 1,000 feet, a pitch-black beam of light suddenly flashed across the yellow sand about 100 feet below him. Following the whistling wind and sand in midair, that beam of light was both crooked and extremely fast, striking towards Reverend Lu Ni's lower body. Ouch! There's more. Reverend Lu and I was slightly angry. He rubbed his left hand, and a splendid ray of light was produced. As his hand gesture fell, the ray of light fell down rapidly, and the wind and sand in the ray of light all stopped, unable to move at all. In the area where the ray of light fell, the desert scorpions within 1,000 feet radius were either floating in midair, or entrenched on the sand layer, or had just drilled out of the yellow sand. All of them stopped there quietly, not moving even a little bit. Kill. Reverend Lu and I stretched out his right hand, and a bright silver sword light unexpectedly emerged from his hand. As his right palm chopped down, the sword light rushed towards the black light that was attacking him. With only a slight touch, the black light was smashed, and the sword light did not stop at all, piercing into the yellow sand. Below the yellow sand, about 10 feet of yellow sand slightly trembled, and then became still again. Seeing this, Reverend Lu and I did not stay any longer. His body slightly flashed, and he directly rushed up, flying to 1,000 feet high, and then threw himself in a certain direction. However, as soon as he flew away, a divine thought swept over from another direction, and just locked onto him. Is that Fairy Yingzhua? Reverend Lu and I was slightly stunned, and immediately recognized that familiar divine thought. His flowing body stopped in midair. Reverend Lu and I? You are also here for the appointment? In the distant 7-colored ray of light, Fairy Yingzhua, who was dressed in a 7-colored robe, also showed her figure, and also transmitted her voice to Reverend Lu and I in surprise. Yes, I am here for the appointment. It's Sun Yunzi who invited I. Fellow Daoist Sun Yunzi, what are you trying to do? Fairy Yingzhua's figure stopped 100 feet away from Reverend Lu and I, and said very strangely, I thought that I was the only one who invited him. I didn't expect that fellow Daoist would also be invited. Then, her divine thought swept under her feet, and she slightly frowned. Moreover, there are so many desert scorpions here. Could it be that Sun Yunzi has some ulterior motives? It's still not time yet. Let's wait and see. Reverend Lu and I glanced under his feet, and said coldly, he can't be thinking of leaving all of us in the northern desert, right? Hee. Fairy Yingzhua covered her mouth and laughed, unless he, Xianghua sect, also doesn't want to establish himself in the Dawn Rain continent. The two late nascent soul stage cultivators stood in the sky with the strong wind, and the brilliance around their bodies was not affected by the wind at all, as if they were taking a leisurely stroll. After the time it took to eat a meal, Sun Yunzi's divine thought swept over from afar. Seeing the two of them standing in the sky, he couldn't help but be startled, and transmitted his voice, fellow Daoists, although the wind in the northern desert is very strong, it's not the time for the two of you to walk hand in hand. It's too cold to be high up in the sky. Humph, Sun Yunzi. Reverend Lu and I sneered, and looked at the faint red light on Sun Yunzi's body, and transmitted his voice, you found a good place. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to see fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist Lu Kong, what do you mean? Sun Yunzi was slightly surprised, and deliberately swept his divine thought around. When he went deep into the yellow sand, he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is I's fault. I passed by here a few years ago, and saw that there were no traces of people here. It was a good place, so I invited you two to meet here. Who would have thought that after not seeing each other for a few years, there would be desert scorpions here? I don't think it's fellow Daoist Sun Yunzi's fault. Fairy Yingzhua interrupted again. These desert scorpions are usually in the depths of the northern desert. Who knows how they came to the edge today? And these things don't seem to be very strong, so they're not troublesome to us. Humph, Reverend Lu and I naturally knew the balance of the tripartite balance, so he didn't say anything, and asked, fellow Daoist Sun Yunzi, why did you ask us to meet here today? Sun Yunzi didn't care about Reverend Lu Su's ambiguous attitude. Instead, he looked at Fairy Yingzhua and said, I've come to you, my fellow Daoists, for two pieces of news. One is good news, and the other is bad news. Which one would you like to hear first? Huh, fellow Daoist Sun Yunzi, you're so interesting. Fairy Yingzhua laughed. I haven't listened to someone talk like this for a long time. I didn't expect that fellow Daoist, who is thousands of years old, could still be so leisurely. Chapter 1985. If it can make Sun Yunzi laugh like this, then it must be good news. Immortal Lu Shi's heart moved, as if he thought of something. His body moved slightly, and he said, I am willing to listen to good news. Really? Fairy Yingzhua also thought of something, and clapped her hands. Could it be that that thing has been completed? Huh, you two fellow Daoists are right. Sun Yunzi clapped his hands, and 2 jade bottles were taken out. He waved his hands, and the bottles flew to the two of them. I did not disappoint you, and finally succeeded in refining the python dragon pill. Humph. Immortal Lu Shi waved his hand, and a huge light shadow flew out, firmly covering the jade bottles. He said, this is fellow Daoist Sun Yunzi. If it was fellow Daoist Yingzhua, I'm afraid you would have succeeded in refining it 10 years ago. No. Fairy Yingzhua's face was also filled with joy. She slightly waved her arm, and a big hand flew out, catching the jade bottles. Then she said, although my Xuanyan school is founded on alchemy, fellow Daoist Sun Yunzi's alchemy skills are not inferior to I dare not say that I can refine the python dragon pill in just a few years. Fairy Yingzhua took the jade bottles, and her cherry lips slightly opened. She spat out a mouthful of Jianyuan, and opened the jade bottles. A fist-sized pill, emitting a blazing brilliance, like a dancing flame, flew out of the jade bottles. As the pill appeared in the air, an incomparably rich medicinal fragrance spread around Fairy Yingzhua. This medicinal fragrance seemed to be stagnant, and did not disperse in the slightest in the astral wind. Roar. The faint roar of a dragon came from the python dragon core. Within the flames, a small white snake was rapidly circling around the core. Every time it circled around, the white snake would change. After circling around for 81 times, it actually turned into a real fire dragon. This fire dragon was exactly the appearance of the little white dragon. Great! Fairy Yingzhua stared at it for half the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, then opened her mouth, and Jianyuan spread out, and the python dragon pill was sucked into the jade bottle. Then she cast layers of spells on the jade bottle, and put it away in her arms. Immortal Lu Shi's face was also full of surprise, and he had already put away the jade bottle. Thank you, fellow Daoist Xuanyan. Fairy Yingzhua glanced at Reverend Lu Shi, then both of them cupped their fists and said, this boa dragon pill is quite different from the ones recorded in the books. I'm afraid our chances of stepping into deity transformation have increased by another 10%. You don't have to be so polite. Sun Yunzi sighed in his heart, but he still put on a smile and said, we have already made an agreement to refine this python dragon pill. I don't dare to go against our agreement. As for the mutation of the python dragon core, it should be due to the difference in the core of the python dragon that we killed. Of course. Reverend Lu and I nodded slightly. Although Sun Yunzi had given him the python dragon pill today because of the vow of heart, and it was something he deserved, he still felt a little grateful to Sun Yunzi for giving him the python dragon pill. Therefore, his tone became much gentler. According to the ancient records, the python dragon pill is a half dragon and half python. By taking the python dragon pill, we have solved the mystery of the transformation of a python into a dragon, and stepped into the separating divinity stage from Yuanying. Today, this python dragon pill is actually a transformation from a python into a dragon, and we have a deeper understanding of the process. Our chances of stepping into the separating divinity stage have increased by more than 10%, and even 20% is not surprising. Yes, there is indeed something wrong with that white python. Fairy Yingzhuo looked at Sun Yunzi thoughtfully. Fellow Daoist Sun Yunzi, have you found the soul that flew away? Sun Yunzi smiled bitterly. I have used all my power, but I still can't find any clues. I can't find it anywhere. However, the white python was in the separating divinity stage when it was alive. Since it has already turned into a soul essence, it is nothing to worry about. If I can't find it, then I can't find it. Sun Yunzi naturally knew the effect of the python dragon pill was due to the dragonization incantation, but he couldn't say it out loud. He sighed in his heart that he didn't have enough luck, and quickly changed the topic. Today, I invited the two of you here to tell you the good news of the python dragon pill, and the bad news. Oh. Reverend Lu and I glanced at Fairy Yingzhuo, and asked curiously, there are not many things in this world that can make us think it is bad news, right? Exactly. Fairy Yingzhuo smiled. Fellow Daoist Sun Yunzi, please enlighten us. Hee, fellow Daoists, don't pretend that you don't know anything. Sun Yunzi smiled. Since I know, it is impossible for you two to not know. Moreover, I took out the python dragon pill, so naturally I have full sincerity. This is related to the future of our three sects. Fairy Yingzhuo and Reverend Lu and I both agreed. After a while, Reverend Lu and I smiled and said, this is related to the future of our sects, so it is naturally a big matter. The people of the Immortal Alliance will definitely stand up for us. Why should we be anxious? Immortal Alliance? Sun Yunzi sneered, they are a group of old farts. Why would they care about our life and death? They have reached a certain level. As long as they pass the heavenly tribulation and become immortals, they will be free and unfettered. They will not care about us. We are still far away from the Mahayana stage and the heavenly tribulation. So, you two fellow Daoists have also noticed the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Fairy Yingzhuo saw that Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu and I were tit for tat again, so she had to ask. Yes. Sun Yunzi nodded. Fellow Daoist Yingzhuo is right. I have thought hard for a long time, and even sought the elders of our sects, but still to no avail. Reverend Lu and I did not speak, but the expression on his face was the same. I am the same. Fairy Yingzhuo said with a bitter face, in the past 10 years, the disciples we have recruited have become more and more mixed. They are no longer as excellent as before. Moreover, the bloodline of aristocratic families has been awakening frequently. If there are no restrictions, they will definitely become great talents in the future. Cultivator aristocratic families and even those rogue cultivators may be on par with our sects. Rogue cultivators? Reverend Lu and I shook his head slightly. The aristocratic families that fellow Daoist mentioned are possible, but the so-called rogue cultivators are unnecessary. The rogue cultivators that I mentioned are devil cultivators. Fairy Yingzhuo sneered. Fellow Daoist Lu Kong does not know about the rise of the heavenly demon sect. There are also many rogue cultivators who have joined the devil sect. Yes, I naturally know about this. Reverend Lu and I nodded. They are just a group of motley crew. Under the banner of devil cultivators, they are incomparably filthy and have all kinds of cultivation. They will not amount to anything. Yes, it seems that there used to be a small organization abandoned by the heavens, which was controlled by the heavenly demon sect. The heavenly demon sect is nothing in our eyes. At this time, we don't need to care about them. Sun Yunzi smiled and said, what I mean is, if our three sects still don't find a way to recruit disciples, or find a suitable cultivation method for future disciples, then the three major cultivation sects of the state of Shi, I'm afraid we'll have to change sects. It can't be that serious. Reverend Lu and I laughed and said, I've had a deep talk with the elders. The current cultivation method is still usable, but the method of selecting disciples has to be changed. Only when the method is found, our 3 sects will still be able to live forever. Chapter 1986. I'm not afraid now, but what about in the future? Sun Yunzi said solemnly, it's only been a few decades. What if it's 1,000 years later, or 10,000 years later? The spiritual qi of heaven and earth has completely changed. Can cultivation methods still be cultivated? Hearing this, Fairy Yingjue and Immortal Lu and I were silent for a while. Obviously, they had thought about it. This matter is unusual. I want to discuss it with you two first. I have a plan, and then I'll discuss it with the leaders of several sects in Meng country and Lian country. We have to come up with a countermeasure. Sun Yunzi said, I always feel that this matter is unusual. If it's not handled well, the Taoist sect may be doomed eternally. Maybe. Fairy Yingjue sighed, I also did something in the sect, but the effect was not too obvious. Moreover, this involves the secret of my Xuanyan sect. Forgive I for not being able to tell you everything. Well, since fellow Daoist Yingjue said so, you're already open-minded. Sun Yunzi glanced at Immortal Lu and I and said with a smile, to be honest, I also did some experiments, but they were all not good. There's no effect. What about Huan country? Immortal Lu and I sneered, I wonder how their sword cultivators and beast cultivators are doing. Hee, fellow Daoist Lu Kong, you're right. Sun Yunzi said with a smile, if our Taoist sect is in danger, I'm afraid these cultivators will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. According to the message from the disciples in the sect, they've also changed. However, the specific situation is not clear. After all, the disciples who can go deep into Huan country are all low-level cultivators. It's impossible for them to reach the core. Fairy Yingjue thought for a while and said, well, I'll go back and think about it carefully. If there's any progress, let's communicate more. Sun Yunzi waved his hand and said, in fact, if only one sect has the secret, that sect will dominate. However, if the Taoist sect declines, that sect will definitely not last long. Fellow Daoists, do you think so too? Yes. Fairy Yingjue nodded, while Immortal Lu and I did not comment. Of course, apart from these 2 pieces of news, I invited you here today for another more important matter, which is related to our cultivation. I'd like to hear your opinions. As Sun Yunzi spoke, he looked at the two's expressions. Just as he expected, the two's expressions were calm. Clearly, they had the same perception as Sun Yunzi. Now that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has changed, not only does it affect the cultivation of low-level disciples, but it also restricts high-level cultivators like us. Sun Yunzi opened his mouth and said, many of the elders of my splendid sect who have been cultivating diligently have not made any progress in their cultivation for more than 10 years. Occasionally, they would make some progress, but it was all due to other opportunities. I believe the same is true for Xuanyan school and Qiqiao sect. Seeing that Immortal Lu and I and Fairy Yingjue did not speak, Sun Yunzi's eyes flickered and he continued, low-level cultivators need very little spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The change of spiritual qi of heaven and earth will not affect their cultivation. However, we use too much spiritual qi of heaven and earth for our cultivation. Now that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has changed, our cultivation will naturally be affected. The same must be true for the other seniors of the Divine Transformation Realm, Void Refinement Realm and Body Integration Realm. In other words, simply absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth will not satisfy our cultivation needs. Spiritual herbs and pills are like spiritual stones. Only when they are precious can they support our cultivation progress. For example, the Python Dragon Pill is not only needed for us to break through the barrier, but also for us to replenish our spiritual power. The spiritual stone mine will also be the key to our cultivation in the future. Moreover, as early as 10 years ago, there seems to be some news from the Immortal Alliance that many sects have already begun to stockpile spiritual stones to cope with the change of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The current spiritual herbs can still satisfy our needs for refining pills. However, if the spiritual herbs in the future are mixed with the change of spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the quality of the pills refined will definitely decline. At that time, even if they can satisfy low-level cultivators, they will not be able to satisfy high-level cultivators like us. In addition, I have just received a piece of news. In the past 10 years, there were 3 seniors of the Great Ascension realm who went through the heavenly tribulations. However, they never returned. Their natal spiritual tablets were damaged, and none of them succeeded. Speaking of this, immortal Lu Shi, who had been silent all this time, said, Sun Yunzi, aren't your words a bit alarmist? If the 3 seniors all succeeded, how could it be called heavenly tribulations? Even if 300 people failed to pass the heavenly tribulations, it would be normal, right? Lu Shi, don't you understand? Sun Yunzi said angrily, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has changed, and so has the heavenly Tao. I'm afraid our path to immortality will be blocked. It doesn't seem to be that serious. Fairy Yingzhua said hesitantly, the Daoist sect of the Dawn Rain continent has existed for tens of thousands of years since the ancient times. It won't be so fragile. If our cultivation can't improve, what will happen to the Daoist sect? Sun Yunzi said angrily, what will happen to it? All cultivators will reach the nascent soul stage at the end of their cultivation. In the future, they will just wait for the end of their lifespan to come and enter the reincarnation cycle. No, impossible. Fairy Yingzhua smiled and shook her head. Fellow cultivator Sun Yunzi is worrying too much. Right now, there are many Great Ascension Realm and Tribulation Passing Realm seniors in the 3 countries of the Dawn Rain continent. There are even more Great Ascension Realm and Tribulation Passing Realm seniors in the distant Cultivation Alliance and Cultivation Empire. How can the cultivation world fall into such a state? Hee, what's impossible? Sun Yunzi saw that immortal Lu Shi was about to retort, so he said, in the ancient times, the Celestials were in charge. They didn't cultivate and only focused on the sun and the moon. Their bodies were powerful, and they dominated for a period of time. However, in the end, they were replaced by the Daoist sect, the Buddhist sect, the Confucian sect, the Sword sect, and other sections. Do you dare to say that we can compare to the Celestials in the ancient times? Seeing that immortal Lu Shi and Fairy Yingzhua were deep in thought, Sun Yunzi took the opportunity to say, since this is the case, we should look for opportunities while we are at death's door and find a way out for the Daoist sect. During this period, cultivation resources are the most important. Immortal Lu Shi didn't have time to refute, so he asked, fellow cultivator Sun Yunzi, what do you mean? Sun Yunzi calmly said, in I's opinion, our 3 sects should control the majority of the spirit stone veins in the country of Shi. Today, I invited the 2 of you here to discuss how to divide the spirit stone veins in the country of Shi into 3 parts. Then, we will divide the spirit stone veins in the country of Shi among the 3 parts. Great. Fairy Yingzhua clapped her hands and said, I also have the same idea. Although this matter may take tens of thousands of years or even millions of years to come, now that we have seen the opportunity, we should prepare for the future. Sun Yunzi raised his eyebrows and said, what does fellow cultivator Lu Kong think? I don't have any objection. When it came to benefits, immortal Lu Shi would not refuse. However, he pointed his finger and said with a smile, fellow cultivator Sun Yunzi, you have found a good place. There are more troublesome spirit objects coming, so we can't stay here for long. Sun Yunzi scanned with his divine sense and said with a smile, sure enough, let's go. Although the location of our 3 sects is not suitable, there are many other places. There's no need to cause trouble here. After saying that, Sun Yunzi turned into a rainbow and flew towards the south. Fairy Yingzhua and immortal Lu Kong also used their divine powers and left. At the place where immortal Lu Shi killed the desert scorpion, after a while, a huge desert scorpion, about 1,000 feet in size, with a yellowish body and some faintly flickering dark runes, easily drilled out of the yellow sand. Its huge poisonous pincers were shining with a dim light, and its long tail was still buried in the yellow sand. In the buried flower manner, Xiaohua had been comprehending the soul stab for several days. This was a secret method of controlling divine sense, which was very abstruse. However, Xiaohua seemed to be very familiar with the art of divine sense. Others might not be able to comprehend this secret method in their lifetime, but he had gained quite a lot in these few days. This is the secret method of ghost cultivators. I can actually comprehend it by analogy. Am I a genius? Xiaohua's little tail was raised again. However, he immediately thought to himself, damn it, did Chen Yi, the great manor lord? Did she go or not? I don't know how long I have to wait. Is Xue Xue in the Haoming city waiting for me? Or has she safely arrived in the Haoming city? Thinking of Chen Yi's magic power as a middle gold core cultivator, Xiaohua unconsciously felt a little discouraged. He knew very well that this soul stab could indeed surprise and wound the opponent's divine sense. However, it was only effective against opponents of the same level or similar divine sense range. If he fought against Chen Yi, not only would the soul stab not hurt her, it would even backfire on him. Cultivation base, realm, they all need to be improved. Xiaohua once again lamented about his time. However, Xiaohua didn't know that just as he was feeling melancholy, there were 4 gold core cultivators sitting casually in the Linlang pavilion in the middle of the lake in the buried flower manor. Needless to say, it was the beautiful Chen Yi. Her left hand was Zhu Qinghe of the Su Yan school, and her right hand was a cultivator in white clothes. This cultivator looked very ordinary and even had a bitter expression on his face. A slanted and faint scar ran across the back of his ear and went straight into his hair. This cultivator also had a middle gold core cultivation base. Sitting below this cultivator was someone Xiaohua was familiar with. It was Xie Zhiqian of the Immortal Ascension School. Chen Yi raised her cup and said to the cultivator in white, Chang Yefeng, fellow Daoist Chang, the Huan country's rock border sect is very far away. Fellow Daoist Chang must be tired after coming all the way here. Let me toast you. Chang Yefeng didn't have any smile on his face. Although his words weren't cold, they were still faint. He raised his jade cup and said, I don't dare. I received fellow Daoist Zhu's message a few years ago and made preparations. I didn't expect to wait for 6 years. I thought this matter was already over, but when I received the message, I remembered this agreement. I rushed here in a hurry, so I'm not tired. Please, Chen Yi slightly raised her cup and used her red lips to touch the jade cup. Please. Chang Yefeng raised his neck and drank all the spirit wine in the jade cup. He pointed his hand and a strand of spirit wine flew out from the wine pot next to him and poured into the jade cup. When the jade cup was full, Chang Yefeng raised his head and looked at everyone. He was a bit puzzled and said, when I heard fellow Daoist Zhu's message, I thought that if we were going to that place, we would have some help. But today, it seems like it's just the 4 of us. Isn't it a bit weak? Chapter 1987. Hey, what kind of powerful help do you want? Zhu Qinghe took a sip of wine and said, could it be that you want to see the golden core stage cultivator from the kingdom of Xi? Or the golden core stage cultivator from the kingdom of Meng? Or the golden core stage cultivator from the Utopia faction? That's not it. Chang Yefeng said, if there's them, how can I have a share? I think you won't be able to hold your position as the manager. But that place is dangerous after all. Even nascent soul stage cultivators may be in danger. The 4 of us don't have much confidence, right? You worry too much, fellow Chang. Xie Zhiqian smiled and said, fellow Daoist Zhu has already talked to the Xie. He has been to that place and has retreated unscathed. However, there are some places that can't be passed through without special items. To tell you the truth, fellow Daoist, this Xie has also made some preparations over the years. If these preparations aren't enough, we can just return empty-handed. What can we lose? That's right, fellow Chang. Fellow Chang, even fellow Chang, who is at the early stage of the golden core stage, wants to give it a try. Why do you have so many scruples? Could it be that you're inferior to a woman like me? Chen Yi took the opportunity to laugh. Hey, that place is one of the top 10 dangerous places in the Xiaoyu continent. It has always been a fierce place. If I didn't have a heart of fear, I'm afraid it's impossible for me to cultivate until now. However, since you've already made such a comprehensive plan, and I've also made sufficient preparations, what's the harm in breaking into that dangerous place? Chang Yifeng still said lightly, however, before taking action, we should discuss all the countermeasures clearly. Yes, what fellow Chang said is very reasonable. Xia Zhiqian clapped his hands and said, I also took some time to check the ancient books. Fortunately, I obtained some records of that competition. I think it must be the place that fellow Chang mentioned. Oh. Is it? Zhu Qinghe was overjoyed and said, it's really a famous sect. The Immortal Ascension sect actually has such a secret record of the competition. What's in it? Xia Zhiqian said with a smile, it's not much. It's just some guesses of some seniors in the sect. However, these guesses are in line with what fellow Chang said. They are in line with some things that I've prepared. Seeing that Xia Zhiqian didn't say more, Zhu Qinghe didn't insist. He nodded and said, Chang Yifeng is indeed a secret sect. Not many people know about it, and these people have already died, so there are no records. There are no records at all. It's that your sect has some guesses. It's just that. Xia Zhiqian looked around and said with a wry smile, we seem to be missing a fellow cultivator. Chang Yifeng Chang. Chang of Chang Chang fellow Chang Chang Yu Chang of Chang 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 have Chang Chang. Chang Yifeng nodded and said, several years ago, when I was looking for the Fire Bat King in the Flame Forest Swamp, I met Jin Yi of the Thunder Controlling Sect. Jin Yi is a cultivator at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. Although his cultivation is not high, he must be proficient in the thunder escaping technique of the Thunder Controlling Sect. His flying speed must be faster than ours. That day, I gave him the communication charm and the location of the Buried Flowers Manor in exchange for the heavenly Een grass that fellow Chang Yifeng mentioned. I haven't received any messages from him in the past few years, and Manor Head Chen hasn't seen him come to visit. I'm afraid that he isn't interested in the heavenly Een grass. Just now, on the way here, I was muttering whether I should go to the Thunder Controlling Sect to invite a cultivator here. Before Xia Zhiqian finished speaking, Zhu Qinghe and Chang Yifeng both said, don't. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for a disciple of the Thunder Controlling Sect to participate. Xia Zhiqian nodded and said, yes, I was thinking the same thing. Therefore, I didn't say anything in the jade slip that I gave Jin Yi. I only mentioned the location of the heavenly Een grass. Chen Yi didn't say anything. She just looked at the three of them. When they stopped talking, she smiled and said, fellow Daoists, yeah, you don't mean what you say. Huh? What do you mean, Manor Head Chen? Xia Zhiqian asked curiously. Fellow Daoists, yeah, you didn't see Jin Yi in the Flame Forest Swamp, right? Chen Yi said with a smile. Yes. How did fellow Daoist Chen know? Could it be that fellow Daoist Jin Yi came? Xia Zhiqian said happily, Manor Head Chen, why didn't you say so earlier? Jin Yi can't come. He already died in the Flame Forest Swamp. Chen Yi said with a smile, however, one of his martial nephews came to the Buried Flowers Manor for the heavenly Een grass. Oh, Xia Zhiqian nodded disappointedly. I know. It's the Foundation Establishment Cultivator that I entrusted the jade slip to. I think his name is Hua or something. Xiao Hua. Chen Yi said, he's in the Buried Flowers Manor right now. Oh. Not only Xia Zhiqian, but Zhu Qinghe and Chang Yifeng were also surprised. They said with a smile, the heavenly Een grass didn't attract a useful golden core cultivator. Instead, it attracted a useless Foundation Establishment cultivator. Yes, he was interested in the heavenly Een grass's ability to neutralize Yin and Yang. He wanted to use the heavenly Een grass to help his junior sister build her foundation. Chen Yi explained with a smile. Like I said, the heavenly Een grass is indispensable for cultivators with thunder attribute constitutions. It's impossible that Jin Yi didn't come. Xia Zhiqian said with a smile, however, Xiao Hua is just a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Even if he knows the thunder escape technique, it's useless to us. Indeed, if we bring such a burden with us, who knows what will happen? It's not appropriate. Zhu Qinghe also objected. Chen Yi said with a smile, I just made a deal with him. If there's a chance to pick the heavenly Yin grass, I'll give it to him. I don't plan to bring him with me. Hee hee. Chang Yifeng laughed at this moment. In my opinion, if Xiaohua really knows the thunder escape technique, we might as well bring him with us. Maybe, he'll be useful. What do you think, fellow Daoists? Fellow Daoist Chang, you mean? Xia Zhiqian blinked and didn't say what he meant. Zhu Qinghe looked at Chen Yi thoughtfully. Chen Yi's reaction was also strange. She glanced at Zhu Qinghe and then looked at the wine cup. She didn't say anything, as if there was some heaven-defying Daoist magic in the wine cup. I still don't think it's appropriate. Zhu Qinghe thought for a moment and still shook his head. This matter involves. I'm afraid it'll be leaked. If fellow Daoist Xia and fellow Daoist Chang didn't insist, I definitely wouldn't say anything. This Xiaohua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. If he has some secret methods to tell his master about this matter, if the Imperial Thunder sect or even his master interferes, what we can get will be much less. Or maybe it'll be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Xia Zhiqian and Chang Yifeng heard this and felt somewhat dissatisfied. They opened their mouths but didn't say anything. Chen Yi, who hadn't said anything, said at this time, according to Xiaohua, he's a rogue cultivator and his master is only at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Chapter 1988. What does Manor Lord Chen mean? Zhu Qinghe frowned, seemingly puzzled. Manor Lord Chen means to ignore this disciple called Xiaohua. Chang Yifeng said with a smile, since he's a loose cultivator and his master is only in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he's just a little disciple in the Imperial Thunder sect with no backing. What could he possibly reveal? However, since he doesn't have any background, then, he naturally can't know the lightning escape technique, right? Zhu Qinghe's brows relaxed, and he said with a smile, my Su Yan school has plenty of such disciples. Why would we need him there? That's true. Xia Zhiqian nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, but Jin Yi took him to the Flame Forest Swamp. I'm afraid this guy is riding on Jin Ye's thigh and has received some benefits from Jin Yi. Isn't that simple? Chen Yi said with a smile, call Xiaohua over and ask him. If he knows the lightning escape technique, bring him along. There are some places where he can still use it. Zhu Qinghe looked at the three of them, calculating in his heart. He understood very well that even if Xiaohua knew the lightning evasion technique, he was still only at the Foundation establishment stage. His flying speed couldn't possibly be faster than them. However, since the three of them had the same intention and had their own plans, he didn't feel like saying anything more. Alright, call Xiaohua over and ask him. If he really has a superhuman flying technique, bring him along. Zhu Qinghe nodded and looked at Chen Yi. He also wants to get the heavenly Yin grass. It's always good if he can help. Hearing Chen Yi call him to the Linlang Pavilion, Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. His little heart was beating wildly. This trip to the Burial Flower Manor was really too smooth. Not only did he obtain some benefits, he only had to take out some ancient secret method to use poison to counter poison, and he was able to exchange it for the sky Yin grass that Xue Xue urgently needed. He was really lucky. Xiaohua even couldn't help but touch the peacock illusion on his chest. However, when he saw the golden core cultivators in Linlang Pavilion, Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He hurriedly greeted Chen Yi first, then greeted them one by one according to their cultivation level. Finally, when he greeted Xia Zhiqian, he said apologetically, Senior Xia, Junior was unable to deliver the jade slip to Marshal Uncle Jin Yi. Junior has failed Senior's trust. It's okay. Xia Zhiqian laughed. How can anything in the world be perfect? On the other hand, fellow Daoist Jin Ye's death has truly exceeded I's expectations. My Donrain continent has lost another fellow Daoist that we can work together with. Even though the Flame Forest Swamp was a dangerous place, if a golden core cultivator was a little more careful, it might not be a big deal. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Jen to be. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Junior is a foundation-building cultivator. Junior isn't clear about Marshal Uncle Zhen's matters. That day, I merely followed him to Flame Forest Swamp. By the time I found Marshal Uncle Zhen, he had already died. Alas, what a tragedy. The price of us cultivators changing the heavens and changing our lives is indeed not cheap. Seeing that Xiaohua was unwilling to speak, Xia Zhiqian didn't ask any further and shook his head with a sigh. Senior Xia is a blessed person. Previously, you returned safely from Flame Forest Swamp, and this time, you retreated with Villa Master Chen and Senior Zhu. It's truly worthy of celebration. Xiaohua smiled and bowed towards Chen Yi and the others. Junior congratulates you. Huh, Xiaohua, you misunderstood. Chen Yi rolled her eyes and waved her hand. We haven't gone yet. We've made you wait for these past few days. Oh. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and smiled apologetically. Junior thought that seniors had already returned safely, so Junior was asked to come over. May I know, why did you call Junior over at this time? Xiaohua, do you know the lightning evasion technique? Xia Zhiqian asked with a smile. This. Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. He muttered in his heart and was very hesitant. Huh, Xiaohua. Chen Yi clapped her hand and took out a jade slip. She placed it in front of her and said with a smile, just now, this old woman and fellow Daoists calculated that the heavenly Yin grass is really difficult to obtain. This old woman also doesn't need the heavenly Yin grass, so I don't want to risk my life for this jade slip. However, since you followed fellow Daoist Xia's jade slip to my burial flower manor, it can be said that you have fate with us. This old woman thought that if you know the lightning evasion technique and can help us at a crucial time, you can casually obtain the heavenly Yin grass without me doing anything. And, even if you have some difficulties at that time, fellow Daoist Xia and this old woman will definitely not stand by and watch because of your efforts. Of course, if you don't know the lightning evasion technique, your cultivation is just a child in our eyes. It's fine if you don't go. You can take back this jade slip yourself. The deal that this old woman said a few days ago can't be fulfilled. This. Xiaohua looked at the jade slip with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. He didn't know what to say. It's better to rely on yourself than others. Chang Yifeng also said with a smile, this Chang's master has always taught I this in my early years. Now, I will also use this to encourage you. Instead of letting fellow Daoist Chen help you, it's better for you to harvest it yourself. Of course, the premise is that you have the ability to do so. Xiaohua really didn't want to cooperate with these Golden Core stage seniors. He simply couldn't take any advantage. Let's not talk about other things, just take this matter as an example. Chen Yi returned the jade slip to him, but what about the secret technique? It had been more than 10 days. Xiaohua didn't think that Chen Yi would be like him in the past. She obtained so many jade slips but didn't know how to use them. She only cared about cultivating her own technique and carefully didn't check them. Now that Chen Yi returned the jade slip to him, as long as he took it, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Burial Flower Manor could be considered as a wasted trip. Thinking about Shue's bitterness since the Misty Mountain and her calmness in the face of death, Xiaohua's heart was somewhat sour. If he could do something for his beloved, even if it was a little dangerous, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, this young master is afraid of you in this Burial Flower Manor. Outside, no matter what dangerous place it is, you don't have the initiative. You also don't know this young master's methods. Why would this young master be afraid of you? Xiaohua lowered his head, thought for a moment, then raised his head again and said with difficulty, for seniors, this junior has practiced some lightning escape technique, but it's only the hibernating lightning escape technique. It hasn't been successful yet. It's 3 times faster than ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivators, but in front of seniors, it's still not a big deal. If this junior goes, I'm afraid I won't be able to help much. Alas, that's a pity. Chen Yi's face was full of regret. She pushed her hand and said, this old woman still wants to participate in the dual cultivation ceremony between you and your junior sister, it seems. Hee. Xiaohua rubbed his hands and said with an apologetic smile, however, since seniors think highly of this junior and want to guide this junior, how can this junior not bravely move forward? As long as seniors can take care of this junior will definitely go with you seniors. Wait. Zhu Qinghe waved his hand and said, Xiaohua, tell me if you know how to do it or not. This old man wants to see. If you can't meet this old man's requirements, you still can't go. Senior, please consider. Xiaohua bowed and said. Go. Xie Zhiqian waved his hand and a slender light flashed. A flying sword flew out from his sleeve like a meteor and stabbed towards Xiaohua's throat. Ah! Xiaohua was shocked. His body just wanted to dodge, but his heart slightly moved. His whole body flew up and quickly retreated, directly flying out of Linlang Pavilion. However, the more Xiaohua flew, the more he clearly felt that the railing of Linlang Pavilion was behind him, but he couldn't get close. Xie Zhiqian's sword light was like a meteor, closely pressing in front of his eyes. Looking at that posture, it seemed like it wouldn't stop until it pierced his throat. Xiaohua could only use the hibernating thunder escape according to his early foundation establishment cultivation and didn't reveal the slightest bit of his cultivation. However, the sword light in front of him didn't give up and didn't stop at all. Senior Xie. Xiaohua helplessly exclaimed and said, this junior's cultivation can only be like this, please forgive me. Ha ha ha. Xie Zhiqian laughed loudly and waved his big sleeve. The sword light circled around Linlang Pavilion and flew back into his hand. He said, Xiaohua, your lightning escape technique is really good. The speed of your flying technique is comparable to this old man's. Xiaohua stopped. He was still at the railing of Linlang Pavilion and didn't fly out of the river at all. Xiaohua's face was extremely shocked. He looked around in disbelief and even raised his head to look at the river outside. He praised with admiration, Villa Master Chen, this junior, really doesn't know what to say. This formation is too mystical, isn't it? Hee hee. Qin Yi's heart wasn't arrogant at all. However, a trace of complacency flashed across her face and she said with a smile, what does a little foundation establishment cultivator like you know? This is nothing more than an insignificant skill. Admirable, admirable. Xiaohua smacked his lips and looked at Xie Zhiqian again. He sighed again. Senior Xie's flying sword doesn't seem to be much inferior to a sword cultivator's flying sword, right? Under this flying sword, this junior simply doesn't have the power to fight back. I really can only escape. Moreover, even if I did escape, I wouldn't be able to escape even if I exhausted all the magic power in my body. A core formation cultivator is really unfathomably profound. Unfortunately, this flying sword still can't compare to a sword cultivator. It lacks spirituality. Xie Zhiqian spread out his hand and a half-foot-long flying sword appeared in his hand. It was covered in flowing light and flying wings. Runes could be faintly seen. It was extremely impressive. Xiaohua, your flying speed is indeed not bad. Unfortunately, it still doesn't meet this old man's standards. Zhu Qinghe shook his head, feeling very regretful. Fellow Daoist Zhu. Chang Yefeng rushed to speak first. In my opinion, Xiaohua is already not bad. I approve of him going. Zhu Qinghe frowned slightly and looked at Qin Yi again. Fellow Daoist Zhu, Xiaohua faced the flying sword and flew with his back facing it. For him to be able to dodge a core formation cultivator's flying sword for such a long time, this method should be the Imperial Thunder Sect's thunder evasion technique. In my opinion, he should be able to go. Qin Yi said with a beaming smile. Zhu Qinghe was helpless. He flicked his sleeve and said, all right then. Since all the fellow Daoists agree, then this Zhu can only agree. Chapter 1989. Many thanks for Senior Zhu's help. Xiaohua bowed and said. All right, Xiaohua, go back and meditate. Make preparations for your departure. After we discuss it, we will inform you as soon as we have a schedule, Qin Yi instructed. Xiaohua knew that the four of them were going to discuss something, so he bowed and left. After returning to the pavilion, Xiaohua sneered. How could he not know? Wuxia Xianxia and Chang Yifeng had the lowest cultivation among the four of them. If there were any trivial matters or dangerous things to do, they would definitely go first. Now that Xiaohua was here, he would be the one probing them. They would be a bit safer. As for Qin Yi, Xiaohua had already thought it through, so he didn't feel like thinking about it anymore. You guys can laugh secretly. Xiaohua secretly said, I don't know who will have the last laugh. However, this senior Zhu has a good heart. He repeatedly stopped me from going. Unfortunately, he can't stop the other three. I have to give up. Xiaohua had a good impression of Zhu Qinghe. But, where are they going? What treasure are they looking for? How do they know there is sky in grass? Knowing the difficulty of this trip, Xiaohua put all his doubts in the bottom of his heart. Taking advantage of the last bit of leisure, he practiced the soul stab technique to perfection. After another 10 days, Qin Yi came with Chun Kuei to call Xiaohua. When Xiaohua arrived in front of the mountain gate of Burial Flower Manor, Zhu Qinghe and the other three were already standing in front. Seeing Xiaohua come over, Qin Yi asked, Xiaohua, are you ready? We are going to leave now. If you regret it, it's not too late. You just have to wait for me in the manor. Junior has already thought it over. Senior Chang is right. Asking for help is better than asking for help. Junior will go with you seniors. I hope you seniors will help me. Xiaohua bowed and replied. Since it's like this, let's go. Qin Yi waved her hand, and a mirror-like brilliance flashed in her hand. It quickly rushed into the air, and a ripple of water appeared in front of her. Qin Yi raised her leg, stepped over the water, and disappeared in the air. Xiaohua, our trip to that place this time is very secretive. You must pay attention to keeping it a secret. Along the way, you must listen to our instructions. You must not send any messages to the outside and reveal our whereabouts, Zhu Qinghe said coldly. If this old master finds anything inappropriate, don't blame this old master for being ruthless. Junior understands. Junior will follow Senior Zhu's words. Xiaohua was scared and quickly bowed. Zhu Qinghe ignored him, and also stepped over the water. Let's go, young man. Wuxia Xianxia glanced at Xiaohua with a smile, and then left with Chang Yifeng. Xiaohua tilted his head slightly and looked at the door of Burial Flower Manor again. He also walked out of the formation. He was a little puzzled in his heart. The beauty-retaining grass was poisoned. He didn't know if Qin Yi had found the culprit, but she left Burial Flower Manor so easily. If that person, for example, the Sun Qian that Qin Yi mentioned, came to make trouble again, would Burial Flower Manor be able to withstand it? The more chaotic it is, the better. Xiaohua curled his lips, and acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him. When they came out of the magic array of Burial Flower Manor, there was a flying boat among the flowers and plants. This flying boat was different from the drifting cloud flying boat. There was a bulging part on it, like a cabin. Seeing that Qin Yi and others were already standing on it, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He flew up and silently stood beside Wuxia Xianxia, and was very respectful. We are going to set off. Zhu Qinghe seemed to be talking to himself, but he also seemed to be talking to the others. With a wave of his hand, a multicolored light flew out from his sleeve and landed on the entire airship. The airship suddenly rose up, circled in the air, and then flew toward the east. As the airship ascended into the sky, it gradually became invisible and disappeared. About 1,000 feet away from the flying boat, between a cluster of verdant green leaves, there was a mountain rock that was about 10 feet wide that emitted a faint yellow light. It was like melting snow, and the figure of a cultivator appeared from the mountain rock. As the cultivator took off his cloak, the female cultivator with wrinkled skin and white hair was revealed. She was the Sun Qian that Qin Yi mentioned. Strange. Qin Yi, that slut, actually ignored the safety of Burial Flower Manor and followed a few strange cultivators? That little foundation establishment cultivator also followed them. Sun Xian was very puzzled, and her gaze fell on the magic array of Burial Flower Manor. Could it be that she has something important to do? Or she just set up a trap for this old woman? Alas, it's a pity that this old woman's cultivation in magic arrays is still inferior to Qin Yi's. She already found the only flaw in the magic array of Burial Flower Manor. This time, fortunately, this old woman took advantage of the flaw, otherwise, with Qin Yi's power, this old woman would have been captured by her. What a pity, even if this old woman has another chance to go in, whether I can come out is another matter. But this old woman destroyed her beauty-retaining grass. How can she survive in the cultivation world of the country of Shi? Burial Flower Manor will really become the place of burial flower. Sun Xian thought for a moment, but still didn't have the courage to go to Burial Flower Manor. She quietly used the 5 elements escape technique to escape far away. Xiaohua stood on the flying boat. Seeing the faint brilliance of the flying boat blocking the astral wind in the sky, he was very envious. His flying skill was excellent, but this kind of long-distance travel consumed a lot of spiritual power. It was far less convenient than using a flying magic tool. If he had this flying boat, he would have already arrived at the seaside with Xue Xue, and he wouldn't have encountered so many things. There are quiet rooms on the flying boat. You can each find one to meditate. This trip will only last for a few days. I can control the flying boat alone. Zhu Qinghe stood with his hands in his sleeves and said coldly. It seemed that he still had a grudge against the 3 people who agreed to let Xiaohua follow them. Well, I still have some magic arts to comprehend, so I won't accompany fellow Zhu. Qin Yi chuckled and went into the cabin first. Hee, I'll accompany fellow Zhu for a while. Chang Yifeng said with a smile, I can't do anything in a few days. It's better to chat with fellow Zhu. Xiaohua, you go and cultivate. Xie Zhiqian glanced at Xiaohua and said, this trip is very dangerous. If you can improve a little more, you can save your life a little more. Yes, thank you senior for your guidance. Xiaohua bowed and thanked him. However, this junior wants to ask, where are we going this time? Since we have already set off, can this junior make some preparations? Where? Hee. Zhu Qinghe sneered, Mo Zhao Black Forest. Ah. Mo Zhao Black Forest? Xiaohua's face turned slightly pale. Mo Zhao Black Forest was the first dangerous place he heard of. At that time, Ma Qingqing, who was abandoned by heaven, told him that hundreds of individual cultivators in the qi refining stage died at the edge of Mo Zhao Black Forest. They only obtained the remains of a cultivation method and magic weapon, which gave Xiaohua an extremely dangerous impression. Later, Xiaohua further learned that Mo Zhao Black Forest was more dangerous than Flame Forest Swamp, Mingxi, Weimeng Mountains, and Rising Dawn Mountains. In other places, except for Flame Forest Swamp, Xiaohua went a little deeper with Jin Yi and others, and Mingxi went a little deeper with Sun Shu's guidance. The other places were just a little bit outside. The other dangerous places were so dangerous, so Mo Zhao Black Forest was definitely not a good place. According to ordinary cultivators, it was a place where gold core cultivators could enter. What do you think? It's too late to regret now. Zhu Qinghe said mockingly. Chapter 1990. Take a rest first. Chang Yifeng said with a smile, with fellow Daoist Zhu leading the way and us watching over you, you don't have to be afraid. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua's face relaxed slightly as he forced a smile and stepped into the cabin. Inside the cabin, as Zhu Qinghe said, there were several small quiet rooms on both sides. Xiaohua randomly picked a room, opened the restriction, and sat down cross-legged with a calm face as he quietly pondered. After a while, Xiaohua's eyes lit up as he swept the room with his divine sense. With a wave of his hand, he took out a jade slip. It was the contents of the jade slip he had copied from Zhen Qing. Immediately after, he immersed his divine sense into it and carefully examined it for a long time. A smile appeared on his face, but soon after, he was startled and revealed a trace of astonishment. He immersed his divine sense into the jade slip again and seemed to have discovered something special. Time passed very quickly. Unknowingly, several days had already passed. Xiaohua had already stored the jade slip into his space. He was still practicing the soul-piercing technique. On this day, the hull of the boat suddenly shook violently. Then, it stopped. Huh? Have we arrived? Xiaohua stood up and thought to himself, however, I don't know if this place is close to the place Marshal Uncle Jen gave me. Xiaohua walked out of the quiet room, but before he could speak, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The place in front of him was a continuous mountain range. This mountain range was overgrown with forests. It was emerald green, and countless faint clouds lingered on it. It was incomparably beautiful. However, in this place, there were thousands of cultivators who were divided into two groups and confronting each other. Each of them had activated their yellow talismans, magic tools, magic weapons, and other treasures. Not only were there brilliant lights lingering around, but all kinds of sounds were incessant. Both sides were extremely fierce and didn't leave the other side any way out. Screams were accompanied by the sound of magic tools colliding with each other. Bloody light met the light of magic tools, and a tyrannical and terrifying aura filled the entire mountain range. Senior Zhu. What's going on? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. How would this old master know? Zhu Qinghe scolded angrily. When the airboat was about 10 miles away from here, it was stopped by someone and could neither leave nor move forward. This old man wants to ask about it. Xiaohua didn't dare to ask again and could only stand next to Xie Zhiqian and watch. Sure enough, there were several golden core cultivators standing in the air 1,000 feet in front of the flying cloud ship. They all held magic treasures in their hands and coldly looked around. There was also a rhombus-shaped flying magic tool several miles away from the flying cloud ship. These cultivators seemed to be disciples of the splendid sect. Chen Yi was experienced and knowledgeable. She said in a low voice, one of them looks very familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. What are the cultivators of the magnificent flower sect doing in the vicinity of Inkcloud Black Forest? Who are their opponents? Zhu Qinghe was somewhat puzzled. His eyes flickered. We just happened to be here. Could it be? As he spoke, he looked at the golden core cultivators in the distance. I'm afraid we won't be able to force our way in. Chang Yifeng smiled bitterly. These people are all at the middle stage of the gold core realm, and the other two are at the late stage of the gold core realm. Motherfucker, these old monsters are about to be pregnant. Why are they still out here? What do they want to do? Boom. There was a loud sound. In a place slightly closer to the flying cloud ship, an early-stage golden core cultivator took out a magic treasure. Countless huge rolling logs flew out from the magic treasure. These rolling logs flashed with a strong green brilliance and smashed towards his opponent. His opponent was holding a flat magic treasure the size of a palm. Drops of true water also flew out from the magic treasure, trying to block the huge logs. However, it was clear that the power of the giant tree was beyond his imagination. The waves formed by the primordial water were smashed into pieces by the giant tree, and he himself was also hit by the giant tree. Although his body flashed with a protective blue light, he was still smashed into a bloody mess and fell from the sky. Strange. Xiaohua was a little shocked. They are all golden core cultivators. Their magic treasures and magic treasures are not too different. With the protection of the defensive brilliance, it is impossible to kill them directly. How can this splendid sect disciple kill his opponent directly? Could it be that this disciple's cultivation is close to the nascent soul stage? Obviously, Zhu Qinghe and the others also noticed the strange scene. Their faces were very gloomy. Xie Zhiqian smiled bitterly and said, the splendid sect is indeed a famous sect in the country of Xi. I'm afraid my immortal ascension sect is not as good as them. Chang Yifeng didn't say anything, but Chen Yi frowned and looked around as if she was looking for something. Fellow Daoists, secretly release your divine sense. After a moment, Chen Yi whispered, see if the spiritual energy here is a bit strange? Xiaohua naturally wouldn't stand out. He quietly watched. Sure enough, after a short while, Zhu Qinghe sneered and said, "It really is slightly strange. The wood element's spirit energy of the heavens and the earth here is extraordinarily abundant, and it's simply comparable to an abode. Under such circumstances, how could a water element magic treasure resist a wood element magic treasure? If the splendid sect disciple has a little secret technique, it is not strange that he can directly kill a cultivator of the same cultivation level. But the question is, why is the spiritual energy here so rich? Why does the splendid sect want to kill these opponents?" Chen Yi bit her lips and said, "Moreover, since we have encountered this matter, if it were up to me, those golden core cultivators of the splendid sect should have killed us long ago to prevent this matter from spreading out. But they didn't do it and just didn't allow us to intervene. In other words, they didn't mind us watching. The matter here is really interesting. I'm afraid the splendid sect has taken a fancy to this paradise and wants to drive away the cultivators here." Chang Yefeng didn't know the situation in the country of Shi and guessed. Xia Zhiqian shook his head slightly. "I don't know what kind of sect is here. Although Foundation establishment cultivators make up the majority, but such a force is definitely not a cultivation family. Spirit stone vein." This thought suddenly flashed through Xiao Hua's mind. He had just left Tianmen Mountain and had a deep memory of the rise and fall of Tianmen Mountain's Huang family. It was very easy for him to think of this. A sharp sound came from a magic treasure in the hand of a splendid sect golden core cultivator who was watching from afar. Following the sound of the golden core cultivator, the disciples of the splendid sect who were fighting withdrew their magic power at the same time and escaped from the battle. They flew back more than 10 feet and then began to fly in different directions. From afar, they looked like scattered but orderly flies. Formation attack. Xiao Hua understood at a glance. He had already seen this formation when he was in Mingxi. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, several hundred cultivators had already formed a formation in picturesque disorder. Looking at the cultivators on the other side, they were also flustered and impatiently flying in formation. However, compared to the order of the splendid sect, they were still far inferior. The golden core cultivator angrily shouted. Following his hand gesture, the magic treasure he took out screeched in the air and rushed into the formation of the cultivators on the other side. At the same time, as if issuing a command, all the disciples of the splendid sect roared in unison. The magic treasures, and yellow talismans in their hands all attacked together. These things actually formed the shape of a fist and attacked the cultivators on the other side in an orderly manner. In contrast to the cultivators of the splendid sect, the cultivators on the other side reacted somewhat hastily and even somewhat disorderly. The magic treasures and other things that were sent flying didn't even reach half of the distance before they were suppressed by the magic power of the fist formed by the magic treasures of the splendid sect. Their speed and power gradually decreased. Good heavens, this is a powerful method. Xiao Hua saw that this method of attack was simply incomparable to the cultivators of Mingxi. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh. If he encountered such a formation in Mingxi, he definitely wouldn't be able to charge through. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The fist knocked down the scattered magic treasures. The cultivators on the other side all fell from the air. Among them, 30% of the cultivators never flew again. The other cultivators scattered like birds and beasts and fled in panic. Hey, where did this cultivator come from? You dare to bully my fallen deer mountain? With a roar, a rainbow-like brilliance flew over from the distance. However, when the brilliance dissipated, a middle-stage golden core old man with disheveled hair and a red face appeared. He looked at the several golden core cultivators on Xiao Hua's side in astonishment. Clearly, he didn't notice these people with his divine sense. Fellow Daoist Kong. The old man's eyes were somewhat alarmed. He stared at one of the golden core cultivators and asked in disbelief, "Why does your splendid sect covet my fallen deer mountain's foundation?" Fellow Daoist Ming. The so-called fellow Daoist Kong unhurriedly took several steps forward and sneered, "I didn't expect you to remember me after meeting me in Flame Forest Swamp. However, since you and I are fated to meet, I'll give you a word of advice. The Spirit Stone Mine in Liaoming Mountain Range already belongs to my splendid sect. If fellow Daoist Ming is tactful, I won't be ruthless. Take these fallen deer mountain disciples and quickly leave. Liaoming mountain range is my fallen deer mountain's foundation. How can you give it away just because of a few words from your splendid sect? The cultivator surnamed Ming was somewhat indignant and unwilling. Fellow Daoist Ming, whether you leave or not is up to you. That's all I have to say. The cultivator surnamed Kong ignored him and retreated with a flick of his sleeve. The cultivator surnamed Ming's eyes narrowed. He looked at the golden core cultivators on guard and then looked at the fleeing fallen deer mountain disciples who were looking at him in an extremely sorry state. He sighed and turned his head. Once again, he transformed into a rainbow and quickly flew in the direction he came from. The other fallen deer mountain disciples also flew up and followed behind the cultivator surnamed Ming. However, many of them were unwilling to give up and looked back. The weak are prey to the strong. This was the only thought in Xiaohua's mind. Spirit stone mine? The fallen deer mountain cultivator's voice wasn't soft. Qin Yi, Zhu Qinghe, and the others also heard him. They looked at each other with shock and even greed on their faces. Soon after, the several hundred splendid sect disciples landed in the mountain range and disappeared. The cultivators blocking the flying ship also left without paying any attention to Zhu Qinghe and the others. Chapter 1991. How could Xianghua sect forcibly occupy Deer Descent Mountain Spirit Stone Vein? The flying boat flew for a long time before everyone finally calmed down. Although the battle just now was not too big, the situation was really strange. Zhu Qinghe unconsciously frowned and looked at Qin Yi. Indeed. The spirit stone vein in the country of Xi is so small that it has long been controlled by various large sections. Moreover, for hundreds of thousands of years, a kind of balance has been formed. Xianghua sect is not likely to act rashly. Qin Yi was also puzzled. I'm afraid Xianghua sect is coveting Deer Descent Mountain? Chang Yifeng asked hesitantly. Impossible. If Xianghua sect wants to annex Deer Descent Mountain, Xuanyan School and Qiqiao sect will be the first to disagree. Qin Yi shook her head. Moreover, Xianghua sect did not kill the disciples of Deer Descent Mountain. Even that cultivator surnamed Ming was released by Xianghua sect. It seems like their target is the spirit stone vein. Snatching the spirit stone vein will definitely cause an imbalance between the three cultivation sects in the country of Xi. Zhu Qinghe said curiously, Xianghua sect is drinking poison to quench their thirst. Not necessarily. Qin Yi sneered. She looked at the darkness far away from the astral winds. Perhaps other sects have the same idea, ah? Zhu Qinghe and the others were not as confused as Xiaohua. Even Chang Yifeng and Xie Zhiqian understood something from this sentence. They were shocked and secretly cried out in their hearts. Then, they fell silent, as if thinking about something. Xiaohua could not think of too many disputes. Seeing that the four of them were silent, he did not ask anything. He only thought about how to protect himself when he reached Inkcloud Black Forest. Several hours later, the darkness in the distance was getting closer. Xiaohua could see clearly that the darkness did not only cover the mountain rocks and trees, but also the air was faintly filled with a black fog. Even the sunlight that shone into the depths of Inkcloud Black Forest reflected a faint black light. A kind of solemnity, a kind of sadness, a kind of fear, and even a kind of fear quietly emerged from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Fellow Zhu, we are about to reach the Inkzhao Black Forest. Are we going to enter from the edge? Qin Yi's expression had returned to normal as she asked with a smile. What can we do if we don't enter from the edge? Zhu Qinghe smiled bitterly. If Manor Head Chen has a shortcut, that would be the best. You don't say, I do have a small secret path. Qin Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Really? Zhu Qinghe was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, I'm afraid the edge of the Inkcloud Black Forest is hundreds of miles long, and there are dangers lurking everywhere. Although it's nothing for Gold Core Realm practitioners like us, it's still troublesome. If Manor Head Shen has a shortcut to enter the forest, it's great that we can concentrate on dealing with the dangers inside. What about my share? Can I have an extra portion? Chen Yi widened her eyes and asked with watery eyes. Manor Lord Chen, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have a secret path into Inkcloud Black Forest? Chang Yefeng was a little displeased. We've already discussed all the details. Isn't it a little too much for the Manor Lord to suddenly make a request when we're already here? Is that so? Forget it. Chen Yi was not angry. She smiled and said, Fellow Zhu didn't mention it at that time, and I didn't think about it. Now I just remembered that if Fellow Zhu doesn't agree, we'll follow Fellow Zhu and enter the forest according to the route he took last time. How about this? Zhu Qinghe thought for a while and said, Last time I entered the edge of the Inkcloud Black Forest, it took me a lot of effort. Now that there are more people, it will be more troublesome. Since I ask too little, I'll give half of my share to Manor Head Chen. What do you think? He, that's great. Chen Yi wasn't courteous and agreed with a smile, and then she clapped her hand and took out a crystalline jade spoon before she said to Zhu Qinghe, Fellow Daoist Zhu, stop the flying boat. I'll find the location of the secret path. When Zhu Qinghe stopped the flying boat, everyone got out of the flying boat. They saw Chen Yi's hands forming a wonderful incantation. Every finger seemed to be dancing beautifully. As the spiritual power passed, the jade spoon turned into a woman less than 3 inches tall wearing a seamless heavenly robe. The woman's eyebrows were clear and her skin was as white as snow. Her figure flew with the brilliance, fluttering her sleeves as she flew toward the dark place in the distance. Her speed was not inferior to a cultivator at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Let's go. Seeing Jade Maiden fly, countless lights scattered in the air and turned into specks of flowers, Chen Yi revealed a smile. Her figure was actually the same as Jade Maiden's. She waved her Daoist robe and chased after her. Let's go. Zhu Qinghe looked at Chen Yi's narcissistic appearance and slightly shook his head. He waved his sleeves and led everyone to fly down. Xiao Hua leisurely followed beside Xie Zhiqian. He slightly released his Buddhist sense and carefully guarded against everything in the vicinity. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Zhu Qinghe and others arranged everything. The division of the 4 people was also completely agreed. Only the heavenly Yin grass was left for Xiao Hua. As the jade girl flew closer to the Inkshao Black Forest, Xiao Hua felt his eyes gradually darkening. Although the sun was really high up in the sky, there seemed to be something in the sky near the Inkshao Black Forest that could not pass through light. It could even be said that it was something that could absorb light, blocking the light. But Xiao Hua carefully examined it. Not only his divine sense, but also his Buddhist sense could not see anything. Even if he used his Dharma eye to examine it, he could only see a little bit of dark thing. It was exactly the same as what he saw with his naked eyes. After a while, Xiao Hua felt somewhat strange. Usually, his true essence flowed smoothly in his meridians, but here, his true essence was unexpectedly somewhat obscure. It was as if sand was mixed in the river. Although it did not affect the river water, it always had a kind of heavy feeling. No wonder only foundation establishment and golden core cultivators can come to the Inkzhao Black Forest. Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Qi refining cultivators' meridians are filled with true qi. When these black things enter the body, it is like a huge rock blocking the true qi, affecting the use of magic power. And in the body of foundation establishment cultivators, it can only be treated as gravel. As for golden core cultivators, all of their magic power is in the golden core. These black things may not necessarily enter the body. However, Xiao Hua's true essence was originally filled with many black spots of earth crystal ya milk. When these inexplicable things entered his meridians, it only made Xiao Hua somewhat obscure. It actually did not have any effect. Even these black spots were absorbed by the earth crystal ya milk, increasing little by little. Fellow Daoist Zhu, it should be here. When the jade girl flew to a certain distance from the Inkzhao Black Forest, it stopped. It hovered in the air and did not move forward. Chen Yi covered it with her sleeve, and the jade girl turned back into a jade spoon and fell into her hand. Chapter 1992. This place doesn't look any different. Xiao Huayu looked around and saw that the coarse soil was suffused with a dim light. Low, clawing vines clung tightly to the ground. The thumb-sized leaves on them were uneven, and there were all kinds of shapes. The thick trees in front of them were so thick that several people could wrap their arms around them. The trees were not perfectly straight. Some were twisted, some were slanted, and the branches were crisscrossed. Strange birdsong could be heard from the sides or in front of them, rising and falling one after another. Suddenly, there was the sound of wind, lifting up the branches and leaves, making one feel a chill. Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and a green light flew out from his storage bag. It was a palm-sized jade flask. Under the activation of his dermic powers, the jade flask spewed out a silvery white light. The light was like a fountain that poured down from the top of Zhu Qinghe's head, protecting him. Xiao Hua could clearly see that the light was slightly wrinkled and reflected light. It was actually in the form of granules, which seemed to be able to block out the black things in the Yingxiao Black Forest. Xiao Hua, the ink sand in the Yingxiao Black Forest is very strange. The deeper you go, the more there are. Not only does the ink sand drill into your meridians, but it can also block the circulation of true essence and even corrode it. It also seeps into your meridians, making your entire body heavier. In the end, your entire body won't be able to move. Xia Zhiqian reminded Xiao Hua from the side, normal protective light can't block the ink sand. You're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so if you're not of the lightning attribute, then you're of the fire attribute. If you release your protective lightning or fire, it should be effective. As he spoke, Xia Zhiqian also clapped his hand, and a strange magic tool that looked like a gourd appeared. A layer of faint, flame-like spirit light protected Xia Zhiqian. Seeing everyone take out their methods, Xiao Hua felt bitter. He only knew that he was coming to the Yingxiao Black Forest on the flying boat, so he didn't make any preparations. In the burial flower manor, there was clearly time to explain, but no one said a word to him. Now that he was here, they wanted him to take out his methods. It was clearly bullying. Gij Chen Yi was wearing a tricolored robe, and the cloud-like mist enveloped her inside. She flew to Xiao Hua's side and said with a smile, "Xiao Hua, it's not that I don't want to remind you, but I thought that this place was hidden and I couldn't let you out of Burial Flower Manor. Since you can't go out, what's the use of telling you? If you have any tricks up your sleeve, use them for now. Otherwise, I have a Yu Sha that can block Mo Sha as well." After saying that, Chen Yi took out a thin robe and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua knew that since a golden core cultivator had to take out a magic weapon to protect himself seriously, his own flame might not necessarily be of use. Thus, he didn't hold back and reached out to grab the silk cloth and put it on with a flip of his hand. He saw that the silk cloth was thin and tight, producing a faint brilliance that blocked the ink sand, making it seem as if he wasn't wearing it at all. "Thank you, Manor Lord Chen." Xiao Hua bows and says, "Kid, I really don't have any protective magic treasures here." "Yes, just remember it in your heart." Chen Yi smiled and looked into the ink shadow black forest. "Manor Lord Chen, please lead the way," Zhu Qinghe said in a low voice after releasing his divine sense and looking for a moment. Chen Yi didn't hold back and waved her hand, saying, "Fellow cultivators, please follow me." Then, as if to remind them, she says, "This secret path was discovered by a fellow cultivator by chance. He just told me the general direction and route. This is the first time I've entered it. The secret path is about 100 feet from the ground and about 10 feet in radius. If your divine sense is strong enough, you should be able to find some clues. However, although there is a secret path and we can fly in it, we'd better not go too fast. It is said that the outer diameter of the secret path is very thin. If we attract too much spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the secret path will be destroyed." "What? We can fly in the secret path? We can't fly outside?" Xiao Hua is a little surprised and looks at the dark forest in the distance. The Mo Sha can enter the meridians with the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Although the Mo Sha disappears after leaving the ink shadow black forest, it is obvious that the magic power of ordinary cultivators is greatly reduced in the ink shadow black forest. No wonder ordinary cultivators can't enter it. As for those rogue cultivators, they can only swim in the periphery. While Xiaohua is thinking, he has already followed Xia Zhiqian into the ink shadow black forest for more than 100 feet. Xiaohua has a feeling that he is trying to escape through the sand. A faintly discernible repelling force is produced, as if it is trying to squeeze him out of the ink shadow black forest. When no one was paying attention, Xiaohua opened his Dharma eyes. Just as Chen Yi had said, the black sand around them was much lighter. It looked like a passageway, about 30 meters above the ground. The edges of the passageway swayed slightly, like seaweed swaying in the water. Motherfucker, how were these passageways discovered? Do other people have the same Dharma eyes as I do? Xiaohua is a little speechless. After flying for another hour, because they are not flying fast and the passage is not leading directly to the inside of the ink shadow black forest, there are some twists and turns, like a small path in the forest. Although it leads to a secluded place, it is still a winding path. Fellow Zhu, don't worry. Although we can fly in this secret passage, it seems to be a little long. Chen Yi said in a low voice. Her voice is very loud in the dark, and the crisp chirps in the surroundings are much fainter now, indicating that they have entered the depths of the ink shadow black forest. Well, it's not bad. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, although I went in directly last time, I didn't fly so fast or so easily, and I used a lot of magic power. Although this secret passage is a long detour, it is better in that it is easy. Alas, if I came to the ink shadow black forest alone, even if I know that the sword immortal's remains are inside, I may not dare to break into the inner layer of the ink shadow black forest. Chang Yifeng sighed in a low voice. The sword immortal's remains? Xiaohua's body trembles, and his eyes are filled with disbelief, looking at Xia Zhiqian beside him. Xia Zhiqian coughed and said in a low voice, Fellow Chang, you should be careful with your words. We are already at the edge of the ink shadow black forest. Even if Xiaohua wants to leave, he needs to have the courage to do so. Chang Yifeng sneered, even if he wants to leave, can I let him leave at will? Well, since we are here, I guess fellow Chang also has doubts in your heart, and you want me to explain the reason? Zhu Qinghe understood Chang Yifeng's meaning and thought that Xiaohua didn't know the truth, so he nodded slightly and said. Then, he looked at the darkness in the distance and said, since Manor Lord Qin found this secret passage, and we have some free time, let's just kill some time. I will tell you everything, so that you won't be confused. Senior Zhu, thank you for your explanation. Xiaohua said respectfully, this junior is indeed confused, and I don't know why you came to this dangerous place. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, this junior will just follow you inside. I didn't tell you before because this matter is too secretive and has something to do with our cultivation. If others knew, especially the cultivators of the 7 skills sect who use flying swords, I'm afraid we wouldn't have a chance. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, on the contrary, I know that not many of the cultivators of your Imperial Thunder sect are good at using flying swords, so I'm not afraid to tell you. This is why I agreed to let you come. Xiaohua despised him in his heart. If Chen Yi and the others didn't have ulterior motives, Zhu Qinghe wouldn't have let him come. However, without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Zhu Qinghe said, Xiaohua, do you know about sword cultivators? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and shook his head slightly. This junior was previously a loose cultivator in my country of Xi. My cultivation was very shallow and my knowledge was also very limited. I only wanted to cultivate to the 10th layer of Qi refining and enter a cultivation sect. In fact, this junior always wanted to enter the Huanhua sect, but who knew that I would enter the Imperial Thunder sect by accident? However, after entering the Imperial Thunder sect, I discovered that the cultivation sect wasn't a pure land, so this junior buried himself in cultivation. Now that I finally reached foundation establishment, I have the opportunity to come out and experience the world. I won't hide it from Senior. Presumably, Senior also knows about this junior's junior sister's matter. This junior only cares about matters related to himself, so this junior doesn't know much about sword cultivators. Seeing Xiaohua's sincere words, as if he was confessing, Zhu Qinghe smiled and nodded. He didn't comment and said, "That day when fellow Daoists tested your sword light, did you know? Isn't that a flying sword?" This junior naturally knows. Xiaohua admitted honestly, "This junior used a flying sword talisman when I was chi refining, and there's also a flying sword talisman in my storage pouch." As he spoke, Xiaohua clapped his hands, as if he was going to take out a flying sword talisman from his storage pouch. "Hee, there's no need," Zhu Qinghe said with a smile. "The flying sword talisman is only a yellow talisman. It can't be compared to a real flying sword, let alone a spirit sword." "Yes, please dispel my doubts, Senior Zhu," Xiaohua replied in a well-behaved manner. "Actually, on my Xiaoyu continent, besides Daoist techniques, there are also sword cultivators, soul cultivators, beast cultivators, and so on." Zhu Qinghe said in a low voice, "Xiaohua, could it be that your master didn't tell you about it?" Zhu Qinghe suddenly asked, causing Xiaohua to be stunned. He slightly opened his mouth and said awkwardly, "This junior also asked about it before I reached Foundation establishment, but my master said that I only needed to know and cultivate well. First, I had to reach Foundation establishment, and then I wouldn't ask about anything else." When this junior reached Foundation establishment, he wanted to introduce this junior to the senior sisters of the Imperial Thunder sect. Why didn't this junior just escape? At this point, Xiaohua's heart trembled, and his forehead was almost covered in sweat. That day, he had told Shen Yi about the Feather Immortal Assembly at the Burial Flower Manor, but he didn't seem to have mentioned the matter of Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong. Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly, and he repeatedly thought about it. Seeing that Qin Yi's flying figure didn't change, he finally relaxed. What a sentimental person. Zhu Qinghe glanced at Chen Yi and said, "Sword cultivators are sword cultivators. All of their techniques are related to a flying sword." Then, Zhu Qinghe roughly explained the matter of sword cultivators, and finally said, "Actually, sword cultivators and Daoist techniques aren't completely separated. Within my Dao sect, there are also many cultivators whose magic tools or magic treasures are flying swords. For example, fellow Daoist Xia, fellow Daoist Chang, and I. Moreover, my Dao sect's flying sword technique isn't inferior to sword cultivators' flying swords. Even as early as hundreds of thousands of years ago, there were nascent soul stage experts who went to the Huan country to challenge sword cultivators." Chapter 1993. Huan country? Xiaohua pretended to be confused. The three cultivation countries are Xi, Meng, and Lian. This Huan country is the land of sword cultivators. Zhu Qinghe glared at Xiaohua and muttered, "Which pedantic Foundation establishment cultivator is your master? He didn't even tell you this. No wonder he can only be a Foundation establishment cultivator." Hee. Xiaohua didn't dare to say more and simply pretended to be ignorant. "That cultivator from my Dao sect is very powerful with his flying sword. He actually won all 9 battles in Huan country and returned victorious," Zhu Qinghe said proudly. Really? This was the first time Xiaohua heard of this. He was shocked. If he defeated a sword cultivator with a Dao technique, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, he actually won with a flying sword. This was a disgrace to sword cultivators. "Which sect is this senior from? He's so powerful," Xiaohua asked. "Which sect can he be from?" Zhu Qinghe sighed. "Seven Skills sect," Xiaohua said without hesitation. Zhu Qinghe glared at him and said, "Do you think only your Shi country's 7 Skills sect knows about flying swords? I'm just a frog in a well. Senior, please enlighten me." Xiaohua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "It's Meng country's Changbai sect." Chen Yi said clearly, 7 Skills sect's flying sword is only because the current sect master, Lu Ni, is good at it. Therefore, many disciples cultivate flying swords. However, Changbai sect is established with flying swords. Other Dao techniques are just vassals. So it's like that." Xiaohua easily thought of Lu Weigang, the Qi refinement disciple who used a flying sword to chase after Sun Shu during the Feather Immortal Gathering. He thought, no wonder. Yes, it's Changbai sect from Meng country. Zhu Qinghe nodded and said, that senior's name is Reverend Bright Sword. He should have been an early nascent soul cultivator at that time. Senior Zhu, did you come to Mo Zhao Black Forest to find the remains of Reverend Bright Sword? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Hee, don't worry. Zhu Qinghe smiled and said, after Reverend Bright Sword returned from Huan country, he became famous in Meng country and became the next leader of Changbai sect. As for the Huan kingdom's sword cultivators, they were dejected. Many people began to have doubts about sword cultivators. Of course, Huan country also has spiritual sword and divine sword swordsmen. They can't possibly attack Reverend Bright Sword who has a low cultivation level, so they can only think of other methods. However, Reverend Bright Sword is indeed powerful. Not only are first-grade sword transformation stage cultivators unable to be his match, even in the final battle against a second-grade sword transformation stage cultivator, who is equivalent to a mid-Yuanying stage cultivator, he was still slightly superior. In an instant, he broke the myth that a sword cultivator's attack power is stronger than a Dao cultivator of the same level. However, it's not like Huan country doesn't have any geniuses. At that time, there was a rising star in Huan country called Li Xiubai. His cultivation was similar to Reverend Bright Sword's, and he was also a first-grade sword transformation realm cultivator. This Li Xiubai's innate talent is unrivaled. Since he was young, he had spiritual energy and perseverance. Others only nurture one sword pill. Some extremely powerful ones only nurture 3 at most. They are called the 3 stars glorious sun, but he actually nurtured 9 sword pills in one go. 9. Xiao Hua almost cried out in surprise. Wasn't this number the 9 shattered sword pellets he obtained from the deafening Thunder Palace? What's wrong? Seeing Xiao Hua's strange expression, Zhu Qinghe asked curiously. This sword cultivator senior, if my master was here, he would definitely reprimand him. Biting off more than you can chew. Xiao Hua had a bitter smile on his face. He said empathetically, others cultivating 3 is already the limit, but he actually wants to cultivate 9. This is really beyond this junior's expectations. However, since senior said so, Senior Li Xiubai's 9 flying swords must have been cultivated. This kind of rare genius, this junior, really can't imagine. Not only you, even I find it hard to understand. Zhu Qinghe sneered, other people's 3 sword pills are 3 stars glorious sun, but his 9 sword pills are transit of the sun 9 stars transit of the sun, That's an extremely high realm among sword cultivators. It's the legendary divine sword realm Sword Immortal. Since childhood, Li Xiubai's goal was to cultivate to the divine sword realm and become a sword immortal. Chen Yi's face was filled with longing as she said, moreover, under his tenacious nature, under his heaven-gifted genius, those 9 sword pills were born by him one by one. He named them Fledgling Star, Morning Star, Emblem Star, Brilliant Star, Dual Star, Dark Star, Star Destroyer, Star Extinction, and Star Creation. Heaven knows, it's already difficult for a sword cultivator to control 3 flying swords. How could he control 9 great spirit swords? That's right, Reverend Bright Sword went to Huan country to challenge Li Xiubai. Unfortunately, he went at the wrong time. Li Xiubai actually went to Million Mountains to train. He didn't meet Reverend Bright Sword. Zhu Qinghe continued, when he returned to Flame Bamboo's sword sect and learned about Reverend Bright Sword, he was extremely angry and immediately came to Meng country to challenge Reverend Bright Sword at Changbai sect. Good, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance as he praised, that will definitely be a battle that will shock the entire Xiaoyu continent. That's right. At that time, the cultivators of the 3 cultivation countries all heard the news and immediately moved. They wanted to see this battle of sword and Dao that is hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. Zhu Qinghe's face was also filled with longing as he said, all the big sects, big clans, and many famous cities were all eagerly waiting for news about the time and location of the battle to come. Unfortunately, Li Xiaobai aggressively went to Meng country and even rushed to Changbai sect. However, Reverend Bright Sword of Changbai sect treated Li Xiaobai with respect and was very humble. However, once Li Xiaobai entered Changbai sect, there was no more news, as if he didn't even appear. Chen Yi said softly in front of them, until half a year later, Reverend Bright Sword and Li Xiaobai announced to the world on Changbai Peak that the two of them agreed to duel in a secret place. Moreover, they agreed to never announce the result of the duel to the public. At that time, whether it was the three cultivation countries or Huan country, all the sword cultivators were in an uproar. Huan country's Flame Bamboo Sword sect even sent an elder to Changbai sect in Meng country, as if to urge senior Li Xiaobai. Zhu Qinghe's face was filled with reminiscence as he said, however, when the Flame Bamboo Sword sect's elder came to Changbai sect, Reverend Bright Sword and Li Xiaobai were both gone. Li Xiaobai left a jade slip and said that he was going to duel with Reverend Bright Sword. As for where he went, Changbai sect master and elders also didn't know. Flame Bamboo Sword sect originally thought that Li Xiaobai had been used a secret technique by Changbai sect, but when they saw Li Xiaobai's jade slip, they naturally had nothing to say and could only wait on Changbai Peak. This wait lasted for another half a year. Zhu Qinghe sighed and said, until one day, Reverend Bright Sword's disciples saw that there was some movement in the sect's messaging secret array. After recognizing that it was Reverend Bright Sword who sent the message, he immediately informed the sect master and Flame Bamboo Sword sect's elder. At this time, Reverend Bright Sword's life tablet in Changbai sect was also damaged. When Changbai sect master and Flame Bamboo Sword sect's elder saw Reverend Bright Sword's nascent soul image transmission, they knew that the duel had already ended. Reverend Bright Sword really kept his promise and didn't say a word about the result of the duel. He only arranged some matters in the sect and then turned off the image transmission. Chapter 1994. However, Immortal Bright Sword's natal spiritual tablet was damaged, indicating that he had died. Even his nascent soul could not escape. At first, the elder of Flame Bamboo Sword sect thought that Li Xiaobai could win, but after waiting for a long time, Li Xiaobai did not return, so he hurried back to Huan country. It is said that Li Xiaobai's natal spiritual tablet also had a crack. The two of them actually perished together. Immortal Bright Sword's last words were not completely spread, but there was a sentence that all the sword cultivators in Meng country knew. Without waiting for Zhu Qinghe to finish, Chang Yifeng and Xia Zhiqian both said in unison, Sword Dao has no regrets. Yes, it is this sentence. Zhu Qinghe nodded. Although our Taoist sect uses flying swords as magic tools, unlike sword cultivators who use their lives to nurture their swords, they still use their swords as their lives. Immortal Bright Sword sentence really hit the bottom of my heart. Yes, for this battle, all the sects have their own guesses, and there are records in their own ancient books. Chang Yifeng nodded, but what actually happened, no one knows. In order to find the truth, all the sects sent out their forces, first in Meng country, then in Shi country and Lian country, and even in Huan country. We didn't find any trace of it. Zhu Qinghe said again, however, in the end, the head of Changbai sect found clues from Immortal Bright Sword's nascent soul and concluded that it was in Shi country's Mo Zhao Black Forest. It may even be in the core. So, Changbai sect secretly searched Mo Zhao Black Forest, and lost a lot of experts, but still found no trace. Later, this news was discovered by some people, and it was completely leaked, attracting many sword cultivators to come here to search. What was the result? Xiao Hua suddenly asked a seemingly extremely stupid question. Chen Yi said with a smile, if they found it, why would we come here today? Xiao Hua said with a smile, what I mean is, Mo Zhao Black Forest is so big, and there are thousands of cultivators in Shi country, how could they not find it? Even if Mo Zhao Black Forest is dangerous, what about Fenshan stage seniors? What about Deshang stage seniors? Can't you just ask any one of them? Ha, little friend Xiao, you still don't understand. Xia Zhiqian smiled and said, I heard that there is a famous rogue cultivator in your country of Shi. I think he is called Old Man Bai Zhang. His cultivation technique can be cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, which is a great temptation to rogue cultivators. Many rogue cultivators are looking for him. You must have had such a plan back then, right? But if the current you were to ask you to search for his orthodoxy, would you go? Yes, I understand. Xiaohua nodded. Daoist Master Bright Sword and Li Xiubai are indeed handsome for a while and can be considered world-shaking. But in front of these seniors, they are still nothing. Yes, that's one thing. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile. On the other hand, in the three kingdoms of cultivation, Daoist magic cultivation is still the priority. There are few cultivators who practice flying swords, so no one will invest more in the whereabouts of these two people. Enlightened Master Bright Sword's orthodoxy was in the Changbai sect. Li Xiubai's orthodoxy was also in the Flame Bamboo Sword sect. What he needed to find was Reverend Bright Sword's long sword and Li Xiubai's 9 stars transit. However, since the two of them had already perished together, their flying swords might not be intact. Even if they were found, it would be useless for sword transformation swordsmen and nascent soul cultivators. I understand. Xiaohua nodded and said, for seniors are looking for these 10 flying swords, as well as the remains of the 2 seniors and their storage bags. Yes, for us golden core cultivators, these things are the most attractive. Zhu Qinghe did not hide it and nodded. If we can obtain their legacy, it will be extremely useful for us to break through to the nascent soul realm. It might even be our only chance. Then, Zhu Qinghe glanced at Chang Yifeng and said, although the various sects have their own guesses and have their own opinions about the place of their duel, they have overlooked one point. This is also something that I suddenly realized when I saw that place. What point? Chang Yifeng asked. That's right. Fellow Daoist Zhu, what point is it? Xie Zhiqian was also eager to know. After all, he also did not understand how Zhu Qinghe could know about such a secret place. I'll keep you in suspense for now. Zhu Qinghe laughed and said, when you see it, you will naturally understand. At that time, I didn't think too much about it until I saw the strange scene there. However, it was also because of this that I felt that I didn't have much confidence in breaking in, so I retreated to find the 3 of you to help me. Then, he glanced at Xiaohua and said, I didn't see the heavenly Yin grass, but according to my guess and the sect's records, it should be there in that environment. Yes, I hope senior's guess is correct. At this time, Xiaohua's heart was far less bitter than before. Since he knew that Zhu Qinghe and the others were looking for 10 flying swords, and that it was related to sword cultivation, Xiaohua was already eager to try. Even if there was no heavenly Yin grass, this trip might still have a harvest. The heavenly Yin grass's nature is neutral, its nature is neutral and yin and yang. Chen Yi was very familiar with spiritual herbs and whispered. Who at this time, a divine sense swept over from afar, sweeping past everyone and immediately locking them. Zhu Qinghe was extremely embarrassed and angry, and with a light rebuke, his divine sense also rushed out. Fellow Daoist, help me. A slightly old voice transmitted from where the divine sense swept over, and the tone was very anxious. This is bad. Zhu Qinghe's divine sense swept over and immediately knew the origin of the matter. His face was slightly shocked, and he whispered, this is that shameless cultivator. He couldn't get rid of Mo Zhao himself, so he actually led him to us. Quickly get out, don't let that guy find out about the secret passage here. Qin Yi's divine sense was not inferior to Zhu Qinghe's, and she immediately urged. Xiaohua and the others didn't dare to be negligent, and they quickly followed Zhu Qinghe out of the secret passage. Just as they escaped the range of the secret passage, Xiaohua felt a kind of pressure on his body, forcing him to land on the ground. Moreover, a thick black thing rushed towards his body like a swarm of bees, and the Yusha could only block a small part of it. Looking at Chen Yi and the others again, their bodies were flashing with light, as if the light around them was blocking the black thing around them, and they were still flying about 10 feet away. Xiaohua, can you fly? Xie Zhiqian asked, this is really strange, this is only the edge of the Yingxiao Black Forest, how did Mo Zhao fly out from the middle to the outside? Junior can fly, but it consumes a lot of magic power. Xiaohua said with a wry smile, Junior had better try his best to fly below, and I hope to get rid of this trouble as soon as possible. Let's go. We'll go and meet him. Zhu Qinghe waved his hand and said, "Yes." Chang Yefeng and the others responded, and they all flew up. Xiaohua didn't dare to release his Buddhist consciousness, and his divine sense was obviously limited in the Yingxiao Black Forest, so he naturally had to hide his strength. After flying for a few miles, Zhu Qinghe waved his hand, and Shen Yi and the others hid on a tall black tree, while Xiaohua half flew and half crawled on a black tree. Roar. A roar that sounded like a dragon's roar and a wolf's howl could be heard from a few miles away. The voice of the cultivator who was running for his life could also be heard. "My fellow cultivators, there are 2 Mo Zhao behind me. I only came here because I had no other choice. If you help me kill these 2 Mo Zhao, I won't take anything from you. In fact, I would like to thank you for your help." Humph. Zhu Qinghe snorted and didn't answer. In less than half a cup of tea's time, waves of black waves rose up in front of them, and the black thing unique to the Yingxiao Black Forest was thrown into the air as if it was swept up by a hurricane. The Black Forest, which looked calm just a moment ago, was now swaying from side to side, as if it was split by a huge wave. Xiaohua could even hear the sound of trees falling to the ground in the distance. Hiss. When a cultivator in a light green robe flew over, Xiaohua saw the Mo Zhao that was chasing the cultivator, and he couldn't help but gasp. The Mo Zhao was as black as its name. Its whole body was pitch black, and it was even darker than the black trees around it. Moreover, there was a kind of glossy gloss in the darkness, and it was obvious that the skin of the Mo Zhao was extremely hard. Moreover, the Mo Zhao was 30 feet long and 3 feet thick. Its body was like a black snake, but it was different from a black snake. The front part of the Mo Zhao's head had an additional membrane, and there were bony forks protruding from the membrane. At this time, it was swaying back and forth, as if it was angry. The other parts of the Mo Zhao's head were similar to a snake's head, but its fangs were protruding out, and its fist-sized eyes were flashing with red light. Looking at the tail of the Mo Zhao, it was indeed similar to a python's. It was slightly thick, and it was in the shape of a fish's fin. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that there was a pair of 1-foot-long wings in the middle of the Mo Zhao's body. At this time, it was flapping up and down, and a strong wind was stirring up above the pitch-black membrane. It was somewhat similar to the wings of a thunder beast. Roar. The Mo Zhao in front roared angrily, and its tail swayed violently, hitting the black trees around it. The extremely hard black trees were like firewood in the face of the Mo Zhao's tail, and they were easily overturned. The Mo Zhao flew into the air, and with the flap of its wings, it flew far away, tsk. Xiaohua was very impressed. He thought to himself, this Mo Zhao is indeed a natural spiritual creature. Mo Zhao Black Forest, Mo Zhao Black Forest, this is the nest of the Mo Zhao. I don't know what kind of amazing magical powers it has. Just as Xiaohua thought to himself, Mo Zhao, who was tailing them, also roared and raised his head high. Then, he suddenly stretched his head forward and spat out a swirling mass of black gas, which shot straight at the cultivator who was fleeing in front of him. Oh my, it's so powerful. Xiaohua's divine thoughts swept through the area, and he could see clearly that the pitch-black mass of air was not only condensed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but more importantly, the special black thing in the Mo Zhao Black Forest had filled the entire mass of air. Moreover, balls of different sizes were condensed in the mass of air, colliding and rotating with each other. Xiaohua's divine thoughts seemed to be attracted by the black thing in the mass of air. Chapter 1995. When the cultivator who was being chased saw Mo Zhao spit out a strange mass of black gas, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a magic treasure that looked like a lotus flew out of his hand. It turned into a tricolored arc that protected his back. However, as soon as the magic treasure left his hand, the black things in the surroundings swarmed toward it as if they were attracted to it. In just a moment, the tricolored arc absorbed a lot of the black things, and its brilliance became somewhat dim. Mo Zhao's mass of black gas was like a fish swimming in the dark forest, and it quickly dived into the tricolored arc. With a loud bang, the tricolored arc collided with the mass of black gas, and a huge force stretched the arc extremely long. With another bang, the mass of black gas broke through the arc and smashed into the cultivator's back like a meteor. My fellow cultivator, help me. When the cultivator saw that his magic treasure was easily destroyed, he panicked. However, it was obvious that this was not the first time it had been destroyed. Therefore, he turned his body nimbly and pounced on Zhu Qinghe, who was standing on his left. The mass of black gas was originally going to pounce on the cultivator, but because of the sudden change in the cultivator's body, it could not completely catch up with him. Instead, it made a slight turn and smashed into Zhu Qinghe. Damn it! Zhu Qinghe did not expect the cultivator to be so insidious. He did not even wait for the cultivator's name to be introduced, and he did not even give any warning. The cultivator brought the disaster to him, and he could not help but feel angry. However, when the mass of black gas was about to hit him, he could not care less. He shook his Daoist robe and raised his right hand from it. At this time, Zhu Qinghe's right hand had a faint golden color, which was particularly obvious in the dark forest. This faint golden color repelled the black things outside, and it could not be absorbed. Kill! Zhu Qinghe shouted in a low voice and swung his right arm straight down. A golden brilliance appeared from his hand like a sword, and it slashed directly at the mass of black gas that was coming toward him. A buzzing sound was heard as the sword light struck the black gas. It sounded like the buzzing of a hornet. The golden brilliance circulated at an extremely fast speed. It was as if the sword light was cutting the black gas with a saw. At the same time, the force of the mass of black gas bent the sword light. Zhu Qinghe's Daoist robe and hair were blown backward. His right arm trembled slightly, and his whole body was moving back inch by inch. Villa Head Chin, help me. Zhu Qinghe's Dharma power was rapidly depleted. When he saw the other Emo Zhao in the distance raised her head high again, he knew that things were not going well, and he immediately shouted. Fellow cultivator Zhu, wait a moment. When Chen Yi heard Zhu Qinghe's cry for help, she waved her hand. After a ray of light flashed, a string of floating flower petals flashed in the air and fell on the mass of air like a fairy scattering flowers. When the petals touched the mass of black gas, all the petals turned into rotating flying swords, stabbing into the mass of black gas from all directions. Boom boom boom, there was another burst of noise. After the roaring noise subsided, there was a soft poof sound. First, it came from Zhu Qinghe's sword light. Then, the air mass seemed to be pierced everywhere. Pa 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 pa, sounds were incessant. At the same time, the black things that had condensed into black clumps once again flew out in all directions. Not only did they attack Zhu Qinghe and Chen Yi, but they also attacked the cultivator who had lured the source of the trouble to the side. Go! Zhu Qinghe and others roared, and the flying swords in their hands were waved again. The flying swords turned into stars and stabbed on the black balls. These black balls were much easier to deal with than the mass of black gas. After the sword light passed, they turned into black fog and scattered in the air of the black forest. Zhu Qinghe scanned the fleeing cultivator with his divine sense. The cultivator didn't even look back. With a wave of his sleeve, a faint green brilliance spread out. A wooden stick flashed and scattered the black balls. His figure continued to fly behind Zhu Qinghe and the others, as if he didn't care about the situation Zhu Qinghe and the others were in. Zhu Qinghe was furious. He had thought of this long ago, but he was afraid that the secret path would be exposed, so he had no choice but to come out and help. At this time, he was with Chen Yi and others. They were too big of a target, and they could not be compared with the fleeing cultivator. They would definitely be chased by Emo Zhao. Villa Master Chen, fellow cultivator Chang, fellow cultivator Xie. Zhu Qinghe did not think too much and said, since we have met Emo Zhao, it is a chance. We are confident that we can defeat him. Well said. Chen Yi squinted her eyes when she saw Emo Zhao. She knew that Emo Zhao was full of treasures. Usually, Emo Zhao would hide in the depths of the black forest, and she would not dare to enter. How could she not be happy when Emo Zhao delivered himself to her? I will team up with fellow cultivator Chang. Chen Yi shouted and flew forward. She waved her hands, and clusters of flowers flew out. The flowers were rainbows formed by the sword light. Okay. Chang Yifeng, who was not far away from Chen Yi, was already on guard. When he heard Chen Yi's words, he did not say anything. He coordinated with Chen Yi's angle, and the huge sword in his hand, which was more than 10 feet long and half a foot wide, slashed through the air. It was like a door plank, and slashed toward Mo Zhao, who was closest to them. I am coming too. Xia Zhiqian shouted and flew up with Zhu Qinghe. A flying sword flew out from his hand like a meteor, and pierced the right eye of the other Mo Zhao. Roar. The two Mo Zhao were angry. The Mo Zhao that had been accumulating power flapped its wings and opened its mouth to spit out a cloud of black gas toward Chen Yi. The other Mo Zhao opened its mouth and spat out 2 clouds of black venom, which turned into sharp arrows, toward the flying sword that was coming toward them. Don't take it head on. Zhu Qinghe quickly reminded Xia Zhiqian when he saw that the flying sword was close to the venom. Fellow cultivator Zhu, please know that I's flying sword has. Xia Zhiqian did not take it seriously. He smiled and was about to explain when he heard a sizzling sound. Xia Zhiqian was shocked when he saw that the Mo Zhao's venom had eroded the brilliance around the flying sword. The brilliance of the flying sword had become much dimmer. Keep. Xia Zhiqian did not dare to be careless. He recited the sword formula and retrieved the flying sword. He scanned it with his divine thought and saw that the 3-inch-long flying sword was covered with black spots. It looked like a rusty iron sword. Fellow cultivator Xia, the Mo Zhao's venom is mixed with the black sand in the black forest. It is extraordinary. Zhu Qinghe smiled bitterly. It is the nemesis of my flying sword. If it were not for the fact that the Mo Zhao could not spit out too much venom, we would have to run away. As Zhu Qinghe spoke, 2 clouds of brilliance flew out from his hand and blocked in front of him and Xia Zhiqian. The brilliance was slowly annihilated by the Mo Zhao's venom. However, due to the brilliance, the venom was completely consumed. Quick! Mo Zhao seems to be trying to escape. Zhu Qinghe was about to talk to Xia Zhiqian when he scanned the area with his divine thought. As expected, Mo Zhao, who had spat out the venom earlier, saw that both the venom and the air mass were ineffective. Moreover, there were 4 powerful cultivators in front of him. He quickly flapped his wings and turned his body nimbly as if he was about to fly away. Chapter 1996. Zhu Qinghe had noticed it, and Chen Yi was even more aware of it. Her flying swords had already landed on Mo Zhao's body. The flying swords created a series of sparks on Mo Zhao's black body, but they could not hurt Mo Zhao at all. Go! Chen Yi could not allow the fatty meat in her mouth to escape. She rubbed her hands, and more peanuts flew out. Moreover, Chen Yi opened her mouth and spat out a cloud of pink mist. It suddenly expanded in the air and turned into a light veil. It covered Mo Zhao from top to bottom. Mo Zhao flapped his wings and flew away. However, as soon as he cast out the light muslin, a strong restrictive force was generated and firmly restrained them. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed them. Roar! Mo Zhao was furious. He tried his best to twist his body. His 2 fin-like tails were suddenly lifted up and drew 2 black shadows in the air. He almost swept the black wood that Xiao Hua was climbing and hit the light veil's magical weapon from the side. Puff, puff. 2 soft sounds rang out as the 2 hammers smashed into the veil. The light on the veil immediately dimmed, and Chen Yi's face flushed red. Don't worry, Villa Master Chen. I will help you. Zhu Qinghe smiled bitterly in his heart. Chen Yi was too greedy. Not only did she not wait for him to take out his Dharma treasure, but she also wanted to trap the 2 Mo Zhao. That was why she was hit by the powerful force of the Mo Zhao. However, the moment Zhu Qinghe activated the 3 Dharma treasures in his storage bag, Mo Zhao did not fly away. Instead, he dived into the ground and disappeared into the dark ground in a flash of light as he dived into the ground. Earth escape. Xiao Hua was stunned. Go after him. Chen Yi waved her hand, and the pink veil fell into her hand. She shouted softly, and the colorful light around her body flashed. It seemed that she was going to chase after Emo Zhao. Villa Master Chen. Zhu Qinghe whispered, the 5 elements escape skill is useless in Emo Zhao Black Forest. Alas, Chen Yi suddenly came to an understanding when she heard this, and she slapped herself on the forehead and laughed bitterly. I was in a hurry and forgot about this matter. Immediately after, the 5-colored brilliance around Chen Yi gradually disappeared, revealing Chen Yi's embarrassed and angry expression. Ahem. Zhu Qinghe coughed and said, even if Villa Master Chen knows the rare 5 elements escape skill, I'm afraid that he is no match for Emo Zhao, who is born with the earth escape skill. We are not fated to fight Emo Zhao today. Hee, Manor Lord Chen, you don't have to regret it. Chang Yifeng held the giant sword in his hand and said with a smile, Emo Zhao is rarely captured in the Black Forest because it can escape. Unless you use the talisman that condenses the ground into toughness at the very beginning. Who would have prepared for Emo Zhao's sudden appearance? Xie Zhiqian smiled bitterly. At this point, everyone thought of the cultivator who lured Emo Zhao here and looked in the direction that the cultivator had fled. Unfortunately, other than the pitch-black sky and the branches of the black tree, where were the figures of cultivators? Let's go. Zhu Qinghe raised his head to look at Xiao Hua and said, just treat it as being a good person this time. If I see this cultivator next time, I will definitely kill him without saying anything. Chen Yi said angrily. However, before she could finish her words, a familiar voice came from afar. Fellow cultivator, help me, ah? Xiao Hua was stunned. Wasn't that the cultivator who had escaped just now? This guy dares to come back? Xiao Hua was extremely surprised. He had never thought that there would be such a shameless cultivator in the world. However, before Xiao Hua could speak or look at the expressions of Chen Yi and the others, Zhu Qinghe's countenance instantly went ghastly pale. He slapped his hand and withdrew 4 jade slips from his storage pouch, and his divine sense swiftly wrote something on them. After that, he waved his hand and the jade slips flew towards Chen Yi and the others, and he cried out. Fellow Daoists, this is the place we're heading to. If any fellow Daoist escapes this calamity, then you can meet up here. Everyone, please take care of yourselves. After that, Zhu Qinghe took the lead and flew toward the place where Emo Zhao had disappeared. Zhu Qinghe was very fast, but Chen Yi and Chang Yifeng were not slow either. The two of them also scanned the distance with their divine senses, and an incredulous expression appeared on their faces. Before Zhu Qinghe could throw the jade slip to them, they had already flown into the air, grabbed the jade slip with their hands, and put it into their storage bags without even looking at it. Then, they turned into streaks of light, disregarding the dangers of Ink Shadow Black Forest, and left. Xiao Hua took the jade slips and immediately released his Buddhist thought. However, before his Buddhist thought could reach far, a suffocating feeling came from afar. It was like the momentum of 10,000 horses galloping in the air. Ah! Xiao Hua trembled. He knew that there must be a change in the Emo Zhao Black Forest. When he released his Buddhist thought for more than 10 miles, he saw that there seemed to be a huge wave in the Black Forest. The black sand was lifted high. Was it more than 10 feet high? Moreover, under the waves of the black sand, many spirit beasts and even spirit birds, and some cultivators were fleeing in panic. While Xiao Hua was watching, 2 cultivators in the late stage of foundation establishment were swallowed by the black sand in the blink of an eye because their flying speed was not fast enough. Moreover, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the waves of the black sand was extremely chaotic. Xiao Hua's Buddhist thought could not penetrate it, so he could not see whether the cultivators were dead or alive. The black sand moved very fast, as if following the flow of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It rushed several miles in an instant. At this time, the panicked Xie Zhiqian released his divine thought and found the abnormality, Emo Zhao. Why did I encounter something that would not happen in tens of thousands of years? After saying that, he did not even greet Xiao Hua. His figure followed Chen Yi and the others and chased after them. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. His figure also swept up, but he still flew very low, following behind Xie Zhiqian. He flew while observing Imo Zhao. The ink storm was like an ocean wave, surging forward violently. Wherever it went, everything in the Black Forest would be engulfed. Moreover, the ink storm was like a hurricane, stirring up all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. All the withered branches and leaves in the Black Forest were swept up high into the sky. Xiaohua observed for a moment and had a plan in his heart. Although Mo Zhao was powerful, his speed was still slower than his bright thunder escape. If he used all his strength, escaping would not be a problem. However, Chen Yi and the others were in front of him. If he ran too fast, it was inevitable that he would be discovered. Therefore, Xiaohua thought for a moment, and his direction was slightly slanted, flying in another direction. Damn it, the world is really strange. A small foundation establishment cultivator actually ran to the inner layer of the Black Forest. Are you not afraid of being eaten by a Mo Zhao? A voice sounded from above Xiaohua's head. Needless to say, it was the cultivator who lured Mo Zhao here. Xiaohua did not pay much attention to him. He only turned his head slightly and saw that it was a short and fat gold core cultivator. His face was shriveled and flat, like a rotten persimmon. Moreover, his eyes were extremely small and were embedded in the persimmon, as if they could not be seen. Give me your storage pouch, I will give you a ride. The cultivator looked at Xiaohua and sneered, with your flying speed, you will be swallowed by Mo Zhao sooner or later. Not only will your true origin be eroded, your storage pouch will also be destroyed. I will show you kindness and give you a ride. If you are fated to escape, it is better than your cultivation being crippled and becoming an ordinary person. Instead of letting others benefit from this storage pouch, why not let me benefit from it? Hee hee. Xiaohua roughly understood and sneered, that is my business, it has nothing to do with you. Even if I throw my storage pouch here and let other cultivators benefit, I will not give it to a scoundrel who wants to take advantage of the situation. When the cultivator heard this, not only was he not angry, but he laughed instead. Rotten wood can't be carved. You don't understand shit. Didn't I just lead Mo Zhao to your teacher's place? Think with your ass, if your teacher did not fight with Mo Zhao, you would have encountered Mo Zhao long ago, wouldn't you? Didn't you die in Mo Zhao long ago? How can you still talk to me here? Seeing such a shameless cultivator, Xiaohua sighed inwardly and ignored him. His body tilted and flew in another direction. Why are you flying there? You can only escape by flying straight. The short and fat cultivator said curiously. Then, he swept back with his divine thought and rolled his bean-sized eyes. He rubbed his hands and threw a spell at Xiaohua. At the same time, his other hand grabbed at the void, trying to scare away the storage pouch in Xiaohua's eyes. You really don't want to live anymore. Xiaohua was not as panicked as the short and fat cultivator imagined, nor was he flying around absent-mindedly. His Buddhist sense saw that the cultivator was actually trying to kill him behind his back without a trace of the demeanor of a senior, and he could not help but be furious. His body suddenly stopped in midair and he waved his hand, using the earth condensation technique. Immediately, an oppressive force swarmed from all around the cultivator, squeezing the cultivator tightly. Oh, young man, your temper is not small. The cultivator was not afraid of Xiaohua's spell at all and only urged the magic power in his hand. He believed that Xiaohua's magic power was definitely not as deep as his, and definitely not as fast as his spell. However, the instant the cultivator's great confinement art smashed onto Xiaohua, a burst of brilliant light flickered all over Xiaohua's body. It was precisely the activation of the protective brilliance. Moreover, just outside the brilliance, a layer of earth-yellow armor suddenly formed. Furthermore, Xiaohua's figure suddenly shot up, as fast as a messaging talisman. The great confinement technique only smashed into Xiaohua's lower body, clearly hitting nothing but air. Protective brilliance? The cultivator was stunned, and a bad feeling emerged in his heart. He hurriedly shook his two arms outwards, as if he also wanted to urge the protective brilliance to break free from Xiaohua's earth condensation technique. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the cultivator suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if an awl had pierced into his brain. His divine thought involuntarily contracted, and the magic power in his body also went out of control at the same time. Therefore, the cultivator could not help but cry out, "Oh!" His two hands tried to support his head. Chapter 1997. Heh heh. Xiaohua sneered. The earth condensation technique had already hit the cultivator. The surrounding earth attribute heaven and earth spiritual qi swarmed over, binding the cultivator tightly. Xiaohua's figure swept towards the cultivator again. He reached out and pulled down two huge storage bags from the waist of the cultivator, who fell from the air. He turned around and was about to escape. At this moment, Xiaohua's gaze swept over and saw a green silk ribbon on the cultivator's neck. At this moment, the cultivator was panicking. The protective brilliance around his body flickered as soon as it was suppressed. Xiaohua's heart stirred. He reached out and pulled out the green silk ribbon. On the green silk ribbon, there was a doll-like doll tied to it. That doll was only the size of a thumb. Its entire body was faintly green. A layer of faintly discernible green seal text appeared from time to time. It seemed to be floating on the outer layer, but also seemed to be hidden inside the doll. Looking at the doll again, its features were clear. Its eyes were tightly closed, and there was a trace of sadness at the corner of its mouth. It seemed to be full of sorrow. Sorcerer puppet? Xiaohua was stunned. His eyes almost shrank. He almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. However, even if he saw the green seal text, he still didn't dare to believe it. After all, sorcerer puppets were legendary ancient objects. He had only seen them in Huang Yi's imprint. He couldn't be sure. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't even think and hid the doll in his arms. He didn't even look at the cultivator, who fell on the ground. He turned around and fled. The eyes of the cultivator who fell on the ground were filled with regret. Not only for provoking Xiaohua, but also for his carelessness. He panicked because of his escape. In fact, his cultivation wasn't weaker than Xiaohua's. It was only because of his carelessness that he felt that dealing with a baby like Xiaohua didn't require much effort. But he really didn't expect Xiaohua to have soul stab and earth condensation technique. He didn't care about dealing with Xiaohua, but Xiaohua was serious. He used a secret technique right from the start. Who was stronger and who was weaker, naturally it was clear. However, the cultivator simply didn't have much time to regret, nor did he have much time to break through Xiaohua's earth condensation technique. The ink storm came charging over like it was covering the sky and covering the earth. Countless ink sand hit the cultivator's meridians like it was real, hitting the true essence within the meridians, and the golden core that was the source of the true essence within the dantian. The golden core was originally a faint yellow color, and it revolved in his dantian. However, when a large amount of ink entered the golden core, the outer layer of the golden core was instantly dyed black. Soon after, a layer of fine black powder appeared on the surface of the golden core. When the black powder came into contact with the spirit qi, it immediately formed bubbles. The bubbles quickly burst, layer after layer. As the bubbles burst, the golden core shrank slightly. The cultivator was still struggling with all his might, but after being annihilated by the ink storm, his breath and surroundings were completely filled with the tyrannical ink sand. He was unable to extract the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and could only use his Jindan to activate his mana. But at this moment, his Jindan had also been invaded by the ink sand. Not to mention that the vital essence in his meridians had been completely blocked by the ink sand, unable to activate his mana. Even if his meridians were intact, his Jindan would not be able to provide vital essence. As a result, the cultivator's face was deathly pale, and he no longer wanted to struggle. However, at this moment, the cultivator's body loosened. Xiaohua's earth condensation technique was still unable to resist the might of the ink storm, and it collapsed under the might of heaven and earth. The cultivator suddenly rejoiced, and a trace of hope rose in his heart. However, before he could crawl up from the ground, a wind howled, and a piece of black wood as thick as a duck's egg flew through the hurricane, striking the cultivator's temple. The cultivator faintly glanced to the side, not panicking in the slightest. He waved his left hand, and an extremely simple object controlling technique was used, wanting to knock the black wood away. However, he extended his hand, but his mana was gone. His technique was nothing more than a superficial struggle. With a bang, that black wood struck the cultivator's temple, and a wisp of dark red blood flowed down from the cultivator's forehead. The cultivator's body swayed twice, and he fell to the ground, never to crawl up again. A golden core cultivator was killed by a black wood just like that. Xiaohua took the other party's doll, and threw the two huge storage bags into the space. His figure no longer hesitated, and he flew forward slightly crookedly. However, after flying for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. The amount of ink sand in the air was increasing, and with the agitation of the heaven and earth spiritual qi, the ink sand seemed to be affected. Moreover, as Xiaohua flew, the surrounding black wood became thicker, and from time to time, there were some black vines baring their fangs and brandishing their claws from the black wood, as if to block Xiaohua. This is bad. Xiaohua suddenly realized that he was flying in the wrong direction again. The place where Chen Yi flew to should be outside of the ink cloud black forest, and in order to avoid their eyes and ears, he diverted. Wasn't he flying to the middle of the ink cloud black forest? However, seeing that the ink cloud black forest was becoming more and more violent, and had the power to sweep everything away, Xiaohua wanted to fly in front of the ink cloud black forest again. My goodness, what should I do now? Xiaohua's heart trembled slightly. On one hand, he was desperately trying to escape into the depths of the ink cloud black forest, and on the other hand, his mind was spinning like a windmill, trying to find a way to escape. However, after thinking for a long time, Xiaohua still could not think of a way to escape from the ink cloud black forest even though Mo Bao's momentum and speed were increasing exponentially. Damn it, am I going to be buried in the ink cloud black forest? Xiaohua sighed in his heart, but at this moment, a ray of light flashed in his heart. Ink cloud. That's right, where did the ink cloud black forest go? I have been in the ink cloud black forest for a long time, but why haven't I seen a single ink cloud black forest? If there is no ink cloud black forest, will it still be a dangerous place? Xiaohua came to his senses and lowered his head to look at the pitch-black ground. Ha ha ha. They are all underground. Xiaohua's divine sense could not reach far, so when he used his Buddhist awareness to check, he really saw that under the pitch-black ground, there were many ink cloud black forests that were like hibernating snakes. They curled up into a coil and wrapped themselves with their fleshy wings. Well, the ground can block divine sense, so it should be able to block most of the ink cloud black forest. Since the ink cloud black forest has spread its fleshy wings, the fleshy wings should be able to block a part of the ink cloud black forest. As for the remaining ink cloud black forest, the ink cloud black forest should not be afraid of it. Xiaohua understood and his heart immediately calmed down. He formed a seal with his hands and used the earth escape technique. His body escaped into the pitch-black ground. However, in just a moment, Xiaohua flew out from the ground again and said with a smile, I am stupid. The ink cloud black forest is extremely dangerous. Even a gold core stage cultivator has to be careful in fear of being attacked by the ink cloud black forest or other ferocious creatures. Now, because of the ink cloud black forest, all the ferocious creatures have escaped. Before the ink cloud black forest, who would dare not to escape? Isn't this a good time for me to go deep into the ink cloud black forest? If we don't go in now, what are we waiting for? Chapter 1998. Immediately, Xiaohua took out the maze again and put it on his body. His body stuck close to the ground and flew towards the depths of the black forest. Of course, Xiaohua was also prepared. The 100 talismans in the rabbit array were already in his hand. He was only waiting for the time when he couldn't escape, then he would go deep into the ground and lay out the array. Xiaohua's bright thunder escape was indeed powerful. He quickly rushed in front of Mo Bao like a warrior surfing the waves, standing on top of the waves. Those hiding under the ground were not only Mo Zhao and other monsters, but also gold core stage and nascent soul stage cultivators. These cultivators left their spirit sense outside to observe Mo Bao's whereabouts. At this time, they actually saw Xiaohua's figure that was like a meteor. They couldn't help but be shocked. None of them didn't want to see Xiaohua's true face. Unfortunately, their spirit sense didn't dare to be too far away. Moreover, Xiaohua's maze also blocked their spirit sense. Even if they wanted to see, they couldn't. Which expert is this? He actually dares to fly like this in the Mo Zhao Black Forest. And his flying speed is so fast. The cultivators started to guess. Some were spirit-severing stage cultivators, some were nascent soul stage cultivators, and some even guessed that it was the Imperial Thunder sect. However, they never thought that under the maze, it was just a small Imperial Thunder sect, and a small Foundation establishment stage cultivator in the myriad Thunder Valley. Buzz, buzz, it seemed to be the sound of mountains shaking and the earth quaking, coming from the front of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua tried his best to probe out with his Buddhist consciousness, but he could not find any clues. However, Xiaohua understood in his heart that the ink cloud Black Forest must have produced an ink storm in the depths of the forest and was pushing out in all directions. Therefore, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He formed a seal and drilled into the ground. Moreover, he used all his spirit sense to go as deep as possible. After passing by dozens of Mo Zhao of different sizes, Xiaohua finally felt a huge force starting to support him. He knew that he had almost reached the deepest part of the earth escape, so he didn't waste any more spirit sense to go down. Instead, he hurriedly threw out the 100 talismans to lay out the rabbit array. Just after Xiaohua threw out most of the talismans, a feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city rushed over from above. Good, it's still so powerful even though it's so far from the ground. Xiaohua was flabbergasted. He activated the magic power in his hand and waved it continuously. Finally, as the ink sand fell one after another, he grabbed his hand. The rabbit spell formation was activated one after another and blocked the oppressive aura. However, the formation was only able to block the majority of the ink sand. There was still an extremely small amount of ink sand that was able to penetrate through the gaps in the formation. It was sucked onto Xiaohua's body. However, at this moment, the ink sand was not much worse than the ink sand that Xiaohua had encountered at the edge of the ink cloud Black Forest. After entering his meridians, it was absorbed by the Yao milk. Although Xiaohua did not release his Buddhist consciousness from the magic circle, he could see the flickering brilliance above the magic circle. It seemed like a lonely lamp in the waves that wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Naturally, he also knew the brutality of the ink violence on the ground. Thus, he sighed and clapped his hand, taking out the doll that looked like a wizard puppet. Although it looks the same as the sorcerer puppet, I can't be sure. Xiaohua stared at the doll and thought to himself, but this doll is obviously written in green seal script, it must be related to witchcraft. However, that cultivator is only at the peak of the early stage of the Golden Core realm. He has not reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Where did he get the sorcerer puppet? Unfortunately, that cultivator was submerged by the ink violence. Now, I don't know whether he is dead or alive. Humph, such a shameless cultivator. He won't even let go of a small Foundation establishment cultivator like me. What's the use of keeping him alive in this world? Xiaohua immediately curled his lips and placed the sorcerer puppet aside. Then, he took out the 2 storage pouches that he had taken from that cultivator from the space. When he opened the storage pouches to take a look, he could not help but be stunned. There were a lot of things in the bag of holding, but there were no spirit stones, no medicinal pills, and no spirit herbs. There were only a lot of broken jade slips, some worn-out magic tools, magic treasures, and some inexplicable things. I understand. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, this guy is the same as the cultivator abandoned by the heavens. He came to the ink cloud Black Forest to look for cultivation techniques or magic treasure remains. It's just that this guy is really amazing. He actually collected so many things. Presumably, that sorcerer puppet was also found by him in the ink cloud Black Forest. Since that cultivator said that all storage pouches cannot escape the ink violence, then the ink sand must be able to corrode storage pouches. These things cannot be left in storage pouches. They must be exposed in the ink-cloud black forest. Moreover, the ink sand will attack at any time. It is impossible for all magic tools and magic treasures to be intact. However, this cultivator is self-taught. He hid the sorcerer puppet close to his body. Xiaohua glanced at the doll again and said with a smile, "It's just a pity that he doesn't know the method to refine the sorcerer puppet. It is useless for him to keep it. On the contrary, it is giving this young master a life." Xiaohua had seen the introduction and method to refine the sorcerer puppet from Huang Yi's ghost cultivation inheritance. He knew that this sorcerer puppet was an object refined by ancient witchcraft. It was incomparably miraculous. After refining it, it could be kept close to the body and could die once in place of the cultivator. As for why it was like this and how it was refined, in this day and age where witchcraft had long been lost, who would know? Even ghost cultivators with hundreds of thousands or millions of years of inheritance did not know. 2 white bones? Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense, and he saw 2 extremely long and thick white bones among the pile of junk. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the white bones from his storage pouch. He held them in his hands and observed them carefully. The white bones were extremely thick. Xiaohua's 2 hands could not close together. Moreover, the white bones were extremely long. Xiaohua was already tall and thin, but the white bones were actually more than twice as tall as him. Good heavens, these 2 white bones are actually compatible with the giant head in the space. Xiaohua's heart stirred. The true samadhi fire in his hands was ignited and burned the 2 white bones. As Xiaohua expected, not long after, strings of tadpole-like green seal characters emerged from the white bones. They floated in the air for a moment and then flew into the space with Xiaohua's mind. They slowly revolved around reverse light. Thus, pieces of green seal characters and pictures were reflected in Xiaohua's mind. After the time of 2 meals, the green seal characters gradually dimmed and disappeared. Everything was stored in Xiaohua's mind. Alas, even with the ghost cultivator's inheritance, this young master still does not understand these green seal characters. Xiaohua sighed. Moreover, according to the ghost cultivator's inheritance, this talisman curse technique came from the immemorial witchcraft. It's just that it's much more shallow. I wonder when this young master will be able to understand these green seal characters. Thinking of the green seal characters, Xiaohua remembered the Confucian words on the tortoise shell. Those were the inscriptions on the armor, which also originated from the immemorial era. However, they were used by Confucian cultivators to record cultivation techniques. Looking at the vivid green seal characters, Xiaohua sighed again. He swept his mind again and the 2 white bones flew into the space. Sure enough, once the white bones entered the space, ka-cha-cha, sounds of thunder could be heard. The white bones automatically flew to the bottom of the previous white bones and lay down. They looked just like the calf bones of a giant. This young master understands now. Seeing the invisible connection between the white bones and the green lightning wrapped around the white bones, Xiaohua smiled. This is the skeleton of an immemorial celestial. It's even related to lightning. If we can gather the skeleton of this celestial, maybe something fun will happen. As for what would be fun, Xiaohua scratched his head and couldn't think of anything. Below the white bones, the lightning beast cub seemed to still be in a deep slumber. The lightning ball on the white bones also wrapped around it. Moreover, from time to time, lightning would be born from the white clouds in the air, striking the lightning beast cub. No matter what, this little cub can live. Xiaohua smiled and looked at the poisoned beauty-retaining grass. In this space, the beast poison seemed to have stopped, and the beauty-retaining grass had a strong vitality. Although Xiaohua didn't expel the poison from the beauty-retaining grass, the originally dead beauty-retaining grass regained its vitality at this time. Moreover, it was fighting against the beast poison step by step. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have time now, Xiaohua wouldn't dare to take the beauty-retaining grass out of the space. He was afraid that the beast poison would wreak havoc again. If he didn't have the confidence to expel the poison, Xiaohua would definitely take the beauty-retaining grass out of the space and see if he could use a secret method to save the beauty-retaining grass. Thinking about it, which female cultivator wouldn't like a spiritual grass that could make a person stay young forever? Thinking about it again, even the burial flower manor only had 4 stalks. If he planted them in the space, then the spirit stones, TSK, it wouldn't be any worse than a jade mine. Thinking about it, Xiaohua unconsciously licked his dry lips. It's better not to think too much. Xiaohua hurriedly pulled his consciousness out of the space and flipped through the ghost cultivator's inheritance. He carefully looked at the content of the shaman puppet and also looked at the details of the refining method of the shaman puppet. Oh, so this shaman puppet isn't omnipotent. The first time Xiaohua looked at it, he didn't look at it carefully. Now that he looked at it word by word, he understood some deeper things. The power of the shaman puppet is related to the cultivation of the person refining it. It should be able to resist the attack of a cultivator who is 1 level higher than that. If there is more, the shaman puppet can't replace it. And there's also the environment used, the magic tool used to kill it, and so on. The more Xiaohua looked, the smaller the surprise in his heart. But thinking about it, if the shaman puppet had such great power, it could directly replace the death of a cultivator. If the almighty cultivator refined a few more shaman puppets, then wouldn't they be able to rest easy? Even if it was lightning tribulation, they wouldn't have to be afraid. Lightning tribulation, magic tools that aren't part of the 5 elements, they can't be replaced by shaman puppets. Xiaohua looked and laughed. The requirements are getting more and more stringent. Oh. What are magic tools that aren't part of the 5 elements? Xiaohua suddenly paused and looked forward. His eyes turned and he seemed to understand something. He thought to himself, in this inheritance, it only talks about magic tools. It doesn't talk about magic treasures or spirit treasures. It's probably because in ancient times, there were only magic tools. But after it reached the Daoist sect, it started to divide them into different categories and increase the number of magic tools. However, I wonder what are magic tools that are part of the 5 elements? That's right, my great wisdom heavy sword, isn't it like this? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Chapter 1999. When he thought about how he'd finally found the origin of the great wisdom sword, Xiaohua couldn't help but be overjoyed. He disregarded the refining of the shaman puppet and carefully looked through the inheritance of the ghost cultivators. After an hour, Xiaohua frowned and flicked his hand, taking out the great wisdom sword. The ghost cultivator's inheritance didn't say too much about magic tools that aren't part of the 5 elements. It only vaguely pointed out a few places. Xiaohua was a bit distressed. I only know that this kind of magic tool can't be refined using ordinary refining methods. It can't be contaminated with items of the 5 elements. Although the towering flame can be used to refine tools, it clearly belongs to the fire of the 5 elements. It definitely can't be used to refine the great wisdom sword. The true samadhi fire is too gentle and isn't suitable for refining tools. Could it be that I have to use that spiritual fire? But thinking about how using just a bit of spiritual fire would exhaust half of his cultivation, Xiaohua immediately became dejected. Damn it, if I want to refine the great wisdom sword, I'm afraid I'll have to use 10 times, or even 100 times my current cultivation. I really don't know when I'll be able to refine it. Moreover, what kind of magic tool can I refine with the great wisdom sword? Xiaohua's mind was active again. The great wisdom sword was originally a sword embryo. Presumably, it will be refined into a sword. But it can't be controlled by divine sense, so how can it fly? It can only be held in the hand. If it's held in the hand, how can it be used? I don't know any sword techniques that can be held in the hand. Usually, I only use it as a staff. After all, there's still a heavenly staff technique in my memories. Thinking here, Xiaohua raised his brows again, seeming to have thought of something. He had no choice but to dig out the ghost cultivator's inheritance again. There was no other reason. The ghost cultivator's inheritance was really too much. It wasn't Xiaohua's own memories. When he used it, he could only find it on the spot. After a moment, a trace of a smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, 5 elements wishful heavenly staff. Isn't this the weapon you prepared for me? It turned out that in the ghost cultivator's inheritance, there was a staff-shaped magic tool used by immemorial celestials. Its size could be controlled by the heart, and it didn't belong to the 5 elements. Moreover, it was shockingly heavy. Wasn't this the staff that Xiaohua was thinking? It's a pity that the inheritance only recorded this kind of magic weapon. It didn't record how to refine it or what materials were used to refine it. Xiaohua scratched his chin with his index finger and said with a smile, presumably, with the spiritual bodies of ghosts, they are also afraid of this 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. Even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to record it down. Forget it, a celestial being's magical artifact isn't something I've seen before. Who knows, it might even be a primordial forging technique. That's something that only almighty beings possess. I'd better not covet it. Thinking about this, Xiaohua was somewhat happy and somewhat melancholy as he put away the Great Wisdom Sword. With a wave of his hand, the Great Wisdom Sword was held in his hand. Immediately, he closed his eyes and carefully went through the method of refining the Great Wisdom Sword. Then, he used his thumb to point at the mark of the Great Wisdom Eye on his forehead and shouted, "Open." As Xiaohua spat out the needle eye, the mark of the Great Wisdom Eye between his eyebrows gradually appeared. After waiting for a moment, Xiaohua closed his eyes and urged the soul cultivation technique. The soul strands extended out from the Great Wisdom Eye. Thread by thread, circle by circle, they wrapped around the Great Wisdom Sword according to the method of refining the Great Wisdom Sword. Following the strange winding method of the soul strands, the green seal characters on the Great Wisdom Sword began to slowly appear. One by one, they lit up, as if Xiaohua was lighting them up one after another. When all the green seal characters lit up, Xiaohua's soul strands began to fling out again. Each strand of soul strands touched a green seal character. Xiaohua only felt the place where his soul strands were connected to tremble. For some reason, there was an indescribable feeling of comfort, or perhaps it was a strange feeling. It was as if he had somewhat understood the meaning of the green seal characters. But if he were to say it out loud, it would be extremely difficult. I understand. Xiaohua was overjoyed. So this is how the green seal characters are practiced. It's definitely not the Great Wisdom Sword or the Great Wisdom Sword. The green seal characters themselves have the ability to shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. So that's how it is. While thinking, Xiaohua carefully pulled out his soul strands again. One by one, he touched all the green seal characters. However, what surprised him was that although there were many green seal characters, there were only 3 that could cause his soul to tremble. Could it be? Xiaohua, while arranging the green seal characters according to the records, secretly guessed, there are only 3 useful green seal characters. And the green seal characters are all formed by these 3 green seal characters? Or perhaps, I can feel these 3 green seal characters, but I can't feel the others? Just as he was thinking about it, all of the green seal characters had finished assembling and were floating in the air, forming a slightly larger green seal character. It should be like this. Looking at this green seal character that was extremely similar to the other green seal characters, Xiaohua thought to himself. Then, without hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the green seal character. The green seal character suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light. Then, Xiaohua only felt a slight dizziness in his head. The green seal character returned to its faint green appearance and completely covered the shaman puppet. As the green seal text fell, the entire shaman puppet also emitted a green light, which disappeared in a flash. Although the shaman puppet's appearance didn't change, Xiaohua could clearly see that the shaman puppet's mouth was curled up, revealing a slight smile. Seeing this smile, Xiaohua's face also revealed a smile. The shaman puppet couldn't be used infinitely. Each shaman puppet could only be used 3 times. Since Xiaohua succeeded in refining it and revealed a smiling face, it meant that the shaman puppet could still be used. The crying face from before must be the reason that Cultivator didn't know how to refine it. I wonder who that cultivator is. His storage bag isn't at his waist. Xiaohua smiled and thought, presumably, everything in his storage bag has become the prey of others in the future. After refining the voodoo puppet, Xiaohua also found a silk ribbon and hung the voodoo puppet in front of his neck, placing it together with the phoenix auspicious jade talisman. Then, he slightly released his Buddhist consciousness to observe the Mo Bao outside the formation. Just as Xiaohua expected, the Mo Bao outside the formation was still rampant and showed no signs of stopping. Fine, then I'll use this free time to cultivate more. Xiaohua didn't regret it. What he lacked now was time. Wasn't it good to have free time? Immediately, Xiaohua closed his eyes and comprehended the mysteries of the soul spike. That ghost cultivator's soul spike was indeed powerful. It directly pierced into the Naiwan palace. It was definitely the nemesis of divine sense. Previously, when Xiaohua killed the short and fat cultivator, he also didn't expect it to be so powerful. He even prepared the dream execution, true samadhi fire, and a few other moves. However, once the soul spike was used, it immediately showed a miraculous effect. All of the other moves were useless. Therefore, Xiaohua very much liked this method that could restrain a Jindan cultivator's divine ability. Chapter 2000. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 30 days had passed. The ink storm outside the formation began to weaken, and Xiaohua's soul thorn had made great progress. Especially after the first use, Xiaohua combined it with practical use, and comprehended more. After another 20 days, the ink storm outside the magic formation finally calmed down, and no more ink sand seeped in from the flaws of the magic formation. However, in the past 50 days of cultivation, in Xiaohua's Jinyuan, a lot of ink sand was wrapped around the earth crystal ya milk. At first, Xiaohua didn't care, because the amount of ink sand was small, and he spent all his energy on comprehending the soul thorn, so he rarely refined the earth crystal ya milk. However, in the last few days, when the soul thorn was completed and he began to refine the earth crystal ya milk, he discovered a great secret. Because this earth crystal ya milk was wrapped in ink sand, the ink sand seemed to be able to corrode the earth crystal ya milk. However, the earth crystal ya milk was an extremely condensed form of earth power. Therefore, the ink sand's corrosive effect was almost negligible. However, because of this negligible corrosive effect, the solid earth crystal ya milk was turned into gaseous or liquid earth power. This effect was much better than Xiaohua's earth crystal ya milk. Because Xiaohua could directly refine the spiritual energy, he didn't need to face the solid earth crystal ya milk. Of course, when the ink sand corroded the earth crystal ya milk, the earth element's spiritual energy was also damaged, but in front of the massive amount of earth crystal ya milk, it was still insignificant. Haha. Xiaohua discovered this phenomenon, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. His cultivation speed suddenly increased by more than 3 times. Withdraw. Xiaohua saw that the ink storm outside the formation was gone, so he stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. His 5 fingers flashed with a faint light, and hundreds of talismans were instantly collected in his hand. Ah! After Xiaohua withdrew the formation, he scanned with his divine sense, and was stunned again. He saw that he was surrounded by 4 or 5 Mo Zhao, which were 3 times bigger than the Mo Zhao he encountered before. Each of them wrapped their wings around their bodies, and pairs of blue eyes stared at him. You're courting death. Xiaohua saw that 2 Mo Zhao were unwilling to be left out, and their bodies twisted and were about to pounce on him. He sneered and performed the soul thorn technique, stabbing at the 2 Mo Zhao. Roar! Roar! The 2 Mo Zhao opened their mouths and rolled on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear. Since you're here, don't leave. Xiaohua had been eyeing Mo Zhao for a long time. He knew that they were more precious than any green python. If he did not get at least 1 or 2 Mo Zhao in the Black Forest, how could he say that he had been here before? Then, Xiaohua waved his hands and cast 2 earth condensation spells at Mo Zhao. The earth condensation spell had an advantage in this underground area where the earth's spiritual energy was abundant. While Mo Zhao was rolling on the ground, he did not put up any resistance and was immediately restrained by a layer of yellow light. Ba. Xiao Hua sighed. He was hesitant to kill Mo Zhao. However, after thinking for a while, he still took out his spirit storage bag and stored the 2 ink horseshoes. Don't kill if you can. After that, Xiao Hua scanned the area with his divine sense again. He found that the Mo Zhao, who had been eyeing him covetously just a moment ago, now had a look of horror in their eyes. The black brilliance on the surface of their bodies flickered, and they slowly retreated. Judging from their cautious looks, it seemed that they were afraid of being discovered by Xiao Hua. However, they were also afraid that they could not escape from Xiao Hua's evil clutches. Humph. They are also afraid of the strong and bully the weak. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. Then, he jumped up and flew toward the ground. Although there was no more ink storm in the depths of the ground, there was still a lot of ink storm near the surface. Xiao Hua flew for a while and then stopped. After estimating the amount of ink storm was enough, he sat down cross-legged and began to refine the earth crystal ya milk. After flying for more than 20 days, Xiao Hua suddenly found that there were many Mo Zhao corpses near the surface. They must have been killed in the ink storm. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He released the 2 Mo Zhao from his spirit storage bag and collected the Mo Zhao's corpses. The harvest was far beyond Xiao Hua's expectation. He had collected more than 1,000 Mo Zhao's corpses. I'm rich. I'm rich. Xiao Hua, who had never seen the world, released his divine sense while he was underground. At the same time, he kept Mo Zhao, who had been scanned by his divine sense, into his space. He was beaming with joy, unable to close his mouth. Yes, Zhu Qinghe, Chen Yi, and the other 2 joined forces to kill 2 Mo Zhao, but they failed. However, he had collected more than 1,000 Mo Zhao in just half a day. If this was not a fortune, what was it? As for what the Mo Zhao could be used for and how to make a fortune, Xiao Hua, a miser, did not care about it. As long as he could get what he wanted, this was the golden rule that Xiao Hua followed in his heart. Where did this kid come from? How dare you steal my things? Xiao Hua was excited about his harvest. Suddenly, he felt a spirit sense sweep over him from above. A nascent soul realm cultivator's spirit sense had firmly locked onto him. Damn it! Xiao Hua was shocked. Without thinking, he immediately flew underground, ignoring the Mo Zhao's corpses that were close to him. Still want to run? Damn it, I took a risk to dive underground and searched for a long time, but I couldn't find any Mo Zhao. It turns out that they were all taken by a little thief like you. A similarly tall and thin nascent soul realm cultivator appeared in the distance. His body flashed with a yellow light as he chased after Xiao Hua at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Hua's eyes turned as he flew. He used the sky pilfering sun swapping technique and gradually changed his appearance. He did not want to be remembered by a nascent soul realm cultivator and be hunted down all day long. Huh! The nascent soul realm cultivator saw that Xiao Hua was diving deeper and deeper, and his earth escape talisman was gradually reaching its limit. He couldn't help but be shocked. With a wave of his hand, he used the earth congealing technique and quickly smashed it towards Xiao Hua. Damn it! This guy is too sinister. Xiao Hua felt that the earth chi behind his spirit sense was becoming more and more stagnant. He cursed in his heart and no longer dared to dive deeper. He steeled his heart and rushed towards the surface again. Why are you flying up again? The nascent soul realm cultivator was stunned, and then he sneered. He knew that at this time, there was still Mo Zhao above the black forest. The Mo Zhao covered the sky and raged in the air. Even a nascent soul realm cultivator like him didn't dare to casually go out, for fear that the nascent soul and his dantian would be covered by the Mo Zhao's spirit sense and choke it to death. How could a little early foundation establishment realm cultivator like Xiao Hua survive? However, this little cultivator's face is very unfamiliar. He's around 50 years old, but he can cultivate to the early foundation establishment realm. And I don't know where he got the earth escape talisman. The quality is better than mine. Which sect is he from? Who cares which sect he's from? I'll kill him and the Mo Zhao and his storage bag is mine. I took a risk to come out and just found 2 Mo Zhao. One of them was thrown away by that brat. He must have some more in his storage bag. But then, the nascent soul realm cultivator was bewildered. Xiaohua first dived down and then flew up. His entire body flew into the shape of a valley in front of him. The time and distance he took to do so was obviously longer than his own. Admittedly, he had rushed over from afar, but he had already escaped for such a long time. He should have caught up with Xiaohua long ago. However, in his spirit sense, the distance between him and Xiaohua didn't seem to have shortened at all. Could it be that a nascent soul realm enemy who hid his cultivation has set up a trap ahead? The nascent soul realm cultivator was somewhat hesitant. After all, Xiaohua's performance as a Foundation establishment realm cultivator was too astonishing. It didn't conform to common sense. Just as the nascent soul realm cultivator was stunned for a moment, Xiaohua had already reached the same height as him. Moreover, he didn't stop and continued to escape upwards. Although there are many nascent soul realm cultivators in the Dawn Rain continent, I can recognize most of them. This brat. The nascent soul realm cultivator changed his mind and clapped his hand again. A shiny talisman appeared in his hand. It was the Earth Escape Talisman. When he clapped his hand, the dim yellow light around his body lit up again. The black ground of the Mo Zhao Black Forest is too strange. There are too many Mo sand. Ordinary 5 elements escape technique can't be used. If I didn't find this Earth Escape Talisman, I wouldn't have been able to escape to such a deep place. If I hid on the ground like others, I would be able to escape the Mo Zhao, but I would also be able to obtain Mo Zhao's corpse. Thinking of Mo Zhao's corpse, the nascent soul realm cultivator's eyes lit up again. This Mo Zhao's magical use is something I found in an ancient book. I still have to test it. If it can be used, wouldn't my magic power increase by leaps and bounds? Mid-nascent soul realm is just around the corner. Besides, if I don't get more Mo Zhao's corpse now, wouldn't this Earth Escape Talisman be wasted? The nascent soul realm cultivator's divine sense had already scanned the surroundings. He didn't see any Mo Zhao's corpse, so he could only target Xiaohua. Xiaohua was too petty. If you left more than 10 Mo Zhao's corpse here, would the nascent soul realm cultivator chase you? Stay here. After the nascent soul realm cultivator finished thinking, he didn't hesitate anymore. He rubbed his hands together and released a dark green light. As the nascent soul realm cultivator waved his hands, the light turned into dozens of rope-like lights and chased after Xiaohua at an incomparable speed. Damn it! Xiaohua released his divine sense. He had already sensed the magic power in the light that was causing the true yuan in his meridians to stagnate. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, I'm just a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Is it worth it to chase after me like this? Yes, although Xiaohua had already mastered the Bright Thunder escape technique, he was only a gold core realm cultivator. Speaking of which, his flying speed was similar to a late gold core realm cultivator. It was far from being comparable to a nascent soul realm cultivator. Fortunately, he was now underground. The nascent soul realm cultivator used the Earth Escape Talisman that he was not familiar with. If he was in midair, he would have already been captured by the nascent soul realm cultivator. Run for a while more. Xiaohua's divine sense had already touched a lot of Mo Zhao, and he also felt the ferocity of Mo Bao on the ground. Although he didn't know whether he would live or die if he went deep into Mo Bao's body, he knew that as long as he fell into the hands of this nascent soul realm cultivator, his soul would definitely be searched. Chapter 2001. Xiaohua had already pushed his magic power to the limit. The true essence in his body rapidly rotated, and magic power rushed to the surface of Xiaohua's body as if it didn't need spirit stones. However, cultivation was cultivation, and there was no shortcut. Although Xiaohua had many secret manuals, in front of absolute strength, everything was nothing. Absolute nothingness. The rope-like radiance immediately flew to Xiaohua's feet. Xiaohua's mind was filled with thoughts. Spiritual fire, flying sword, true samadhi fire, soul thorn, and so on, seemed to be able to resist one or two of them. However, the radiance controlled the surrounding spiritual energy, completely killing any of his delusions. Xiaohua understood that the spiritual fire might be able to break through this radiance, but what about after two spiritual fires? Rather than that, it was better to keep it a secret. At this time, the more secret techniques he had, the more he would attract a fatal disaster. Zilala, just as Xiaohua gave up resisting, the radiance wrapped around Xiaohua's feet. In an instant, the magic power in his feet was frozen. Moreover, the radiance followed Xiaohua's body, and all of his magic power was incomparably stagnant. Even if Xiaohua activated the dragonization art, it had no effect. So it's a foundation establishment baby. The nascent soul cultivator in the distance snorted. His previous vigilance was completely gone. After all, Xiaohua's methods were not the reaction of a nascent soul cultivator, or even a golden core cultivator. However, at this time, from behind the nascent soul cultivator, there was a roar. Although it was much weaker than Mo Bao's, it was still incomparably strong. Together with a furious divine sense, it rushed straight towards the nascent soul cultivator. Ah! The nascent soul cultivator's divine sense swept back and was immediately shocked. He saw a 3 zhang thick and several zhang long giant Mo Bao flapping its huge wings and flying towards the nascent soul cultivator. Giant Mo Bao? The nascent soul cultivator was overjoyed. At this time, he couldn't care less about Xiaohua in front of him. His figure suddenly flew up, and while dodging the Mo Bao, he rubbed his hands together, and rays of light flew towards the giant Mo Bao. Unfortunately, the giant Mo Bao flapped its wings, and rays of black sand flew over, blocking the rays of light. At the same time, it opened its mouth, and balls of black air flew over like small fish blowing bubbles. These bubbles were bursting and melting the multicolored light. Seeing this, the nascent soul cultivator was somewhat discouraged. The giant ink centipede's body was too huge, and the black skin on the surface of its body had the characteristic of restraining the ink sand, so it was not afraid of the cultivator's magic. Although it was not difficult for the nascent soul cultivator to kill the giant ink centipede in the air of the ink centipede black forest, it would be somewhat difficult to do so on the ground. Just as the nascent soul cultivator slapped his forehead and was about to summon his Dharma treasure, an unpleasant sound rang out from beneath his feet. The nascent soul cultivator scanned the area with his divine sense, and his face unconsciously turned ugly. Not far from his feet, a dozen or so giant ink puppets emerged from the ground. They flapped their wings and flew toward the cultivator. Damn it, why didn't I notice it just now? The nascent soul realm cultivator regretted his decision. However, he knew that Mo Zhao was a ferocious creature of the earth element. It was not easy for him to be discovered by a cultivator's divine sense if he hid underground. Let's go. The nascent soul cultivator made up his mind and flew toward Xiaohua. In his heart, he was still thinking about those Mo Zhao corpses that might exist, but in fact, they really do exist. However, as soon as he moved, Xiaohua's figure was even faster. He scuttled to the ground like a fleeing rabbit. Huh! How can this guy move again? The nascent soul cultivator was slightly stunned. Obviously, the ink sand from the giant ink centipede had blown onto Xiaohua's body. Under the corrosion of the ink sand and Xiaohua's enormous strength, the nascent soul cultivator's confinement Dharma treasure had just been broken free. Humph. The nascent soul cultivator rubbed his hands again without hesitation, wanting to confine Xiaohua. However, at this moment, the ink sand from the dozen or so giant ink centipede flew toward him. The nascent soul cultivator did not dare to not use a Dharma treasure to avoid it. When he dodged the huge amount of ink sand and chased after Xiaohua again, Xiaohua had already fled far away. Humph, this guy is definitely up to something. The nascent soul cultivator naturally would not let Xiaohua go. Seeing that Xiaohua was still quite a distance away from the ground, he waved his hand again. A rope-like Dharma treasure flashed with a brilliant brilliance and was about to attack Xiaohua. However, at this moment, the nascent soul cultivator's body began to flicker with an earth-yellow brilliance. The earth escape talisman seemed to be losing its effect, Damn it. The nascent soul cultivator couldn't help but curse inwardly. He stopped channeling his magic power and reached out to take out another talisman. By the time he placed the talisman on himself and was about to unleash his magic treasure, the dozen or so ink sand stream cultivators once again charged at him from all directions. Go! The nascent soul cultivator was furious. He pointed his finger and the Dharma treasure flew like a spirit snake toward the giant ink centipede closest to him. His figure swayed and he actually disappeared from his original position. In a moment, he reappeared about 10 zhang away. However, when he reappeared, the nascent soul cultivator's face was somewhat abnormal. Moreover, the Earth Escape talisman's brilliance had dimmed a bit. Seeing that his Dharma treasure was being pushed up high by the giant ink centipede's Dharma treasure and was unable to do anything, the nascent soul cultivator slapped his forehead and instantly released his pressure. Not only did it rush toward the giant ink centipede, it also pressed down on Xiaohua. However, when Xiaohua's figure was slightly sluggish, the nascent soul cultivator's divine sense suddenly felt a piercing pain like a nail. Ouch! The nascent soul cultivator could not help but exclaim in a low voice. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. After a slight sluggishness, his figure once again shot up. Then, he endured the pain and spread out his divine sense. Strange. Seeing that there was no one nearby and only a dozen or so giant ink centipedes eyeing him covetously, the nascent soul cultivator unconsciously narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaohua. Could it be that this little cultivator's body still has some secret technique? Since he had this kind of judgment, the nascent soul cultivator would not let Xiaohua go. He pointed his finger and the Dharma treasure once again flashed with brilliance and flew toward Xiaohua. While he was dealing with the giant ink centipede, he also flew toward Xiaohua. It's hard to escape this calamity. Seeing the Dharma treasure flying closer and the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth being completely controlled, Xiaohua cursed in his heart. He opened his mouth and the scarlet spiritual fire slightly revolved in the air, turning into a thin thread and wrapping around the rope. Hiss! With a light sound, the brilliance on the rope flickered. The rope was like a dying frozen snake, stopping in midair. Hiss! The nascent soul cultivator was shocked. He did not expect that Xiaohua would actually be able to injure his Dharma treasure. At the same time, the nascent soul cultivator was furious. Yes, he was really furious. In his divine sense, he had already seen that the Dharma treasure was almost completely destroyed. If he wanted to repair it, he did not know how much energy and materials he would have to spend. Humph! The nascent soul cultivator slapped his forehead. A large hand appeared from the top of his head and directly grabbed at Xiaohua. Chapter 2002. When the hand reached out from the nascent soul cultivator's head, it was only a few feet long. Then, as it soared, it sucked in the surrounding spiritual energy. When it was not far from Xiaohua, it had already grown to 10 feet long. Of course, Xiaohua had seen this long ago. He was trying his best to escape above his head, but when the giant hand came down, the surrounding space suddenly gave birth to a kind of force that Xiaohua couldn't resist. Not only did the true essence in Xiaohua's meridians come to a standstill, unable to flow in the slightest, but even his body was grabbed, unable to move in the slightest. Forget it. Xiaohua's expression was normal. He naturally knew that the nascent soul cultivator's methods were endless. He only wanted to sneak out of the ground. Being captured alive was not out of Xiaohua's expectations. Moreover, at this time, the nascent soul cultivator's hand was quite powerful. It flashed with a faint green color. Not far away, the dozen or so giant ink puppets attacking the cultivator hesitated and stopped. Let's see where you can run to. The nascent soul cultivator sneered. He urged his magic power to escape and capture Xiaohua. Coincidentally, with a loud, woo, sound, a huge storm of ink sands suddenly appeared on the surface of the earth where there were already some aftershocks of the ink storm. It came rushing down from the surface of the earth. Swish swish swish. Countless ink storms quickly washed over the nascent soul cultivator's hand. The nascent soul cultivator did not dare to be negligent. He slapped his hand and a dark green ring flew out from his storage bag. A thick layer of brilliance completely covered him. At this time, the nascent soul cultivator looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. Xiaohua's body actually moved, although it was only a slight movement. Then, he saw Xiaohua spit out a red spark. This time, the spark turned into a thin line and burned Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's body flashed with little sparks, as if he was completely ignited by the spark. Looking at Xiaohua again, he raised his hands and took out two huge demonic hammers. He crazily hammered his body for a while. What caused the nascent soul cultivator to be dumbstruck was that after Xiaohua's crazy actions, his entire body broke free from the giant hand like a fish. Like a moth flying into a flame, he threw himself into the ink storm that was once again swarming over without hesitation. Is there something wrong with this cultivator's brain? The nascent soul cultivator was stunned. I just want to take Mo Zhao's corpse from him. I don't necessarily want to kill him. How could he commit suicide like this? Inside his storage bag, could there be an earth-shattering, unspeakable secret? He actually risked his life to charge into Mo Bao's territory, where even nascent soul cultivators don't dare to enter. He didn't want me to capture him. But as the nascent soul cultivator saw the ink swarm violently rushing towards his hand once more, he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly retracted his hand, but at the same time, dozens of giant ink swarm pounced towards him once more, vowing that they wouldn't let him off. Damn it. All I did was take Mo Zhao's corpse. Why are all of you so desperate? That guy was so reckless just now. Did he take dozens of them? Why don't you go and vent your anger on him? Why are you looking for me? The nascent soul cultivator didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He understood that Mo Zhao was a ferocious beast. Once Mo Zhao died, its corpse would be devoured by other Mo Zhao. This time, he didn't know how many Mo Zhao had died in the ink swarm. It was a good opportunity for these giant Mo Zhao to grow. It was precisely because of the corpse in his storage bag that the giant Mo Zhao coveted it. But the problem was, why didn't these giant Mo Zhao chase after Xiaohua? Could it be that I've wronged that guy? The nascent soul cultivator didn't want to waste his magic power. While escaping from the giant Mo Zhao, he thought. Unfortunately, even if the nascent soul cultivator was 100 times smarter, he would never be able to guess the number of Mo Zhao's corpses piled up like a mountain in Xiaohua's space. Yes, this was the real reason why the giant Mo Zhao chased after the nascent soul cultivator. Xiaohua, who broke free from the nascent soul cultivator's shackles, was now like a tiny little bird in the ocean waves. He was lifted out from the ground by the ink swarm. In a situation where he struggled to no avail, he had no choice but to fly along with the waves of the ink swarm. The omnipresent ink swarm invaded Xiaohua's physical body, dharma body, meridians, blood vessels, and other places. In a short moment, Xiaohua's meridians were blocked. The ink swarm also gathered at the 13,200 million points of his physical body and dharma body. Moreover, as the ink swarm increased, it also became bigger. Damn it! Xiaohua felt the changes in his body. Naturally, he knew how powerful it was. He tried to urge his magic power, but only a sliver of it could be used. It was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Helpless, Xiaohua could only use the ethereal steps. He was barely able to maintain a slight balance in the ink swarm. With a one sound, a thick black wood flew out from Xiaohua's side and directly smashed towards his waist. Looking at the strength of the black wood, it should be at least 1,000 caddies. At this moment, Xiaohua, who did not have any magic power to protect his body, was hit by the black wood. He would definitely lose his life like the gold core old man from before. However, how could Xiaohua be such an ordinary cultivator? With a wave of his hand, he took out the devil hammer and waved it slightly. With a kacha sound, the thick black wood was broken into two pieces. The broken black wood brushed past Xiaohua's body and frantically flew to other places. Huh! Just as Xiaohua took out the devil hammer and his entire body landed, a bright light suddenly flashed in his mind. This devil hammer is so heavy, but it actually did not smash the black wood into pieces. This black wood, its texture is definitely not ordinary. Xiaohua came to a realization. Moreover, even Mo Zhao hid under the black forest to hide from Mo Zhao. What about the black wood? It has no legs, where could it hide? How could it not be destroyed by the ink swarm? Thinking of this, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the nearby black wood, which was already as big as a wall. Without any hesitation, he walked over to her. At this moment, the ink swarm was very fierce. The whistling wind blew away the branches and leaves of the black wood. Xiaohua held the incomparably heavy devil hammer and his entire body swayed in the ink swarm. Fortunately, it was only a few steps. Xiaohua waved his hand and the devil hammer returned to his space. In an instant, his body was blown up by the ink swarm and he directly pounced on the black wood in front of him. Seeing that the matter was settled, Xiaohua tried his best to urge the little bit of magic power he had left and used the wood escape technique. Xiaohua's body flashed with a light green brilliance and he disappeared into the black wood. Huff, once he entered the black wood, Xiaohua felt as if he was in a different world. The entire world was peaceful. However, Xiaohua did not have any leisure mood at this moment. He even rejoiced that he managed to escape. Instead, he hurriedly used his inner vision to check his meridians. At this moment, Xiaohua's meridians were completely filled with black sand. All of his meridians were blocked and there was not a trace of true essence. Of course, Xiaohua used the spirit fire twice in succession underground and the true essence in his body had long been completely consumed. The little bit he had left was used to use the wood escape technique. His true essence was not corroded by the black sand. However, the thing that worried Xiaohua the most was that his dantian was filled with ink sand as well, and the faint point from before had already been corroded by the ink sand at this moment and vanished. It was even to the extent that his entire dantian and meridian seemed to be filled with a feeling of numbness and itchiness, as if countless ants were lightly biting him. This was also Xiaohua. His meridians cultivated the dragon transformation art and he had already been baptized by the lightning tribulation when he was building his foundation. He could be considered to have been reborn. At this moment, he was still able to endure the corrosion of the black sand. If it was someone else, they would have already suffered irreparable damage. Xiaohua wanted to use the spirit fire to see if it was effective against the black sand. However, he did not have the slightest bit of magic power and was simply powerless to urge it. After thinking for a moment, he urged the dragon transformation art. Like a huge dragon swinging its tail, he wanted to first eliminate the black sand that was corroding his meridians. However, right now, his entire meridians were filled with black sand. After getting rid of a layer, the rest of the black sand stuck to him and there were countless of them. What should I do? Xiaohua was somewhat dazed. At this moment, Xiaohua's entire body flickered with brilliance. Obviously, his magic power to support the wood escape technique was already insufficient. I'd better use the mental cultivation method first. Xiaohua made a prompt decision and immediately urged the earth expansion technique. He wanted to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world to refine the earth crystal ya milk. However, it was fine if he did not draw spiritual energy. Once he drew spiritual energy, he discovered that the entire black wood was filled with condensed black sand. That black sand was like a stubborn stone, blocking all the cracks. Not even the slightest bit of spiritual energy of heaven and earth could enter. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Of course, at every moment, the black wood was within the black sand. How could it not absorb the black sand? It was also because it absorbed an extremely large amount of black sand that the black wood was so hard and so calm inside. That was why the black sand could not invade. What should I do now? Xiaohua was again at his wit's end. Without true essence in his meridians, he could not urge his magic power. Without magic power, the wood escape technique could not last for long. He would definitely be squeezed out of the black wood. Facing the overflowing black sand, he was exposed to the black sand for a moment just now. All of his cultivation was knocked down and he was completely supported by the dragon transformation art. If he stayed in the black sand for a long time, he would definitely be corroded by the black sand and become immortal. However, just as Xiaohua was in a hurry, the black sand in his meridians slightly loosened again. Xiaohua was overjoyed. When he looked carefully, he discovered that the corroded black sand near the earth crystal Ya milk disappeared a little. Moreover, even more earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth was actually forming in Xiaohua's meridians. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. On one hand, he activated the dragon transformation art, and on the other, he hurriedly activated the mental cultivation method of earth expansion. When the spiritual energy seeped out from the gaps in the ink sand's meridians, he hurriedly refined the spiritual energy, turning it into threads of true essence. Before the brilliance of the wood escape technique flashed, he hurriedly replenished his magic power. Seeing the light green brilliance around Xiaohua gradually stabilizing, Xiaohua finally relaxed. He took the time to examine his body, bloodline, dharma body and other places. There is not a trace of black sand in my bloodline. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. Although there is some black sand in my body, it seems to be condensed together. It is somewhat similar to the black sand in the black wood. Dharma body. Xiaohua suddenly had some understanding. Chapter 2003. Xiaohua's phoenix dharma body was condensed from the wind of the netherworld, so it wasn't solid at all. At this time, when he saw the ink sand occupying the dharma body and not corroding the dharma body, he was enlightened. With a shake of his arms, the dharma body flew out of his body and out of the black wood. The phoenix dharma body was like the wind of the netherworld, so it did not seem to be blown away by the ink storm. It swayed as it flew to the top of the black tree. The black tree was huge, so the phoenix dharma body was not particularly obvious. As it spread its wings, the ink sand that was everywhere rushed into the dharma body. It quickly gathered at the 132 million points and expanded. Good. Xiaohua could not help but laugh again. I have this dharma body cast with ink sand. Even if I meet Huang Yi again, she can't just blow this dharma body away, right? Soon after, he no longer paid attention to the dharma body and concentrated on refining the spiritual qi. He wanted to remove the ink sand from his meridians as soon as possible. However, at the beginning, there was very little true qi. Xiaohua could only refine it bit by bit. He even had time to think about other things. For example, why didn't the ink sand seep into the black tree? For example, who was that nascent soul cultivator Xiaohua met? But after waiting for a few hours, when the ink sand in his meridians decreased by 10%, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. An unprecedented crisis seemed to quietly descend on Xiaohua's meridians. This was because, under the corrosion of the black sand, the earth attribute heaven and earth spiritual qi within the earth crystal Ya milk was released without any restraint. It was far from the orderly process when Xiaohua was refining it himself, and the heaven and earth spiritual qi was extremely abundant. This was only the beginning, but the heaven and earth spiritual qi was already so abundant that Xiaohua was somewhat overwhelmed. If in the future, there would definitely be a lot of spiritual qi being corroded by the ink sand, then Xiaohua would not be able to refine it. Not only would his meridians and dantian explode, even his physical body would be hard to protect. Damn it. Xiaohua scratched his ears and cheeks. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. What he had to do now was either to refine the spiritual qi or to stop the ink sand from corroding the earth crystal Ya milk. But what method did he have to stop the ink sand? Xiaohua even wanted to jump out of the black wood and let the ink sand block his meridians again. But obviously, Xiaohua understood that even if he went out now and the black sand continued to block his meridians, the amount of black sand corroding the earth crystal Ya milk would only increase, not decrease. In other words, before the earth crystal Ya milk was completely corroded, and before a huge amount of earth-attributed spiritual energy was released, Xiaohua would only have more chances to explode. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua couldn't think of any way to deal with such a huge crisis. Let's fight. This is also a great opportunity. Xiaohua was helpless. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and activated the dragon transformation art with all his might. At the same time, he immersed his mind into the space and connected to the primordial spirit brand in the heavenly Tao space. He hurriedly activated the earth expansion technique, hoping that he could use a stupid method before he thought of a way. Damn it, why am I so stupid? How could I possibly explode? Xiaohua just activated his cultivation method and wanted to curse himself. Because not long after his true essence was formed, it was immediately corroded by the black sand and disappeared. His meridians simply couldn't store true essence. Alas, what a pity for the earth crystal ya milk. Xiaohua's heart calmed down a little, but his heart ached for his earth crystal ya milk. However, his heart only ached for a moment, and he wanted to slap his own mouth again. How could things be as simple as he thought? Although his true essence was corroded, the amount of black sand that disappeared was not much. It seemed that this black sand was the nemesis of true essence. Moreover, in the space created by the disappearance of true essence, more spiritual energy gathered, and the volume was far greater than the amount of true essence that disappeared. What Xiaohua needed to do now was to refine the spiritual energy into true essence. There was no other way. Xiaohua's true essence had never flowed like this before. Circle after circle, it was like a small stream flowing down from the top of a mountain. It avoided the layers of black sand and flowed into the dantian where the black sand gathered. Xiaohua's dantian was also filled with black sand at this time. Every time a trace of true essence entered, it would be corroded by the black sand, and the amount of black sand would also decrease. Although there was a lot of black sand in his dantian, it couldn't stop Xiaohua's true essence from flowing like water. First it was a small stream, then it was a small river, and then it was like a river. After waiting for several hours, Xiaohua's head was full of sweat. He clenched his teeth and activated his cultivation method. When he was in a state of madness, the black sand in his dantian was finally emptied. And the moment the black sand was emptied, his entire dantian slightly trembled, as if everything had started anew. The true essence that was once again injected rapidly rushed into the dantian where the virtual dot disappeared. A brand new, even more condensed little dot, was born again. And after the true essence injected into the virtual dot suddenly disappeared, it reappeared. This time, it was different from before. The density of the true essence had more than doubled, and its volume had naturally shrunk again. And after the transformation, the majority of the true essence remained in the dantian, and a very small part once again rushed into the meridians. Obviously, Xiaohua's cultivation had made great progress after the destruction. But at this time, Xiaohua was anxiously refining the spiritual energy, paying attention to the growth of the spiritual energy with all his attention. He simply didn't notice the change in his true essence. Because at this time, the speed at which the black sand was disappearing couldn't compare to the speed at which the spiritual energy was being produced. Even though the true essence had shrunk by more than half, the spiritual energy contained in the earth crystal ya milk was really too much. Now, only half of it had disappeared. What method, what method? Xiaohua was burning with impatience. On one hand, he was thinking of a method, and on the other hand, he had to calmly comprehend the heavenly Tao. He had to increase the speed of refining the spiritual energy as much as possible. It was really difficult for him. Right at this time, Xiaohua's dragon transformation art seemed to have some changes. His entire meridians began to tremble, and a faint dragon roar was produced in Xiaohua's body, as if his meridians were about to fly away. At first, it just so happened that it was in Xiaohua's middle dantian. Xiaohua felt that the dragon-like meridians didn't have a dragon head, or perhaps, the dragon head was in the middle dantian, and was tightly pressed down by an incomparably huge thing. The dragon-like meridians couldn't fly away. Xiaohua was shocked. A kind of inexplicable uneasiness arose in his heart. Could it be? Could it be? Xiaohua mumbled for a long time, but still couldn't come up with anything. It seemed that apart from his middle dantian being imprisoned like the Naiwan Palace, he couldn't think of any other reason. Dawn Rain Continent's martial arts were to cultivate the lower dantian, and didn't involve the middle dantian at all. All cultivators also wouldn't check the middle dantian. Of course, Xiaohua also didn't think of this at all. And at this time, he suddenly discovered that his middle dantian was actually different. How could he not be shocked? Chapter 2004. Could it be that I'm really a celestial from overseas? Xiaohua seemed to think of the legendary celestial clan. He heard that they were celestials who only cultivated and didn't practice magic, or cultivators who cultivated the middle dantian. Roar. Under the dragon transformation art, Xiaohua's meridians seemed to have expanded a lot, but it clearly wasn't the limit. However, his meridians were already somewhat unable to bear it. They were restless, as if trying to break free from the shackles of his middle dantian. Xiaohua had already sensed the previous danger, but he still didn't feel the danger in front of him. What he was facing was not only the risk of his meridians bursting, but also the middle dantian, where the dragon head of his meridians was. The black and white seal was emitting a faint brilliance. It was extremely easy to suppress the vibration of his meridians. Moreover, an incomparably valiant spiritual energy fluctuation was emitted from it, and, fortunately, although the ink storm in the Inkshao Black Forest was weakened, it was still ferocious. These spiritual energy fluctuations had just been emitted when they were corroded, worn down, and blocked by the nemesis of spiritual energy. Who exactly is this young master's enemy? Xiaohua clenched his teeth, abnormally angry. Not only did they seal this young master's Naiwan palace, they even sealed this young master's middle dantian. Looks like this young master isn't an ordinary person who doesn't know how to cultivate. Moreover, this young master's cultivation is completely different from the cultivation methods of Xiaoyu continent. This young master's cultivation before being sealed might also be extremely high. The reason why this young master had to cultivate from the first level of qi refining, bit by bit, was because this young master's enemy completely sealed this young master's cultivation. However, after being angry for a moment, Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Why just seal it? If it was an enemy, wouldn't it be fine if they just killed this young master or completely crippled this young master's cultivation? Why would they still waste a lot of energy to seal this young master? Could it be that they weren't afraid that this young master would cultivate again? Weren't they afraid that this young master would break the seal and kill his way back to take revenge on them? I know. They destroyed this young master's memory, wasn't it because they didn't want this young master to know who they were? Weren't they afraid that this young master would go back to take revenge? Xiaohua coldly thought. In that case, this young master's previous cultivation was definitely not inferior to this enemy's. They couldn't kill this young master, so they had no choice but to use this method. Since that's the case, how can I disappoint you all? Xiaohua's viciousness grew from the side of his guts, and he fiercely said, this young master will definitely not die here. I must recover my memories, recover my magic power, and find out who my enemy is. However, after his lofty aspirations, Xiaohua was only excited for a moment before he became dejected again. Not to mention that his enemy's cultivation was thousands of times higher than his. Even in his current predicament, he didn't have any means to escape. What revenge was there to talk about? At this moment, his meridians shook a few more times. The shaking reached his middle dantian and stopped again. Right now, his meridians were probably more than 10 times larger than before. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in them had nowhere to go. Xiaohua's meridians had the possibility of exploding at any moment. In the area where the earth crystal Ya milk was located, 30% of the black spots were still surrounded by a large amount of black sand. Jade blood pill heart refines. In his urgency, this arcane effort suddenly appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Damn it. I'm really a genius. Xiaohua carefully examined the arcane effort that flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but smile. No matter what this arcane effort was, as long as it could consume the true essence in his meridians, it would be fine. Fight. Xiaohua didn't have time to finish reading the arcane effort. He already knew that he had used it countless times before. He also didn't have time to consider the effects of touching his Naiwan palace. He hurriedly activated the Jade Blood Pill Heart Refines technique. Following the activation of Xiaohua's arcane effort, a wisp of heart fire was born from Xiaohua's true essence. This heart fire was like a single spark that started a prairie fire, igniting his entire meridians and even the true essence in his lower dantian. Hong. A light sound shook Xiaohua's mind. The true essence in Xiaohua's meridians had completely disappeared. Of course, when the true essence disappeared, the pain also came as expected. A feeling more painful than needles and thorns came from Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira's big belly. It came from Xiaohua's sealed Naiwen Palace. Moreover, the black and white seal outside the Naiwen Palace was the same as the seal in his middle dantian. It also emitted a faint brilliance, and a valiant spiritual energy was immediately emitted. Good. Xiaohua didn't have time to care about the cold sweat on his forehead. He hurriedly activated his arcane effort to refine the heaven and earth spiritual energy in his meridians. 100 days passed. At the beginning, Xiaohua had to use the jade blood pill heart refines technique once every 12 hours to endure the inhumane torture. But as time passed, after less than 10 days, it was changed to every 10 hours. In the end, it was changed to every 1 hour. Damn it. If this continues, even if this young master doesn't die from this headache, this young master's enemies will come looking for me. After using the jade blood pill heart refines technique so many times, Xiaohua had already felt the slight changes in the seal on his Naiwen Palace. He was very distressed as he thought, but fortunately, the earth crystal Ya milk has almost been completely refined by this young master. Although the meridians refined by the dragon transformation art have expanded several times, they are still wandering around the limit. I can barely cope with it. As long as I use the jade blood pill heart refines technique a few more times, it will be done. Xiaohua refined his Jin Yuan while releasing his divine sense. At this time, although the ink cloud black forest was covered with ink sand, it was already the end of the ink storm. It was no longer as devastating as before. Not good. Xiaohua saw that his Dharma body was still outside, and suddenly thought, other people's Dharma body is transformed from their blood vessels. This young master's Dharma body appeared when he cultivated the great strength Vajra Dharma body. Now that it has been filled with ink sand, can this young master still take it back? Even if I take it back, will it swallow my Jin Yuan? Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly and carefully withdrew the phoenix celestial body. However, at this time, the phoenix celestial body was already half full. He saw that the 13,200 virtual points wrapped around this solid black sand, which was already as solid as black wood. Outside the black sand, there was also the swirling netherworld wind. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. I can still take it back. Xiaohua waited for the Dharma body to merge into his body, and there was no change. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, but then he complained, damn it, what is this? The Dharma body has been outside for more than 100 days, and it still hasn't been filled. This young master just went out for a moment and was already tormented to the point of death. This damned heavens, what are they thinking? Forget it, let's hurry up and clean up all the ink sand. Xiaohua complained, but in his heart, there was no neglect. He gathered his strength and used the jade blood pill heart refines technique several times in succession. After several hours, he completely cleaned up all the ink sand. Chapter 2005. However, what Xiaohua didn't know was that when Xiaohua activated the jade blood pill refining heart, the spiritual power fluctuation on the seal finally broke through the black sand of the Inkshao black forest. It was extremely weak but extremely fast. It spread out at a speed that Xiaohua couldn't imagine, and the spiritual power actually spread in two different directions, in just half a day's time, in two cave residences that were extremely far away from the Inkshao black forest. One was a white-haired old man with a youthful face, and the other was a dignified middle-aged cultivator. Both of them were in closed-door cultivation, and the spiritual power fluctuation easily broke through the restriction that they had set up. Obviously, this spiritual power fluctuation was extremely important. Almost at the same time, the two of them opened their eyes. Their expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly urged their magic power to change their hand seals. The two people's hand seals were different, but they were both incomparably complicated. After waiting for half a meal's worth of time, the two of them let out a soft shout and struck the air. One of them had a mirror in front of him, the other had a misty color. However, both of them couldn't see anything after looking at it for a long time. They both frowned slightly. The middle-aged cultivator stood up and waved his hand, and a rainbow appeared. He said a few words to it, and then the rainbow flew away. The middle-aged cultivator wasn't in a hurry to cultivate, and he slightly paced. Strange, it seems like the fluctuation of the seal, but it seems like something is wrong. Could it be that it wasn't done by that old ghost? Well, it shouldn't be. That old ghost made a hard oath that he wouldn't act on his own accord. Could it be that kid who did it? However, it's only been a few decades. It's impossible for him to cultivate to such a high level. Could it be that the other old farts saw it? Even more impossible, right? They saw the seal and didn't know that it was done by us. Those with higher cultivation than us wouldn't act, and those with lower cultivation wouldn't even dare to act. Could it be that there are other changes? The white-haired old man paced back and forth, and he secretly said, however, looking at the spiritual power coming from the seal, there shouldn't be any problems with the seal. There shouldn't be any problems with the plan that we agreed on with that old fart. But, how can we not break the heart oath and not let that old ghost know? Alas, the heart oath that day was really strict. I'm afraid there are some problems. After smoking half a cigarette, both of their eyes lit up almost at the same time. Xiao Hua, who was far away in the Yingxiao Black Forest, naturally couldn't know this. At this time, he was shrouded in a thick layer of surprise, and had no time to care about other things. In the previous 100 days, he was in a race against time. He used the blood core refining heart technique to maintain the space in his meridians, meridian space meridians, for fear of the huge amount of heaven and earth spirit chi of heaven's cores, and blood's heart's cultivation test heart's STB used S's meridians. Just a moment ago, when the last trace of ink sand corroded the earth-type heaven and earth spirit chi of heaven and earth, Xiaohua used the blood core refining heart technique for the last time, transforming all the true essence in his body into a heart fire that directly rushed into his Naiwan palace. That was really the most painful piercing pain in the past 100 days, and the meridians in his body also returned to normal. Naturally, they were more than twice as big as before. Only at this time did Xiaohua completely calm down. Then, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. Activating his heart technique, he once again refined the last trace of earth crystal yum milk in his meridians. As the heaven and earth spirit chi of heaven and earth transformed into true essence, it once again flowed smoothly in his meridians, rushing into his lower dantian. When it rushed into that somewhat solid point, Xiaohua shockingly discovered that he seemed to have already advanced to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Good heavens, sure enough, there is a great terror between life and death. Xiaohua was so surprised that he was speechless. Originally, I thought that if other people needed 30 years to reach the early stage of foundation establishment, I would need at least 40 years, or even 50 years. Therefore, I didn't concentrate on practicing the heart technique, and usually just did routine homework. Even in these 3 years, I only focused on formations. Who would have thought that in a mere 100 days in this Yingxiao Black Forest, I would finish what other people needed 30 years to do? Really. I don't know what to say. Is this young master a genius? Moreover, according to eldest senior brother, there is a bottleneck from the early stage of foundation establishment to the middle stage of foundation establishment. There must be comprehension and accumulation. How come this young master didn't have any? How come everything went so smoothly? It seems like, just now, I didn't have the slightest feeling of a breakthrough. However, my meridians and Dharma body have some improvements, but bone tempering, there are some problems. It seems like there is no feeling of improvement like before. Could it be? In fact, in the 1 year when Xiaohua was in the early stage of foundation establishment, although he only focused on manipulating the spiritual fire, how could the spiritual fire be easily manipulated? Although Xiaohua couldn't practice the heart technique, the circulation of the true essence and the operation of the heart technique were the micromanipulation of the Dharma power. Xiaohua was very careful at every moment, and he constantly strived for perfection. His hard work in that 1 year was far more than other people's 5 years. Moreover, in Tianmen Mountain, the master who set up the formation was not an ordinary person. A formation that could kill a nascent soul cultivator, the formation master was at least a nascent soul cultivator. Xiaohua, with the cultivation of the early stage of foundation establishment, repaired the formation with the courtesy of the gold core cultivator, which was far beyond his own cultivation limit. Xiaohua was able to repair all the formations in Tianmen Mountain in 3 years, and the hard work he put in was more than other people's 10 years of effort. Moreover, Huang Yi's painful experience gave Xiaohua an essential understanding of the way of life and death in the way of heaven, which greatly promoted his cultivation. These factors piled up in the past. Xiaohua's cultivation was bound to advance by leaps and bounds, but he just didn't have an opportunity. And the ink sand and ink bow in the Inkshao Black Forest were exactly this opportunity. An opportunity to compress time, an opportunity to transform a huge amount of Earth's spiritual energy into true essence. Moreover, the early stage of foundation establishment was only the beginning of true cultivation. Xiaohua was comprehending the way of heaven, so how could he encounter any bottlenecks? If the earth crystal yum milk hadn't been corroded too much by the ink sand, Xiaohua would have been close to the late stage of foundation establishment. Of course, if the earth crystal yum milk hadn't been corroded by the ink sand and wasted a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy, Xiaohua's meridians would have burst long ago. As for whether Xiaohua could survive or not, that was another matter. In addition, if he used the earth crystal yum milk in the Inkshao Black Forest and tried to increase his cultivation by leaps and bounds again, Xiaohua probably wouldn't agree even if he was killed on the spot. No matter what, Xiaohua had already entered the middle stage of foundation establishment. This was something worthy of celebration. However, Xiaohua, who had always been careful, didn't rejoice for too long. After all, he had entered the middle stage of foundation establishment in a hurry, so his realm was still unstable. He also didn't dare to be negligent. He still sat cross-legged, his eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart. He focused his mind and calmly operated his mental cultivation method, cycle after cycle, carefully cultivating. In the depths of the Inkshao Black Forest, there was a barren area. There weren't any black trees, nor were there any vines. In that extremely dark area, there was actually some light on the ground. Several strange spiritual beasts quickly flitted across it. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.